This is what we wait for. It's playoffs time, baby, for the OS League. I hope my mic just peaked because it's going to pique some interest around these neck of the woods. I tell you what, storylines galore. After the APAC Cup qualifiers on the weekend, there's even more to talk about than originally thought. Let me just very quickly... 6 OS playoff day 1. That's right. We're here for it. And it's not just me. I say we because I'm joined by Vince here once again. Vinny, it's lovely to have you. And this time for some best of threes.
Yeah, best of threes. This is the pointy end of the season, isn't it? We've worked our way up to here, and this is where we find out who the best teams are.
Well, we've got a clear defining line as to the top 2 at the very least. That mid-pack, though, that we always talk about, it does feel very competitive. There's only 2 points that separate 6th till 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's where the most questions have been this season. We've obviously seen Chiefs and GG at the top there, and that's sort of where we expected them to be. But as you said, those mid-pack teams have shown glimpses of really good siege, especially against those top teams, but also some very patchy stuff.
Well, it's time for us to have a look at the bracket, the most important part of the show, because this is where we get to determine which teams are going to progress through to the semi-finals. Now, for those of you who have not watched any of the playoffs format, you might have been under a rock. I don't know, maybe you're just new to Siege. I'm just trying to rattle things off the top of my head without going too degenerate. The way it works, single elimination, best of 3 from quarterfinals through to semifinals into the grand final. The games down the bottom are 5th and 3rd place matches. So that determines just the seeding for how the actual tournament ends up panning out. There's money on the line, obviously, a couple of $1,000s in between each place. So it is quite significant. SI points, which unfortunately for every team outside of Gaming Gladiators, it doesn't matter, Vinny, but look, I think we've got a pretty decent, clear run here.
Yeah, a little bit surprising as well with a few of those teams. Obviously, Circular Spheres just sneaking in on that last game day.
Crazy, bro.
And ended up 4th, so or 3rd? I think 4th.
Fourth.
But yeah, very interesting. And obviously, I think we've got some really good games to start off with. Antic and Outlast. I mean, we thought Antic were going to be one of those top 3 teams.
Yep.
They ended up getting there eventually, but definitely didn't show us what I think they were capable of.
No.
And then, of course, Outlast had an amazing start to the season, 3 wins in a row, and then ended up finishing the season with 4 losses in a row, I believe. So just struggling a little bit, sort of weren't able to build that momentum coming into playoffs, but hopefully with that little break over the week, they've been able to sort a few things out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Outlast burning a little too bright, a little too quickly, but that's okay. It leans into that discussion at least that makes the semi-final, quarterfinal, it's the quarterfinals, more interesting for me because I don't know where I put Outlast anymore. I genuinely don't know where they sit in this pack. Not only that, like Prodigy, I don't mean to kind of call it out. They had 2 decently hard games to finish on, but they didn't have the same gusto either. Like it just, so many storylines in this final play day that have kind of tweaked a little bit of my thoughts into playoffs.
Yeah, and it sort of goes back to that story of not quite knowing where the mid-table teams are. Obviously, Outlast, as we said, started the season off very well. Actually started the season off with a win against Antic, which was very surprising on that Skyscraper map where they won quite dominantly in the end. But as well as we've said, we thought Antic probably weren't showing their best siege at the start of the season. Seemed towards the end they started to get a few things working, sort of understood how they wanted to play as a team, and it started to get some good results. Well,
let's have a look at the predictions from our quote-unquote experts. I say quote-unquote because really no one in this region is an expert. Unfortunately, 64% doesn't look too good, but for coin flips, it's not too bad, Vinny. How are you going up there? 79%. You're up there with the best.
I am. I mean, that is my job. I'm supposed to understand somewhat what's going to happen.
Supposed to.
And I mean, 64%. To be fair, coin flips are meant to be 50-50, and you've managed to scrape in a 64%.
Very true.
So, I mean, you're above the average in terms of coin flip.
Below the average in many other ways.
In terms of coin flip statistics. But yeah, pretty happy with that. I think for the majority of us, the predictions seem to be the same for today. Antic and Prodigy out in front. Obviously, you went for the opposite, as per usual.
I did. Today, I actually didn't do a coin flip. I just looked at everyone's predictions and just said, this is too boring. Just give me everything that's opposite.
And I mean, I don't think they're that easy to predict. Obviously, we've gone for Antic and Prodigy, who probably are the outright favourites in both of those games, considering Circular Spheres actually ended up above Prodigy in the end.
Crazy.
But yeah, I think with the way that Prodigy were playing with those shields as well, and a lot of teams unable to sort of figure it out. That's probably why a few of us went for them.
Obviously, one team that has missed out entirely on the playoffs bracket, which I think needs talking about, Supernova. They're not here. They did not play at all up to scrap. We thought maybe that the off-season tournament where they bowed out, I think in the group stages as well. I think they finished like 6th in group stage, and that was 2 groups of 8. So that out of 16 teams, they kind of finished like 10th. This just isn't. They haven't hit the mark.
No, we thought maybe on that last day they could maybe scrape in, but after their game, they needed a few things to go their way, and Circular Spheres ended up getting the job done in the end. But just something to note, yesterday, there was the APAC Cup matches that were on, and Supernova looked a little differently.
They did look a little different. Do we dare talk about it? I mean, it's a pretty significant change.
It is. Someone that I mentioned earlier, I think on my first day here, when you asked me between 2 players, Worthy and Josh, which one did I prefer? And I said it's very, very close.
Yep.
One of those guys, Josh, was in the lineup yesterday.
Crazy stuff.
And very surprisingly, I think Saved was playing for Supernova.
Saved has jumped back over. So that, I mean, I don't know how that's going to end up playing out for Circular Spheres. They didn't play in the APAC Cup yesterday either. So we really don't know what to expect moving into this. But let's move away from that conversation for now. We've got plenty of time to talk about that. Let's go ahead and talk about our first matchup, the very first quarterfinal here. The best of 3 heading into the playoffs. Outlast, again, we've already mentioned it. They burnt bright, and unfortunately, toward the end, it fizzled out quite dramatically. But they've still been competitive enough, right? It's not like they've been outright smashed every game. It just doesn't feel like the same Outlast that we saw at the start.
Yeah, I think barring that 7-0, I think that they copped at some point towards the end of the season.
Yep.
They were very competitive in those games. We had a few players that we wanted to highlight. We said ACOG, we said people like Relays. They were having quite good stages themselves. The Entire was up there as well. Bailey obviously struggling a little bit, I think, in that last game.
Big time.
Against Chiefs. He really struggled.
0-11?
0-11, I think it ended up being. And I feel for the guy, because it does happen. It does happen. I've been in those shoes before. So yeah, there are positives to come from this team, and I think if they're able to bring it together and sort of get back to that early season form, they can definitely take it to Antic.
Absolutely. The 7-0 that you're talking about, crazily enough, stupidly enough, I don't know how to put this, it was against Circular Spheres. This stage has been... I can't say the words on stream that I want to see, but it just, it's been a strange one. Let's start turning the conversation, to their opponents, Antic Esports. I had so many questions about this roster coming into this stage, Vinny. I was very critical about the Jay Kenner and Lunchbox pickup. I didn't think that it matched the energy of the team, but I actually think Jay Kenner's kind of taken himself down a notch if you maybe take out the stupid flanks he does and all the crazy crap that we see from him. He has actually toned down that kind of shit-posting role that he's always had in O's.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a decision from the team, if they spoke to him, or if it's sort of an individual thing that he realized, but it definitely seems like he's taking it a lot more seriously, and he's understanding that his life and the impact that he can have in rounds when he actually stays alive earlier is so much bigger than if you say you get a spawn peak and then you get traded. It's great.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have as much of an impact. Obviously, flying under the radar for a bit of the season was Scars.
Yes.
Who has now gone out to a plus 17 KD, plus 7 on the entry, and a 71% cost, playing that sort of flank hold / site anchor position on defense.
Yep.
Even talking to a few of the guys around the community, they say that they really think this guy has a bright future. So definitely one to look out for.
It's kind of crazy as well. Like coming into stage 1, we'd heard nothing about Scars. And when he joined this roster, we were all just gobsmacked. You know, how does a player in stage 1, their very first debut season, do as well as he did? You know, he was critical in so many rounds throughout the entirety of their campaign that coming into this stage, we had high hopes. He didn't hit it to begin with, like you said. Now he's starting to hit the strides. Hunter as well has just been absolutely phenomenal. And when you look to, I guess the real glaring issue here in OS has been the attack win rate really across the board for me, Vinny. It's been something that we've highlighted but haven't really, I don't think we've gone in enough on it. It feels as though the attacks don't have a firm grip or grasp on their own identity.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals in the region as a whole has slipped a little bit in the past probably 24 months in terms of the way that people have been playing out attacks. You see it quite often on maps like Clubhouse where teams are struggling to get things like Jacuzzi Wall, getting CC Wall, and that's a bit of a disappointment. But the teams that really had that high attacking win rate this stage were the teams that were really good with shields, or GG, because they're GG. So we saw Prodigy was up above 50%, which in Rainbow Six Siege is a great feat, because most maps are defender-sided. Obviously, Antic with a 67% defensive win rate is quite high as well, winning 2/3 of their defenses, which is a good start for them, and it's probably something they're going to lean into pretty heavily today.
Yeah, just something to note on that conversation. The only two teams that are over 45% attack win rate, it's not going to surprise you. It's Chiefs and GG. Other than that, the only team in the 40s from what I can very quickly look at, Circular Spheres, weirdly enough, Antic, and currently I think it's Prodigy out on top, as you said, with their phenomenal kind of start to the stage. It has somewhat fizzled, but they need to get back on the bandwagon in our second semi-final, or quarterfinal, I should say. Let's go ahead and have a look at the Vetos. I've been told they're a little spicy, so let's hope we get a Lair in there. That's anytime I hear spicy, I just automatically think we're going to see a Lair. There we go. It's picked by Outlast. Oh.
Something a little different from them. Definitely, I think in these playoffs, we're going to see much more prevalence of that Lair pick. I think a lot of teams would have been saving it during the season, but this is where it's definitely the time to bring it out. Second off with Antic on Club. I think that's a good pick for them. I think they're fundamentally probably a better team than Outlast, and I think they can really show those fundamentals on a map like Club.
Yep. And the final map, Border. Okay, so what I find interesting, we've obviously seen Outlast Lair, final match of the final play day. The only time we saw Lair in the entirety of Stage 1, Outlast lost to Chiefs 7-4. And honestly, they could have won. If Bailey had been a little more on it, I actually think that that game was competitive enough for Outlast to take a point at the very least. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. I really, just looking at the first two picks, the big talking point for me, Vinny, and you can move away from this if you want to, but the big talking point is going to be these teams' attacks, especially when we see like both teams on their own map pick starting attack. They've got to set a tone. They've got to set a pace to begin with.
100%. I think the attacks is going to be what dictates most of the all of the BO3s. I think during these playoffs, we know that every team can defend quite well. The teams that win and go to majors are the teams that win attacks, and that's why GG have been up there for so long. They're so consistently good at those things.
Yep.
Obviously, a little surprising that Antic let Skyscraper get all the way through. That's obviously the map they lost at the start of the season to Outlast. But Border was up, and I think that they enjoy Border quite a lot. So I think, to be honest, Antic probably won the Veto today.
Ooh, yeah. Well, I guess, look, heading into this one as well, just to give the context, we think Antic are favoured heading into this matchup. If they've won the BO3, as Vinny has said, then it's going to be even more difficult for Outlast to try and dig themselves out of a potential deep, dark hole. Speaking of deep, dark holes, Senox, guys.
I actually didn't hear what Rob said.
He said deep dark holes. I don't know what that's got to do with us, but sure. We are going to Lair. That isn't a deep dark hole. So
it is the big one. It's a nice big cave, and it's a good map to go to kickstart the Oceania playoffs. An exciting time as always as we run the gauntlet here locally. Outlast and Antic to do battle first up in this quarterfinal matchup. Of course, the beauty of OCE. There is no tomorrow. There is no last chance qualifiers. Actually, that's not probably a good thing. I'd like to have 2 spots, but alas, the situation we find ourselves in. I don't know what's happened here with the social media vote, but 100% in favor of Outlast. I think we must have only just had one voter.
I think someone botted it. Yeah, Antic not getting any love on the socials, but certainly amongst the talent group, they are the favored team going into this particular matchup. That being said, I think Outlast, when they play at their peak, can be very, very competitive, in fact. So I'm probably going in with the expectation of a 2-1 the way of Antic. But we'll just have to wait and see how it shapes up. We haven't seen any best of threes for a while here in OCE outside of things like the Cup qualifier, etc. So yeah, eager to jump into this particular game. I don't know what Chef's saying today. We have never scrimmed the Lair. They
called our bluff.
Okay.
Hey, he's got no reason to lie at this point, does he?
My entire setup is pink, including weapon skins. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. We didn't really care about that one. The first one was cool, though. Very good.
Oh, no, because he's got the pink headphones. Cool.
Ah, he does too. Yeah. What are you expecting from this matchup, though, in this best of 3? I know Antic... I think in some ways, these two are like polar opposites. Outlast started the season so well, even going back to the opening play day. They beat Antic, if you recall. But since then, you know, they won their first 3 games. They're now on a 4-game losing streak coming into this playoff match. Yeah. For Antic, they've really improved as the stage has gone on, getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those converging storylines that make this an intriguing matchup. Had we have been backing on to the form guide the first couple of weeks, I think Outlast could have even been pitched as favourites in this matchup. But it's kind of flipped, as you kind of are alluding to. I guess map 1, though, could be a little bit more interesting if Chef Jeff is actually telling the truth, and they have not scrimmed here on Lair. Rank defaults, though, on new maps can certainly actually play out decently well if you're committed to them and can play it well as a team. They are starting off defense as well. So strategic depth might not actually be the winning factor here on the first map. It's more so going to be based on execution, which I think Antic probably have the edge with the amount of experience that they have. Only time will tell. Bandface has played out its double shield. We've seen that time and time again throughout the stage, so don't need to harp on that too much. They are very, very strong. And then defensively, it's the combination of the Vigil and the Valkyrie on a map so big. Being able to contain the Vigil can be tough. And so Outlast not wanting to take any chances on their first attacking half. Equally, the defense with that Valkyrie can gain a lot of information. There's a lot of blind spots on this map, even despite there being a wealth of default cameras. So that too will hinder the defense a little bit, but still a stack of utility that is available. The Azami sneaks through the mirror as well, and both will be prominent here on Lair.
Yeah, of course, no last chance qualifiers, but the loser of this will play again tomorrow in the 5th place match. In fact, both teams will, I guess, play again tomorrow, because you win, you play tomorrow in the semi-final. You lose, and you play in the 5th place match.
Like, that's a really intense schedule, though, when you think about it, and that's why the seeding is a pretty significant advantage being put straight in that semi. It's simply less preparation that you have to do, right? These teams would be going into the week preparing for a couple of games, a few games, if they think they're going to go the distance.
The Chiefs would just be sitting back and watching this game now and having a chill experience tonight. They get to see who they're going to play tomorrow in the semi-final. So I agree, and I think that puts emphasis on seeding and finishing in the top 2, of course, which is where Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators did finish. Now, well, as I kind of mentioned, the winner of this will move forward and play Chiefs. Certainly the better side of the bracket rather than reigning champions in Gaming Gladiators. So Antic Esports onto the defense here. Lair picked by their opponents, though, in Outlast. Club will be played after this border, if necessary, for this opening quarter final. So 6 teams remain in Oceania. We will be down to 4 by the end of tonight. Fuse in play. We kind of touched on it before, but of course, double shield ban has been prevalent. So no Blitz, no Montang, but the Fuse now comes into the foray. Bailey will lose his life. Scars will get the opening kill. Salma's to get dealt with to keep this wall intact over towards the mezzanine. Nicely done from Scars. That's a good little power play to get the kill, keep the wall intact. That's a big win for Antic in the round.
Should essentially be round winning, unless the defense gets a little overzealous. There's no backup hard breach available here to the attack, and that means that a lot of these positions are fortified even further for the defense. Box able to respond. The Glaze is still up, though, and Relays elsewhere able to find a pick on the Nomad.
We lost the Warden as well.
Antic are bleeding picks here, and yeah, losing the Warden only bolsters this Glaze further, but it is the last smoke for Ned.
Yeah, no more smokes remaining. Still have one more canister for the Core and Hive launcher if you're ACOG. No more air jabs, one flash. There's the peak from Scars, but he's a bit better with the Vector. Double kill from Scars, doing a tremendous job over towards the mezzanine. He's still got a Nitrocell too. We have a minute left in this round. Lunchbox with the swing, though. Didn't really need to. Round is over. ACOG will go and find a double kill, and Outlaws will get the opening round.
You shouldn't be winning that round. You lose your hard breach straight off the bat. You don't have much map control. But they were still able to fight off the back of the Glaz in the back line. ACOG was able to get some good work done, and then we saw the sneak forward in towards sight from the Nomad, again applying really good pressure onto the defense, entering a couple of unfavored fights, and Antic let that round slip away, and they, again, didn't really lose a lot of these main fights, right?
Ooh.
And we saw the shield dealt with cleanly.
Yeah.
It's just a couple of overpicks.
No hard breach. Then the Fuse dealt with, and then at that point the Glaz. So it's a 2v3. Lunchbox goes for a bit of a walkabout. Now we don't get to see the POV of ACOG, but he gets a double pretty quickly, suggesting almost lining up, I guess maybe a double swing, and he just gets them both. Yeah. But a really good round for Outlast to win, because they had no business in being able to win that.
Obviously, a bit of banter in the chat there. Directed at Relays. Last time he played this map, last outing, it was 0-11, I think, or 0-12? I can't quite remember. 0-11.
It was Bailey, not Relays.
Oh, Bailey, sorry, not Relays. I threw Relays under the bus there. No, it's only Bailey.
But that is the reference, considering Bailey's still 0-1, so Chef Jeff making the point. Is it now 0-12?
Yeah, okay. I'm connecting the dots very slowly.
I think it was 0-11, yeah. So he's got a good memory, the old Chef Jeff. I mean, it was only last week.
How long will the streak continue?
Nah, he'll get a kill here in this half.
I imagine he doesn't, though. That would be rough.
With Pretty bizarre. At least his team has won the opening round, though, for Outlast. That is a really good way to kickstart the playoff. I mean, if this is their map pick, you got to be doing well here on Lair, but getting that opening attacking round when you had lost the hard breach, you'd lost the fuse, the Glaz wasn't able to be all that effective, although they did find a kill. Nitrocell at the feet, but Yentire got the kill onto Hunter just in time, and it will not explode, and Outlast will get the opening pick here in the second round.
Yeah, sometimes as the defender in that situation, you can get a little bit fortunate with a delayed detonation, but not that time around for Hunter, who will fall 0-2 to kick off the first map in this series. And again, pressure now being applied onto the defense. And we saw Antic last time around, even with a really massive entry kill, capitulate in the final portion of that first round. So the pressure now ramps up. No real presence up above here from the defense, and so that allows the ramp to get to work. So to the fuse. And anybody down below for the defense now needs to vacate these positions.
I mean, there's not really a lot of flank potential here, guys. You've got a lot of operators that want to be on site. Feet's spotted. Bailey. Box gives his position away in Tox, but doesn't lose his life. Speaking of Feet, well, some are going to get tracked now indeed onto Lunchbox. Default gets shot out as they start to get main control. Chef, though, holding his angle towards Blue Stairs, won that out. Very patient from Chef Jeff. Doesn't swing, doesn't go hunting, just holds his position and gets the kill onto Yentire.
Shield re-aggression, so Chef Jeff looking to lock down Blue Stairs.
I think he can get pinched if he's not careful, and you can see the way he's a little hesitant, but it depends on if he's got any kind of cover. Still 60 seconds, a lot of time in this round, but yeah, very aggressive play from Chef Jeff. See if it does pay dividends, but he does cut quite a lot of a rotational path down to basement off by holding that position. Jokenna down at the moment, does have a Nitrocell, then getting back up, certainly a lot of utility. Scars close by to the vicinity. There is Chef Jeff, knowing there is now one below. Scars will get finished off. Advantage for Outlast.
Yeah, and they're looking to set up this pinch onto Chef, so there's a lot of pressure on him from this position. Warden Glasses will serve him well, though.
And he should get this one. Oh, lovely jiggle peek, though, from Relays. Doesn't get the first shot out, Jeff. Unfortunately, he sees the elbow, thinks better to shoot. Instead, then the quick re-aggress, and he gets the kill. 20 seconds left. Down to just Jokenna and Lunchbox. Jokenna did get brought back up. Lunchbox doing well over towards left. Actually, no, that's a TK from Bailey.
He got a kill.
He's still, no, it doesn't count. He's 0. TKs don't count. Bailey's still on a duck, and he is down. It is a 2 versus 2. Lunchbox and Jokenna both low. Still that Nitrocell, something that could be impactful, but he only gets the trade. 3 seconds left. Lunchbox in a 1v1 just sits the smoke. Knows he's not planning. Doesn't have the kit. And Antic will get the second round.
Wow. Well, they've gotten away with that one. Have Antic.
Bailey might not have died, but he still sold the round. Well, I'm sorry to say, guys, but Chef Jeff's not wrong.
He's actually not. I mean, I'm just really intrigued to watch this round back. Again, it wasn't the best of start for Antic. Hunter dies first. Then there was a lot of pressure on the likes of Chef Jeff to maintain good control of Blue Stairs. They tried to establish the pinch, the rotated deployable shield, who actually serving him very, very well, and he won that fight out. And then Box anchoring sight, ACOG walking across Bailey.
Is that actually ACOG's fault? I think it might be. If he's running across someone, I think it is a case of just running in front of him.
I think it's a case of just a miscomm between the two. They're trying to cross that diffuser across to that default plant position next to the cabinet. And unfortunately, Box wasn't cleared, so good setup there defensively with the footholes.
The other part of all of this, though, is actually the mind game. Chef Jeff, he's one of the best shit talkers in the region, especially in game, and rightfully so. He's not out of line with anything he's saying. The longer Bailey takes to get this kill, the more we're going to keep seeing Chef Jeff and his antics on Antic inside of the server. 1-1 as we go over into the third round. Outlast started well, somewhat. I mean, to be honest, the first round they probably shouldn't have won, and the second round they probably should have won. So I don't know, actually, we're at an impasse here inside of the opening 2 rounds.
No, yeah, you're 100% right. Both rounds, the wing comm was pretty egregiously thrown by both leading teams. So we'll see if it returns to normality here for the third round, but it is
we see the send, but no Glaz here. Bunks and briefing here for the third round.
Yeah.
Sends by itself is not always a common operator selection.
And no primary hard breach, so they might be able to use the Buck on main breach, but there might be a bit of an emphasis on the lurk here from the Nook from below, and then pressure above from the Buck.
One Nitrocell available for Antic. Not a whole lot in terms of utility pressure. Yeah, Lunchbox just getting forced away here, playing top floor at the moment, being a nuisance, looking to deny some entry point to get these goo mines out. Back over towards the mezzanine. Yeah, they will double stack it for the time being. It's all about this top clear though for Outlast. Otherwise the Vert's going to be just too strong in towards site. So what's the plan for Yentai here on the Sands? The ROUs, are they more for site? Are they more for top clear? Haley's made his way in very cautiously off of those shield screens that do go up. But Lunchbox found the kill. The aggression though from Ned on 5 HP. Still able to get the kill onto Hunter. Chef Jeff will answer back needed to. Now, these are some very low HP members of Outlast. For Jake Kenner in a 1v3, this is as winnable as you're going to typically get.
He's zoned out by those Bs, had to play time, and there's a ping on him.
Nicely done from ACOG. Good headshot. He's having a good start to this series. Is ACOG Outlast as well as a team. They get 2 of the opening 3 rounds. And they're looking pretty decent here on Lair.
Yeah, solid attacking pattern there. The clear above was really nice. The sense into the Warden certainly was a little bit dangerous. But the Grim offering some really good crowd control ability there. And they had a read as to where that final player was. As mentioned, good start for ACOG, and heading into the night, he has been a standout performer for the team, highest rated EPS on the roster, and I think has been a big talking point as someone who has caught us, I suppose, by surprise, as coming out of the gates as having a really, really good stage. Again, when you consider the sort of operators that he typically plays as well, more supportive, generally speaking. And so, yeah, he's doing really, really well.
Between all relays and all ACOG at the moment, 10 kills between them. Still 0 for Bailey, so unfortunately the streak does continue for a little bit longer, but I do anticipate at some point he will find that kill. For those, again, unaware, you know, 0 and 11 last week, so 0 and 13 right now.
And on the same map.
And on the same map. Well, that was probably the most defining round that we've had so far. Only 3 rounds, of course, that have been played, but won comfortably by Outlast. To their credit, their sheer aggression works. I don't know how much the ROUs from the Sens had in terms of impact, but they were able to win out clear top floor pretty nicely, pretty timely. Now 1v3 for Jake Kenner. There was still 90 seconds left in the round, so I thought that was actually a really good attacking round from Outlast. They just back themselves in, get aggressive. It's not always fun to be the entry. It's not always fun to be the first person to go in and risk your life. And I guess in some aspects, that's maybe what you could look towards, like a Bailey, for example. It's just one of those kind of weeks where, you know, you're going in, you're not getting kills. As long as you're getting traded and your team is winning, who cares? But Relays and ACOG, certainly 2 names for the future of Oceania Siege. They've had a really good stage thus far.
Yeah, so Relays just lurking below here in armor on there's no fear. Maybe able to use the lifeline as an explosive tool to clear positions below. And right on cue, that's exactly what he will do. Now, I don't know if he's waiting for a ping queue. ACOG's the only one on drone, but that's first floor. It was just on that main breach. Probably in anticipation for a potential bandit trick, but that is not to be the case, and so the wall will be opened up cleanly, and that's good perceived pressure for the remainder of the round and a potential plant position as well, although focused now over towards Ops will be the rest of the attack, I think. Lunchbox with a read now that there is somebody down below, and he would be correct in thinking so. Elsewhere, the floor is getting to work and aiding on this clear. Last time, this didn't work out particularly well for the attack. They still were able to go on and win the round, though. More vert pressure down below. Lunchbox considers going to contest, but we'll just hold the line for now. And it's a bit of a standoff between the 2 teams.
Yeah, last time it was Scars playing that mirror position, and he was incredibly impactful, got the opening kill. Denied his position from being taken.
Oh, that's
of course,
good.
Outlast still won the round anyway, but Scars losing his life to ACOG. Now up to 5 kills. I will say, though, so far, no opening kills have been converted into a round win. We'll get to that later. We'll see if Outlast can change that directive. 45 seconds with the player advantage. Lunchbox maybe thinking he's got to get aggressive towards main. Still got Mez control. Candelas, though, activated. Ned looking to send these in. Bailey towards Ops. Keep an eye on him as well. Hunter playing contact in towards display. Can't do much to stop that. Rotero makes its way in. The Candelas as well. ACOG's got the diffuser. There's only 20 seconds remaining in this round. Q-Mine annoying. Same with the F-Not Mine. Dealt with, though, by Ned. Good kill. Lunchbox onto relays. Shuts down one of the top players in this server. With 12 seconds left, though, starts to get a bit hasty, and Chef Jeff with the shotgun up close over to the entire. Bailey's got to find a kill here now, and he cannot, losing his life over to Lunchbox. ACOG again sharp, good kill, but no time in the 1v3. He will not be able to get this diffuser down successfully. Time runs out, Antic win the round, and that makes it now 4 rounds, guys, where the opening kill has not been converted into a round win. You know, it's a statistic that I like, and usually it's a good indicator that if you're getting these entry kills, you typically get rounds and therefore you get games. But right now, that's not the case here. 2-2. Good response from Antic after losing the previous round.
Yeah, the initial clear from the attack over towards Ops right here was really, really good. There's about a minute on the clock, and then we saw the pivot towards an R6 room hit off the back of that Candela. And I don't think that was inherently a bad decision. We saw the overhead and it actually flushed out a lot of those key close quarter positions. Unfortunately, though, the goo mines, I think, were the determining factor. They stalled out that push significantly, and the momentum that I think the attack initially had really petered out. And then Antic were able to reposition to good spots, and the filter in late round was never really that favorable for the attack. So, good stall out there from Antic. Did a good job in being able to confirm that round. And yeah, that entry stat, very damning to start off this game, and probably reflective of the chaotic late round nature of the match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been very back and forth. Hard to split these two teams at the moment. I'm not sure who that actually benefits, considering this is the map pick of Outlast Gaming, and they have elected to send this to Lair, calling out the bluff of Antic, supposedly. If Antic do win, though, that's a good question for the couch to ask Chef Jeff if he was, well, honest with his whiteboard.
Yeah. Have they scrimmed this map? So what's the over-under on Bailey? What round is he going to get a kill?
I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on him, because honestly, if I'm Bailey and I'm in his shoes, firstly, like I'm playing hard bridge, I'm playing support, I'm playing these kind of roles that it's not going to be as easy to get these kills. The job of the team is, you know, the likes of ACOG, Relays, they're fragging out right now. Can I help facilitate and aid them? And it's a team game. If you're going 0-3 but your team's winning, it doesn't really matter that much. But I do agree. I think for his mental, he's got to find this kill soon.
So what's the over-under?
This half. He's got 2 rounds to go.
Rounds?
I think he's going to pop
I'll
off.
agree.
I think maybe even this round.
I'll back you in.
I really hope so. Box again plays main position. We are playing lab, by the way, for this round, so very extensive top roam from Antic Esports. Oh, Chef just swings out, gets rid of Ned.
I think it's a bunks.
It is actually. Sorry, my tracker's wrong.
That's okay. Wait, what? Hold up. Did I actually just see... This is like the Fisher guy hipfire all over again. Was that actually what just happened? Did he just hit that? And it was another drone fat finger? That was wild. I look forward to rewatching that because I only caught a glimpse of it at the very end. But either way, big pick there from Relays. Up to 7 kills here on map 1. So a standout performance from him. Minute 20 on the clock. And Bailey gets a kill!
There
and
it
it was
is.
off the back of a really clean shot, but a nice trade from Chef. Grounds him back to reality. Minute 10 on the clock and a 3v3. And critically, the fuse now can't get to work from above.
Oh, entry, double, they line up. It's an easy one for Scars to get them both, and now suddenly Relays in a 1v3 scenario. Jake Kenner's going to be able to get Chef.
What is going on?
Relays got them both! Beautiful flank on the Nook, and now it's a 1v1.
This round has had just about everything in it.
Scars should know. Can you hear him running over to get the pickup onto ACOG? I think he would have heard this. Over to bathroom. He does renegotiate his position, but he cannot stop this revive from taking place. Now in a 1v2, but he knows ACOG will be low. 30 seconds, so the onus, though, still on Outlast to make the move. They don't have the diffuser. Scars could push back, play side if he wants. So far, though, doesn't want to give up the vert. Relays hunts him down on the Nook. Huge round win for Outlast. Bailey gets a kill. It's all happening here in the Oceania playoffs to begin on the quarterfinals. And Outlast looking good.
That was a crazy round to digest. We just saw lineup after lineup, insane after insane shot. Look at this one. I only caught the very end of it. The one tap into another drone fat finger. You're kidding me. Oh, that was the one earlier. Bailey with a sharp shot, able to drop Hunter. Then we saw the immediate trade. Then this lineup off the back of the res. There's Relays on the Nook, just continued to lurk around and catch this defense off guard. Gets the final kill as well. and just continuing to be a menace inside of the server at the moment. And a 3-round attacking half on a new map in the pool sets themselves up for success, irrespective of how this basement site plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think Outlast have definitely shown enough here. Attacking into Lair, they've looked really good, really sharp. And for Antic, well, so far it's been back and forth. They've been able to respond every single time. Opening round, Outlast win, then Antic, then Outlast, then Antic. Can they continue that trend here as we close out the opening half? One more to go. Bailey's on the board. He breaks that dry streak. Relays, though, double digits and, well, single-handedly won them that round. Has been immense. So far, though, Chef playing quite well. Outside of the opening 2 kills from Scars in the opening round, though, guys, 0-5 since. Hasn't been able to have yet such an impact. In fact, when you kind of look at the KD numbers for Antic, 1-4, 2-5, 1-4, 3-3, they're not looking great. Well, on the flip side, ACOG and Relays, well, standing out. And so far, that's probably the difference maker between these two teams. It's just your superstars being able to rise to the occasion. That Nitro's knock. Oh, no, not going to work. Thought for a split second maybe Relays would actually move into it, but he did not. So Lunchbox with the pulse, unable to connect via his own Nitro cell. There's one more available on the tube round for Jay Kenner. It's Armory now for Bailey, playing the fuse and trying to put pressure here in towards basement.
Yeah, it's another holdover towards top blue, and the shield from Bailey here may actually be quite effective in dealing with this. F Not Mine gives away his position, but Hunter's being able to vacate. Nobody was sitting outside on that singular window, so it's a pretty free escape for him. Doesn't need to invest much in the way of utility or time or risk his life, and so can now fortify back on Lab. Minute 30 on the clock then, and I think both teams at this point in time will be relatively content with what they've been able to accumulate. Ken is still on the top floor though. Potential standoff against the Jackal of Ned. Is Jay Kenner going to be facilitated here? Or will he be droned? Oh, it's certainly the latter. Now pressured back up above, and Ned will surely cut him off if he enters that line of sight, but it vacates over towards the display. And with a minute on the clock, Jay Kenner may actually be able to hit a flank here if his timing is on point, or at minimum, escape back towards site because he hasn't been cut off.
I don't think he really needs to play site, though. You've got 4 already still there. I'd rather play cutoff or try go for the flank option, so see if he can get in behind them. The only thing is he does also have an Nitro cell, but yeah, I mean, forego that. If you can get a good flank, that's even better. He does eventually make his way back to site, though. Almost an opportunity. Smoke was thrown out. One of the slower rounds that we've had so far. Chef Jeff gets the opening kill onto ACOG. Bush trying to come through. Diffuser so far not in the hands though for Outlast. Yentai gets the kill though. The immediate trade back onto Chef Jeff. He's getting a lot of kills, Chef Jeff, but he's also not able to live in these rounds so far. He's died every single round of the opening half. Bailey, pistol out. Shield though now back in his face with 7 seconds left. Relay's playing him behind, trying to get the plant down. Inside of support. Headshot available. Yentai won't miss. The plant will be successful from Relays. Never mind. It doesn't even matter. Outlast just kill everyone. What a way to close out the half. 4-2 for Outlast. And a really, really good statement that they were absolutely prepared for this map.
My heart almost skipped a beat when I saw the round win confirmation there. I thought maybe the plant was actually denied, but not the case. Outlast able to farm kills before that plant was secured, and a 4-2 half in favor of the attack, not to be scoffed at.
Every single round in that half, the opening kill did not translate into a round win. 6 rounds in a row. That is a bizarre
We
statistic.
never see that.
Absolutely
Ever.
not. I think usually if you want to generalize a rate when it comes to that kind of measurement, it's like maybe 30%. So usually like 10 rounds get played, maybe 3 to 4 don't get converted, but it's usually a quite high figure if you actually kind of track it and watch it. But to see 6 rounds in a row where you've gone and got, and that means, unfortunately for Antic, 4 rounds you got the opening kill and you couldn't convert. That is a travesty. And 26 seconds as well, by the way, on the clock remaining in that round. You get the opening kill. Chef Jeff onto ACOG. It's a 5v4. There's 20 seconds left for them to get in, get plant down. That is a crazy margin. You've got to think about it as well, logistically. That's a 5-on-3 round win for Outlast, because one has to get the plant down. So you've got one guy that's not really prepared to shoot. He's getting the diffuser on the floor. You've already lost another player in ACOG as well, who's been one of your better players. And by the way, Relays was the one getting the plant down. So well done from Ned Yentire to find the kills necessary. And in the end, it's a 4-2 lead for Outlast. They go defense as we begin second half.
So Relays then put onto the Scopos for their opening defensive round. We didn't see the Scopos at all in the first half, and on a map as big as Lair, I think you can really get some value from those shells. Understandably, putting the top fragger on that operator, and Relays given the license to roam around here, and of course can switch back to the shell, presumably on site, if he becomes overwhelmed or trapped in a corner. Meanwhile, map control is being taken, and Jkenna will lurk below on the Deimos, so he's going to look for a couple of death marks and presumably look to clear vertically from down below and see if he can catch somebody off guard. The likes of ACOG especially will probably be under quite a bit of pressure if Lobby isn't being pressured at all defensively, because he is vulnerable to that vertical play from down below, and Buck also will join Jkenna. Big emphasis on Vert. And here is that mirror being targeted. Forces ACOG off this position. Not really much he is able to do. Stacked now in sight. Shell vacated. In fact, that's the second one. So Relays, yeah. Has vacated that. Repositioned back up above. Bailey, meanwhile, able to find a kill.
Oh,
Entry for Box.
just getting out jeweled there. Lunchbox down to 25 HP. He keeps just trying to take that fight on this angle, and he loses it eventually. ACOG's just better. Don't know what else to say. They both had a pretty much even battleground to play on. Scars, though, does win out against Relays. Deals with the Scopos. So you've got a minute remaining in the round. It's a 3v3. It's just not impossible for Antic. I mean, I like the operator lineup that they've still got remaining in this round. The Deimos, the Buck especially from this position down over towards Med. You got the death marks available, which I think is about to start tracking on Ned's position. Good kill from Scars onto Bailey. He's pretty much reawoken in this round. 2 kills in the opening round, nothing since until now. And the death mark actually goes on to ACOG, who does have Nitrocell. 3 gas babes from Ned. So Outlast onto the defense.
Well, they're taking Diffuser through lobby here instead of going for like an ops default. So we'll see how this plays out. There's also Nitro below.
Oh,
he missed
my
it.
goodness. Might still get one. No. I tell you what, if that had have actually hit the floorboard first time, the ceiling, I think he may have got that kill. Plant will be successful. Suddenly a lot to do for ACOG. He's been great so far in this game, but he's not that good. And finally, Antic will respond after losing a couple of rounds in a row, and for the first time in this game, the opening kill translates to a round win. Yeah. Statistics, yeah. I mean, that was just unfortunate. Lunchbox just gets out-dueled against ACOG, but, you know, a pretty decent attack from Antic all around. It did feel like, though, from like Outlast's perspective, they were taking a lot of fights there early on in the round. You got, I think, a pretty good late game setup, the smoke, the mirror, and it's like, do you really need to be taking these fights and these duels? Doesn't work out for them in that round. Bailey did also get another kill, so he's well and truly on his way to getting out of the slumps. Relays has been stuck on 10 for a little bit now. Remember, there was one round, of course, where he didn't die, but they did lose the round.
So Dorms then for round 8 as opposed to going to basement. We'll see how this plays out. We are seeing teams increasingly invest above. I think there was an occasion last time out we saw this site where there may have been 3 defenders up, I believe. Every single player but was still holding that top floor pretty aggressively.
I'm surprised you don't just go basement here. If you're playing Scopos as well as an operator, like if that's something you want in your wheelhouse, basement here on Lair is pretty good for it. Don't know why they necessarily played at top floor, but
yeah, I'm trying to bring up the defensive win rate on this particular
they might just
site.
go. They might go somewhat fast here on the top floor clear off the back of the fuse. Hunter pulls the pistol out, unsuccessful with the shots though. Bailey low, getting yellow pinged. The Nitrocell's pretty good. He will confirm the kill. Hunter just really didn't have any kind of backup there. 1 and 7. Bailey with another good sharp shot, and this round probably is over already. Antic wanted to try and pick up the pace. Top floor clear. Doesn't work. Hunter goes fast. He plays that kind of blitz-like shield on the fuse, but no one was able to play behind him, get the trade onto Bailey. Bailey's positioning there was actually exceptional. The fallback, great nitro cell, didn't panic. 4-2, not over yet. But Box and Chef, well, they've got a lot of work to do here, and they need probably Outlast to help them out, go for a couple of dry peaks. There's the run across. Glass is activated from there, so the Candela wouldn't have done too much. This is pretty good from Outlast, though. Slow it down. Don't need to be peeking. There's some yellow ping information for Antic to play off. Oh, I don't know about that swing from Bailey. Just as I'm saying, you're not peeking. He goes for the peek. That is a wall, my friend.
Just opens this round up a little bit more, though. Still utility available for the attack. Unfortunately, though, Box falls, so it's all up to Chef. And that's the first time we will see Bunks and Briefing successfully defended. So the off-meta pick in the second round pays off.
Yeah, one of the most played sides, actually, so far in this game, strangely enough. 5-3 for Outlast, and it feels like they are just the better team on this map at the moment. I mean, like, if you had to ask me who wins this game from here, I'm saying Outlast. On defense, Lair, they've picked it. They've played it a little bit better. Credit to Bailey here in this round as well. Good double kill. Thought his positioning was great. Timeout taken by Antic, and rightfully so. They tried to pick up the pace, go fast with the fuse, play behind it. Hunter just couldn't make it work. Couldn't get the pistol out quick enough against Bailey. Couldn't then get the shield back out quick enough either. Having a struggle is Hunter in this match. The old pink setup for Chef Jeff, not quite working out so far on Lair.
Yeah, again, I think we tapered expectations a little bit going into this, pitching it as likely a 2-1 victory to Antic. I don't know if this result so far really changes my mind too much on that, especially compounded by the fact if, again, Chef is actually telling the truth and they don't scrim this map, and they've been leaning pretty heavily into very default strategies.
I would say Chef's telling some fibs. There's absolutely no way you've never scrimmed this. Certainly doesn't necessarily mean it's like one of your like top priority maps.
Maybe when he says they've never scrimmed it, they may have a little bit, but it may be a low prior map for them.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll actually have a look at their map like preference ranking here for Lair in terms of how much they've been banning it, how much it's been banned against them, because sometimes that can give us a bit of a read as to sort of where they sit on a particular map.
Bailey with his best J. Kenner impression. Hiding the clash.
Wow, okay, so the funny thing is, for Antic, guess what number preference this map is of the 9 for them? Don't look, you cheat.
Well, I actually don't know. Where is it? Tell me.
Number 1.
Number 1 preference?
Yeah, so it's been banned against them 7 times. They have not banned it at all themselves throughout this stage.
Well, I think that's what Chef Jeff was kind of alluring to, though, is that they've called our bluff, right? So, if you, and I kind of posed this at the start of the stage in terms of the map veto process, is you don't want to be the one to ban Lair, because then you're forcing the other team to use an extra ban, which is going to help your map pull out. Yeah. So for Antic, I think they've just kind of said, we're not going to ban it. If it gets through, whatever. But we want the other teams to ban it. We're more likely to then get the maps that we actually want to play. As we go top floor here for the 9th round. Clash employed by Bailey.
So they're double investing to ops here. That may leave them vulnerable to the Deimos below, which we have already seen from J. Kenner. And ACOG had to vacate this position as a result. So we'll see as to whether or not that is the same game plan here. As you can see, J. Kenner is once again inside of Armory, and the Buck will help to bolster this vertical pressure down below if required onto site more directly. So this combination from Antic really does have the ability to unlock a lot of these potential positions, and we're not seeing investment from Outlast on this first floor to maybe necessarily directly counter this. A couple of angles, though, are opened up, and so Chef needs to be mindful. A couple of goo mines as well, scattered around. 5 death marks, though, now available for this Deimos to get to work.
Can J. Kenner find a way to deal with the clash from down below? Yeah, Deathmark, a bit of a nuisance, but so far not really something you can play off of. Hunter with a peek over towards Mez. Still has the clutch drone available. Relay is actually the one that get the opening kill onto the block of Chef Jeff. Went from himself a little bit of a flank, and he's got 13 kills, only 2 deaths. What a statistical game from Relay so far. Deathmark once again, though, this time onto ACOG. And this is going to be a very difficult round for Antic to unlock from here. He's still got to deal with the clash. Not really able to play off of the Vert all that well. Relay's making his way over towards the mezzanine as well. Bailey's just basically saying, you're not getting through here at all. Going for the shoulder peek. Hunter, though.
He's so
you
sharp.
know these guys are watching this. ACOG has been incredibly sharp so far in this quarterfinal. Outlast on the verge of confirming map point. Provided they can win this round, they will get multiple chances at map point.
JKenna's still unable to find the clash. Pressure from the side, though.
Ooh.
3 versus 3, and they have this default position in our plant off, and this is difficult to deny, but there is double nitro.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Good call, ACOG and Yantai, and they get the kill onto Lunchbox. Only 2 remaining now for Antic. 15 seconds left of the round.
Ooh.
Good shot, though, from Scars onto net. Still
Nitro!
thrown out, and it explodes perfectly. Yantai and ACOG combined. ACOG got his. Yantai's Nitro's perfect. They don't miss the mark. 6-3, 3 map points for Outlast.
Yeah, I really like that attacking pattern from Antic in being able to flush out ops, and they have that plant position, that set play ready to go. I'm a big advocate for that plant position. I remember when the map first came out in my rank stacks, I was always trying to get us to go for that particular plant. Love it or hate it. But as evident in that round, one of its big weaknesses is the threat to the Nitro, and that's why you need somebody on the lurk to successfully sort of back hit the defense simultaneously, and we didn't really have that pressure in this round. Even the vertical down below from JKenna wasn't particularly sufficient in this round. And yeah, with Yantai there with a really, really nice Nitro, lands it absolutely spot on. That position behind the keeper barrier, you're able to get the perfect arc. So lands that absolutely spot on. And the defense rewarded though.
Absolutely. Outlast have looked, well, far and away impressive here on Lair compared to what we saw from them as a team over the last couple of weeks. They started the stage hot, 3 wins in a row. At one point, there were 9 points. They were number 1 in the league.
They were.
And since then, 4 losses in a row saw them dropping all the way down to a quarterfinal spot rather than straight into the semis. The only thing is, though, are we looking at this now as a 3-mapper? Because Clubhouse is going to be very difficult, I imagine, for Outlast against Antic.
Yeah.
Or do you think this spurs them on a little bit and you give Outlast a chance now of being able to 2-0 this? Because I kind of looked at this matchup when we saw the vetoes. I think the guys on the couch were basically saying Antic won it. Had Antic won this map, I would have said 2-0 flat out, but they're playing well, Outlast.
They are playing well, but the thing to really remember is that it's not really a case where we can transpose the results on this map onto the second because they play out so differently. We're going from the newest map in the pool, this massive scale. We're seeing Antic largely run default sort of rank strats into Clubhouse, the longest standing map with a little bit more strategic depth, and you're really going to make it or break it in terms of that synergy and that timing and that execution, etc. So the maps play out so differently. And even this map in itself has been so difficult to read. As you mentioned, right? First 6 rounds, the entire first half, there was not an opening kill conversion. We transition now into the second half with Outlast defending and stacking these rounds. It's been the opposite side of the coin, right? Where we've had, obviously, Antic win the first round off the back of the Lunchbox entry. Then we have Bailey and Relays enter as well and win those rounds. So that dynamic has shifted as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's not over yet. Still 3 opportunities for Antic, but it does feel like Lair has slipped away from them and now well and truly in the grasp of Outlast Gaming. Oh, a little bit of an entry battle here. JKenna, no, not quite. At least not just yet. Quiet game from JKenna. 2-7. Typically not the kind of player that we see have so little impact. It's really been Chef Jeff, Scars and Lunchbox. JKenna and Hunter have really struggled between the two of them.
Oh, what's going on here?
This is an intriguing position. Relays top blue, got one, didn't expect the second. Hunter gets the kill, and they can
It's a good trade.
Get this blue stairs control. JKenna actually gets one on the Claymore.
What? Where was that? Anyway, good trade there. Hunter playing the back line means I have hard breach now in towards a potential B-side execution next to the cabinet. Drone hole.
Was it? Yeah,
potentially.
drone hole.
Okay.
Wow, that's a bit cheeky.
Oh, Hunter might be trapped here. Not inhaling that smoke canister though, but can hold the line for now. He's just out of range and wouldn't have given away a sound cue. He doesn't even know he's still on drone.
As they're well back into this round for Outlast. They've given up a lot of position here to Antic. Only one Nitrocell for Bailey, for Outlast. Flash avoided, no.
Oh.
White temporarily, but nothing to play off of it. Inside Bailey. Ned just waiting patiently for this push from Antic. Gas Babes are out. One more remaining from Ned to continue to delay this push. Right now it's a triple stack. Do they clear Ned properly, though? That's going to be the question. The Nitrocell does hit. Oh, there's a play in the doorway as well. The play going
Bailey,
down from
no.
Hunter. Bailey needed to get that kill. Unsuccessful. No more gas babes. Ned having to get up the gun.
Oh,
and never mind. The gas babe, the last one, does go and get the kill onto Hunter. The plant, though, down. And Ned can stick it. No. Gets off it. Maybe expecting pressure. 2 versus 2. Lunchbox. Oh, a good opportunity. Entire hits a lovely headshot. Too slow to react was the young gunner. Jay Counter in a 1v2. Does find one. 20 seconds remaining. Ned low on health. And he goes clearing, Gus. He goes clearing. Jay Counter's hiding as he always does. And no time really remaining now for Ned. Jay Counter pops up. Watching. 6-4 we go. We're not done on Lair.
Man, we need a replay of like that entire final execute because there were so many mistakes made and Antic were just able to get out on top. That was insane. I mean, most notably, we saw the Bailey swing onto the default plant, didn't deny it. Then we saw the smoke was 1 tick off denying it. Again, got the kill, but the plant was secured. Then, again, in the 2v1, with Jay Kenner having control up above, they mistime it and don't have an opportunity to land that trade. Hunter here sticks it, 14 HP. Able to just get it down. You can see that health bar ticking down. One more tick.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
in time. That's microseconds. We saw another whiff. And then here again, they mistime it. Ned is in no position to contest Jay Kenner, yet Yentire's going onto the kit. Obviously, there's nothing he can do in the 1v1. Jay Kenner played that incredibly well. Good discipline from a player who hasn't got
So
many
who
kills in this
deserved
game.
who deserved to win that round?
I mean, ultimately, I think the attack was rewarded, but fine margins off the back of the smoke denial, right? Insane round. We've had a couple of these weird rounds so far. It's been fun to watch.
Just looking at some of the statistics here. Relays has been absolutely above all. 160 EPS, plus 10 on the KD, plus 2 entry, 80% cost. ACOG not too far behind him in a lot of metrics. It's been rough for Hunter, though, as I mentioned before. He does find a couple of kills in the previous round, but 0-2 on the entry, not helping. 30% cost, lowest inside of the server. And it looks like we will be heading to bunks once again, which was won successfully by Outlast in the 8th round.
Ooh.
It would be a travesty if Outlast allow Antic to send this one to overtime. They really should be closing out Lair. They've been the better team for larger portions of this game. Relay's getting droned out towards main.
Look at decent control over towards ops. There was a bit of early contest from below, but that position has now been vacated. You can see the backline being played here. Top floor, Mayor's display, R6 room, that corner of the map in trying to establish and maintain control up above. We don't see the mirror brought out this time around, though, and we'll see if that perhaps just weakens the defense slightly. Grim
play off
onto
that.
Mazami. That's
Nice
great timing.
box.
That's really nice from Box. Good intuition.
Yep. Really nicely done from Lunchbox. Oh, what a shot from Bailey.
We've seen some really nasty shots in this game.
Oh, we've seen some really good shooting. Oh, the hallway position.
Okay, maybe not that one.
That one,
Tough one, though.
not quite living up to the expectations that have been set. Chance there for Ned once again.
Oh.
Peeks the hallway, loses out the battle, and now the war slowly being lost for Outlast as they are going to give up another map point opportunity. From 6-3, we will now go to 6-5, and I'm starting to panic for them just a little bit. Just an inch. And we've already had these tactical timeouts as well, guys. So we go into this now with no pause in the action, no delay, 6-5. And I tell you what, if Antic send this to overtime, that's going to be very, very tough for Outlast to swallow. A 3 map point advantage would be wiped out. They must win this here.
Yeah, losing tertiary, not the absolute end of the world, though, and so we will see second floor now unlock. Split chance for Antic on the cards here. They won it out in that 7th round. Chef Jeff able to get the plant down in that particular occasion, but then the result flipped back on round 9. Outlast defensively were able to win it back and unlock that particular site. ACOG found a 3K.
That was when they brought the Clash, and the Clash worked really well.
Yeah, and the Draconic clear down below was ineffective. The Buck didn't get a whole lot done either. It looks like they're going to recommit to it, though, so I don't think that Antic's strat book here on Lair is particularly deep, and if it is, they're not playing into it.
Don't bring the Kaid this time around, though, at last. They go instead with the Malusi, but keep the rest intact. And yeah, not much of a change-up when it comes to Antic. I think from their perspective, I wonder if they're just saying, we're going to try and deal with the Clash from the Vert. We brought the Deimos, we got the Buck, can we play the Vert and deal with the Clash that way?
I suppose from their perspective, the previous attempt was not so much the composition was weak, it was just execution based. I would largely agree with that. And we're not actually seeing Outlast at any point, even with hatches open, send somebody down to contest this. Now that could be the ace up the sleeve here for Outlast on this round. They might actually try and catch off JKenner and Chef down below by sending somebody. But it needs to be a pretty calculated risk, and they're kind of going in blind as the defense. So we'll see if that's something they're willing to do, assuming JKenner and Chef are actually able to get something done. If, again, they're pretty unsuccessful, then there's really no point in the defense contesting it.
Well, a big opportunity for Antic. Down 6-3. Intriguingly, neither of these two teams have actually been able to win 3 rounds in a row so far in this match. Antic would have to be the first one to do that. And time with the opening kill onto Lunchbox will make things even more difficult. No more bees, no Kawan Hive launcher. And so far, the second half has all been really about these opening kills. They've been converted far more comfortably. Talk about a selection of choice there with the death marks available for Jake Kenner. He will choose the Azami and ACOG over towards Mez. I feel like almost Antic playing too much into this Vert game, though, and wasting quite a lot of time already on a site that's so difficult to take. It just feels like the Vert isn't really having much impact, and they certainly can't get close up upstairs because of this clash. They try and maybe just tag team this together, but it ends up as a team kill. Hunter can't survive by either the hands of the enemies or his own teammates. Relays will find the two. They play the clash perfectly. Antic had no idea, again, how to deal with the clash on this site, as Outlast will get the opening map of this quarterfinal. 1-0 up, and a tremendous start for them, for a team that started the stage so well. Sure, floundered a little bit towards the end of it, but what a way to kickstart their playoff campaign.
Yeah, I think they're deserved winners on that map. Obviously, that really tight basement attack that was successful in the end for Antic back in round 10 just prolonged things a little while longer, but they committed to that clash play up top floor. The Vert down below didn't quite work out. Outlast willing to aggress a little bit further around that time. But I tell you what, that was a really chaotic first map, Jakey, and I think sets a precedent of an exciting series.
It certainly does. We'll throw it over to my 3 favorite individuals. That's right, I'm including Marshmata, Rob, and Vinny.
Thanks, Jakey. Beautiful, man. Beautiful game, Vinny. I think that this one, for me, shows that Outlast have some teeth, but obviously, do we mention the Chef, Jeff? Like, what do you call it? It's not a whiteboard, a perspex glass? I don't know what the hell he's using.
Yeah, he said before the game that they don't scrim this map and they're just going to be running around a bit, and he has a full pink setup, which was unnecessary, but worth noting, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. They definitely understand the map, or understood the map, sorry. They did lose, but Antic had a pretty good understanding of their attacks. We saw they've had a very obvious plan of taking vertical control for most of those rounds, really opting into that Buck and Deimos to try and get some picks above. But yeah, if that is true, what Chef said, they don't scrim this map very often. It did make it a little bit harder. Obviously, those defenses, they were sort of getting run over a little bit.
Yep.
And yeah, Relays had an amazing game, ended up with 16 kills, did a great job.
Tell you what, sometimes I feel vindicated on the desk. Today I do. Both of their attacks were actually pretty solid. It's not like we saw what we've seen from some of OS so far this stage, where it feels like they're floundering and they're lost. They look like a very strong idea of what both teams wanted to do. And, you know, props to Outlast, by the way. Just 4-2 first half on the attack, coming into a best-of-3 series against the team that finished second in the league last stage. That's an absolute statement to make. A couple of individuals with some highlight performances. I mean, realize that's just absolutely absurd. What's that, 16 kills, I think, by the end? You're going up against, again, one of the best teams in the region, probably the best team in the quarterfinals, right? Antic would have to be.
Well, on paper, yeah, but again, like every team has their moments.
Yeah.
That game looked like definitely the better for Outlast. I think Relays was 10-1 at one stage.
Yep.
Had a fantastic game. Definitely carried them a little bit on that attacking half as well. But yeah, not a bad Lair, as you said. Some pretty good attacks. I think those attacks looked a lot better than some of the OCE's attacks on Nighthaven.
Sometimes.
Don't want to mention that anymore, but
No.
But yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of Lair, but it was a pretty good showing from both teams, I think.
Yeah, look, at the very least for me, it kind of sets a tone, I guess, for the rest of the playoffs maybe, that Lair is something that these teams are preparing for. I genuinely, in OS, it's really hard to know what teams are actually preparing for Lair. Outside of like Chiefs and GG, I just didn't expect any other team to really be able to pick that up in a 9-map pool. Like, a brand new map in the series, it always feels difficult to know, especially when you're coming to a region that's just underdeveloped. Is that the right? Like, it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, unfortunately underdeveloped, but it was more like we were developing and then we sort of went back a little bit.
And then we went 1 step forward, 7 steps back.
Fair way back. But yeah, it is true. I think also when you're playing in a BO1 sort of group stage, it can be... You can fall into the trap of only preparing a few maps because you know that with the bans and playing best of ones, you can probably get your map choice or one of probably 3 or 4 if you need it. But once you get to the best of 3s, you have to be able to play all of the maps realistically. And again, if what Chef said was true and they don't scrim this map and they were trying to bluff Outlast, it definitely did not work. Outlast were able to call the bluff and put on a pretty good performance.
Now, in terms of opening kills, we saw 6 apiece on either side. However, don't know if you want to put any salt into this, but Outlast only converted 2 of them.
Yeah, I think in general across the whole stage, that was sort of their...
MO?
Yeah, their MO. Yeah, they definitely were able to get opening picks but weren't able to convert. We saw, especially towards the end of the stage, just really struggling to convert rounds, especially on their attack. So not super surprising, obviously. I think we saw Relays clutch up 2 separate rounds. So
yep.
Definitely came a bit down to a bit more of individual performance. I think in the end, they did understand the map a little bit better. And yeah, it just showed for the first map.
Yeah, little rough note to end on. I'm just going to call it out as I see it. Hunter and Scars just not performing on Lair. I mean... That's a pretty critical... Those are your 2 best players coming into the playoffs. We expected to see a little more out of them, but unfortunately they can't get it done on Lair. So we go to Clubhouse to see whether Antic have any teeth in this playoff series.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
So the first quarterfinal underway for the Oceania League as Outlast will take Lair. We now head to Clubhouse, and we've also got a special guest from the couch. No, it's not Marsh Marta.
No.
They're a little shy. It's Rob J. Monday.
Yeah, Marsh Marta's not happy anymore. We hear a bit of banter on the desk. We actually have to mute him sometimes because there is a fair bit of abuse.
Oh.
There's a fair bit of, you don't see it because it's really hard to define, but there is a lot of abuse that we cop from Marsh Marta on the desk.
I didn't know this.
Some of it's warranted because, like,
Absolutely.
obviously, a host like myself, it is somewhat warranted.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe production's even got your drink as well.
Beautiful stuff. As we head into this game, Rob, of course, Guz, typically the man of the colour.
Yeah, let me do it for you.
Now, I want your beautiful colour analysis to akin of like a colouring book where you just... The outline is there for you.
Yeah.
Just colour it in.
Okay, I'll colour it in for you. So, Clubhouse,
Yep.
right? I don't know what either of these teams are like on Clubhouse. Let's talk through the bans, though. The Deimos ban, right?
Yeah.
If I'm someone like Outlast, I actually want to lean into that because Outlast is going to catch Antic off with the little... I'm not going to call them rat plays necessarily, but I want to see a little bit out of Outlast. I want to see them get in their face nice and early. That's going to allow them to do it, alleviate a little bit of pressure. It does leave a shield on the board, which I don't like on Clubhouse. I don't like it. Leaves 2 with the Capitao ban as well. Vigil, is that a target ban for Jay Kenner? It might actually be.
I think both are, Rob. I think the Deimos
I think it has to be.
The Deimos is definitely a target ban to Jay Kenner. Now, as we head into Clubhouse, I think, me and Guz were kind of talking a little bit before about the fact that between Lair and Club, they play quite differently.
Yep.
The expectation then is for Antic to respond. I look at this now as a 3-mapper. I know that you guys on the couch were very much in favor of Antic winning the
100%.
series outright, and that was my belief. Credit to Outlast, though. I mean, they've been on that decline. 4 games lost in a row coming into this. They get Lair. Apparently, they called Chef Jeff's bluff, and it's worked wonderfully. They win the opening map. Can they bring that momentum now into a first half where they're on defense Club?
Well, this is the best place to do it, right? Like, there's not many maps where you're going to, like you would with Clubhouse, have such a defender-sided map. But for me, that goes out the window when you look at things like the shield operators and what Antic will bring. If I don't see a shield from Antic, I'll be really surprised. They really need to be, like, for me, they have to be leaning into this early meta. We saw it with the clash in the last round of Lair. It's just it's so critical to so many takes nowadays. Like, obviously, clash defense side, but you just see how much can now start to, I guess, transition into the conversation of the new meta. Sorry, I'm dropping my pen everywhere. But I'm excited for this one because
I'm excited too, Rob, because
like,
you're on the.
Oh, it's exciting. I haven't done this for a while, so I'm a little bit rusty. And again, like, I don't mind the little spawn peaks, but you know, now it keeps Antic on the front foot. It keeps them on their toes, mate.
You're doing some wonderful colouring in right now. I need another book for you to colour in on the side.
That's the only colouring I do nowadays, mate. That's the only colouring I do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very intrigued to see how Antic are going to respond in this opening half. They should feel far more comfortably on this particular map. I think Guz actually alluded to the fact that you've got one map that's, you know, brand new. They haven't scrimmed it. They haven't played it clearly. They were just running around, ranked kind of meta, whereas Clubhouse, it's methodical. It's structured. You know exactly what you're going to get. You've played it over and over and over again as we see the Maverick working over towards the CCTV wall. It is, of course, Cash and CCTV to begin. So an intriguing site choice here by Outlast. They don't go basement. Heck, they don't even go gym bedroom, Rob. They go to the tertiary site to begin. We'll see if it works out. They bring the Echo as well. Not always one that we typically see here on this particular site. ACOG over towards Rafters and Relo's playing Lounge down below. So they do get the wall opened up, yeah, pretty comfortably for the most part. And we'll see what Antic can do from here now. I imagine they're going to want to try and deal with Relays over towards this Lounge position.
I'm interested to see how this double garage hold works out. Sorry. I mean, Yentai has been pretty sharp this entire league. If they can kind of manipulate that with ACOG, I think they're going to have a little bit of a rough time here, Antic. And you look at the timing, you start to think, okay, where's the focus going to be? Because they're no longer in the building. They're not face-checking anything toward garage. But this might be big. That opening engagement was about to be massive for Chef Jeff. Granted, a little bit of luck, if you will.
That's
cheeky.
Yeah, that's a ballsy nitrocell that doesn't work out. Now, we've still got a minute remaining, but Antic certainly know the fact that you got that Roma down below. They haven't put any work in towards Garage, so ACOG still holds over towards Rafters, so it's a con-side hit now, Rob. So they're going to have to make their way and open this wall up. You've got Lunchbox still on the grim. You can get that Kwan Hive launcher. Can't get some pressure. That's an aggressive swing through the doorway. Now, Hunter technically did get the opening kill at the exact same time, but we are still in even numbers, 4v4.
The Yentai going down, so it alleviates a little bit of pressure over towards Garage, but there's no attention whatsoever from Antic here. Conside stacking up a little bit. Relays, does he go for a run out? He knows that he's got the opportunity to just play that Thorn in the side. That's a free shot. This is what happens. You leave it open, they swing twice. Ned nearly gets a double. Hunter, though, he's lucky. Lucky for now.
Good shot, Hunter, onto Ned, and knowing that he had to track back towards site. Not a lot of time remaining. Continues to push further, but loses his life to the player top red. Relays, too good. ACOG as well. The same two that popped off on Lair, popping off to begin on Clubhouse, and it's a really solid start considering tertiary site.
It's from my perspective, again, I'm not a color commentator. I'm not an analyst anymore.
Not a caster anymore.
I'm not a caster anymore. But I look to the garage take, and I see two players in there that are just uncontested the entire round. Meaning, when we get down to the wire here, there's absolutely no pressure coming out from Kennels. There's no pressure in garage. Those players can play freely, and it just it cuts off that direct line of sight into Cash. Tech pause, unfortunately.
Welcome to the tech pause era, Rob.
Yeah.
Usually you can just sit there back, you're just on the laptop, you're just chilling, you're watching.
I'm relaxing over there.
But you don't have to waffle on through these tech pauses.
No, we don't.
Now, this is a tech pause on the side of Outlast, unfortunately. I actually don't imagine they would really want this right now, because I think from Outlast's perspective, it's like, we've got this momentum, we played really well on Lair, we want to try and take that into Clubhouse. Talk about the balls on them as well. Cash and CCTV, first up, they win that as well. Now they can go basement into gym bedroom, look for that 3-0 start. Can they find it? We'll see. If they do, then something pressure on Antic. But for Antic, they do get a bit of a respite now here as well in this tech pause. A lovely opening round for Outlast. If you're Antic, though, you've probably got to question your method of attack. You don't put any pressure into Garage.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough from there. You've got really no proper clear over towards Lounge. You haven't got any pressure red stairs. It's essentially a con-side push, and that's it.
Yeah. Nothing. You don't have any. There's no other option.
You don't even have like balcony control looking into like CC window, cutting off the Rafters player or anything like that. There's no nitrocells. So at the end of the day, I think from Antic's perspective, it is only the one round, but the site that
Yeah, it worries me a little bit, Jake, because we've been talking about it a lot on the desk. The attacks in OS at the moment, they just don't. It doesn't feel like they have the same structure to them. It's been I will say, as a bystander, it's been a little disappointing to see, I guess, the progression, or rather regression, to where the attacks now sit. Because back in the day, we used to see, like, if you were not pinpoint perfect on your attacks, you'd get absolutely walked all over. Nowadays, it's completely changing. Mr. Michael Gascari is rejoining us here. But Jake, I don't know if we give him the mic back.
No, I honestly, I think you're doing a tremendous job.
I don't think we bothered.
Doing some lovely colouring in.
From an SLI caster, I tell you what, that means a lot coming from the SLI Grand Finalist caster. But I will say, one thing me and Vinny were talking about on the desk.
Yep.
And before I leave, because I'll give it back to Guz, an actual professional colour
I don't know,
commentator.
maybe I should just go and have my lunch or something.
I think maybe you should. I mean, is your dinner over there?
Yeah, probably.
Well, it's up to you.
But
Do you want to go grab a bite?
I was thinking to be professional and actually just commentate. That's my job.
No.
Unlike my co-caster who's like, no, forget the map.
Look, he's walking off again. He's trying to get as far away from the situation. But again, reverting back to the serious comment, we need to see more out of the attacks. And for Antic, on a map like Clubhouse, this is your map pick. We know that it's mini-game heavy. You need to see more pressure. And that was like a minute 20 before they were in the building really applying pressure to anyone outside of the Roman, Jake, which that just in itself causes concerns.
Well, I pose the question then, is Antic the kind of team that's a little bit over-reliant on sort of their lurk game through players like Jake Kenner and Scars? Like, is that just the best way that they win rounds?
I don't want to say yes, but I would say that from everything we've seen from Antic, I don't want to say yes, but yes.
The top teams in this region, at least, the likes of Gaming Gladiators and Chiefs, they've got the ability to unlock sight without having to win off of lurks, to win off of roams. They've got the ability to execute as a team. Now, the blitz in towards Secret here from Antic. Good position. Now, that doesn't necessarily, again, mean that they're just going to rush this. I don't see anyone towards Dirt right now, so I think right now for Box, it'll just be sit tight, eventually try and make your way in towards Blue, open up the hatch in towards Stock, put pressure into that generated position. So decent right now from Antic, simply because of the fact that Outlast aren't playing up above. No roam game. You've got relays towards main stairs, and that's it. So you're allowing Antic to get into these good positions.
Yep.
That's a concern for me. But it does also mean that from that roam game, lurk game conversation I was talking about, you're not offering that to them. So you're taking away one of their strengths.
Which is good. At least it constricts them to the site. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of Lunchbox being on the Blitz. No.
You took a while there to get the second part out.
I'm a fan of Lunchbox, but maybe I feel like he's still yet to be unlocked in the OC League. It's a lot of pressure to jump in on your very first debut stage and have to compete at this level. For me, I want to see him on a gun. I want to see someone like Hunter or Chef Jeff take that shield and get into positions where you can enable a Lunchbox, where you can enable a Jay Kenner. We've seen what they're like. They're incredibly sharp. But as we start to once again look at the time, how many of these hatches have we opened? How much pressure do you have on site? The answer looks like, Jake, none. It's taken way too long to realize there's no roam.
Admittedly, you can get these opened up pretty late and still make them quite effective. And I think what's going to end up being the big linchpin for Antic in this round is going to be through Blue with that blitz. That's going to be one of their big win cons. And so I would be shocked if we don't see eventually someone rotate towards Dirt. That Dirt side, Blue side pinch is really strong in towards the back of Arsenal, when then others can then hit a moto drop or through main stairs, for example. 60 seconds left. And clearly, because of the fact that Outlast didn't really contest up above, Antic are slowly, yes, but surely now getting to work with getting at least a lot of avenues for the attack in this round. I don't want to say must win, but this ends up being a rather big round. You're already down a map, it's basement. You've got to try and steal one early here, and there's that blitz.
Got to keep it close. That's the big thing here. You've got to contest. There's no pressure from Dirt, and there's no pressure from Blue at the moment. I think Lunchbox just ran away from that after they threw the early smoke. Ned gets the opening engagement as well. With 30 seconds left, there's just not enough pressure. Are they just going to drop here and send it?
Yeah, Kitchen, Moto, Scars is also in there as well. Hunter just dropping, trying to get the diffuser down. Now, they've lost Relays and Ned. Couple down. The trades come back through Bailey onto Lunchbox. The plan is actually successful. Intriguing. It's over towards default. No one to deny that. And you still have the Nitrocell from ACOG. Up close, though. Yentai with the Vector very strong against Hunter, but a player up above in Kitchen that you have to deal with. Towards main stairs we go. ACOG very slowly but surely making his way over. 30 seconds left. Scars actually towards Blue, so it's a one player in Kitchen at the moment. Chef Jeff waiting and ready for the fact that he's getting pushed. The skeleton clear up close is so strong. There's Scars with the rotate from Blue, and Antic will take basement.
Reapplying pressure to Blue there. Absolutely pivotal. Absolutely pivotal. I thought we started to see Lunchbox rotate away. I think he rotated up to the hatch. If you leave Blue open there are way too many options to try and deny that drop from Kitchen. One thing that I want to start looking at, especially for Antic, when we go back to replays here, I really want to keep an eye on the drone usage and how many of these drones are getting denied early
This is some
round.
Xenox replays.
Oh, the OGs. The OGs. So for me, I look at like the drone economy and I ask myself, at a minute, 20, minute 30, there was only 2 drones left on the board. And for me, it takes Antic a little too long to get in the building, a little too long to know that there's no roamers. You don't have the vigil on the board. It's not easy to run around on Clubhouse. It's a constrictive map. You've only got 2 ways up and down.
Yeah.
So realistically, you need to try and find these pre-placed drones as early as possible. Deny that so you're in the building a little earlier. Granted, I'm picking on them and they won the round. I'm picking on them and they won the round.
Well, I'll pick on Outlast then just a little bit, and I think it's just coming down to the fact, how do you allow the default plan to go down? ACOG Alive still has a Nitro Cell, so you need to get yourself into position, throw that over. You've also got to make sure, you have to understand your win con. Deny a plant, you probably win the round. The other thing is then in the post plant, when that plant is successful, you don't want to split 1-1 like that, because then suddenly it's down to the fact that if I don't beat Chef Jeff, we're going to lose the round. Just double push up main stairs, swing together, get the kill. Now, at that point, then it becomes a 2v1. You can actually then leave one up above if there's like, say, look, you don't know where Scars is at that point. You don't really have the information. He could be looking to retake kitchen. Then the other one drops the hatch straight on it. Off you go. So, look. Either way, 1-1. Outlast would be disappointed. They do lose basement, but they win tertiaries. Somewhat signs, if you think back to Lair, where the opening couple of rounds was like, oh, Outlast were playing bad, but they win. And then Antic were playing bad, but then they win. That's kind of been the nature of this series. It's going to be about who can make the less mistakes.
Who can make the less mistakes, Michael?
Yeah.
I don't know what your thoughts are about that, but I'll take you back in soon.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Real
Jay,
professional
Monday.
work over here.
I'll tell you what, at some point we'll get you back on the cast tonight. I thought you did a tremendous job, and honestly, one of the best casters in the business, even after retirement from the bald head himself, as we get the guzzler back in.
Have I lost it?
No, you're still good, mate.
Okay.
Your colouring in is just a little bit better. you don't quite go out the lines. You keep it in.
It didn't sound too bad from the sidelines. I was watching
It did well.
watching the Phenomenal Ops team, the combo of Sky and Nutter. They were doing some good stuff.
They were. Well, it's been an intriguing start to Clubhouse, somewhat similar to Lair with the way things have kind of gone out so far. Guys, as we now head to Gym Bedroom, we started on Cash and CCTV, again, for those maybe only just tuning in, and Outlast ended up winning the tertiary side, but then losing basement. Church Arsenal not going their way. Got a little position here from Relays over towards Garage, trying to see if he can catch someone. And honestly, if he has not been droned out, I would say he could be good for one. Eventually, Antic will want to send someone towards the balcony, especially outside gym window. Just a matter of time, and patience just has to be there for Relays because he has been opened up. Bailey inside the gym. Nitro Cell's good. Chef Jeff will go for a dip in the jacuzzi.
No, it's got its cover on it.
It does have the cover on, though, unfortunately. Ned will get a second kill. Lovely positioning over towards top main from Hunter, but is the damage already done? Default shot out. Takes a little zap of this mirror window position, a bathroom. ACOG ended up finding a kill onto Jay Kenner. Over towards Gold. Hunter
line up.
Does get one. Almost line up there, but in fact it was good from Relays. He doesn't quite line up. He ends up getting the winning kill. And Outlast will respond on the top side of Gym Bedroom.
Well, Rob's off for a smoke out, so see you later, mate.
Just the cheeky little dart with Marshmarter. Are you going to leave Marshmarter on the couch over there? They've both gone off, the two desk mates.
Working hard. Or hardly working.
Hardly working.
I'd love to be able to break down that round for you, Jake, but I did jump in about halfway through, so I have not much of a clue as to
I
what
would say
happened.
you got in actually at the time when it was still 5-5, so I would hope you could break down some of it, but admittedly, there's not too much to break down. I mean, it's just a Nitro Cell through breach, an angry Chef Jeff.
Who's he calling the C4 to, mate? It's in your face. You got to shoot it. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, Outlast just taking some gunfights, pretty proactive on the defense there on Gym Bedroom, and they win it out 2-1. Typically, through 3 rounds of defense club, you would probably say 90% of the time the scoreboard looks like this, but they didn't win Church Arsenal, so we go back there.
Is Bailey there? Hello? Bailey?
5 seconds to go.
Well, he could just be AFK.
Oh, he's checking defaults. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Attackers must locate and
I mean, to be fair, there's not much that he really can do right now on the 2 brow. It's not like he's got prep util.
Oh, I was just hoping he hadn't treadmilled or something.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, he wasn't treadmilling, he was standing still.
Wow. Okay.
If you think about it, I mean, treadmilling is kind of just standing still, but you're moving.
Sometimes pros fake, and other times they do not.
And sometimes they get opening kills. Jay Kennett will get rid of Ned. That's a very early opening kill for Antic. Will there be another one over towards main? Relays, here's him outside.
Relays loves playing this aggro position mainstairs. The amount of times we see him here is insane.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no, he's got a
He's already made sound cue. Oh, right side, what are you doing? Okay, does get the kill. My goodness.
That scared me.
I had a heart attack. I'm like, why are you checking left? You know where the bullets are coming from.
Oh, he's going to re-aggressive the strip. This guy's a madman.
Maybe he thought it was like a double push from strip. Like, either way, 4-4. That's some way to get a response after losing Ned early in this round.
The thing is, he can actually force an attacker to commit on this cutoff now. He doesn't need to peek into this. He can just chill there. And Antic either, again, need to post someone up, cut it off, or send a second player to help pinch. So this is actually a pretty good position. They are going to go for said pinch, though.
This is where if you're playing the Scope Pulse, you could just transfer back to site.
Yeah.
I can't remember who was playing it, but they did play Scope Pulse and in this area. 90 seconds. Oh, there was a player outside the window, but he didn't full check it. Relays would be kicking himself. He gave it one of those old half checks.
I think you got to respect that cutoff a little bit more. A good team.
And especially when it was well known that he was being hunted down. They knew where he was around strip. Like, at that point, it's far too early in the round to think that they're just not going to look to cut you off.
Yeah, you can half check that when there's 15 seconds to go and you are pretty certain that it's been vacated, but not a minute 15 or a minute 30.
So with a minute remaining, 3 players each remaining inside of the server. 1 Nitrocell for Bailey. And 3 Zoto canisters still remaining. I don't know where they're going to be super impactful. Can just throw them on the floor and look to delay any kind of push. Could even put them at the bottom of this hatch if you try to go for the plant off the drop.
Whoa!
Oh, Lunchbox has found a beautiful angle.
You don't get many free kills in that position.
No, you don't. And they will go off of that as well. Candela to follow in towards blue. There is that Nitrocell kill though from Bailey onto Hunter. Diffuser in the hands of Scars. Inside of Arsenal right now. Bailey in the hallway. He's got 2 players swinging him. Oh, he almost got them both. Got just the one. Lunchbox sticking the plant inside of Arsenal. ACOG has the yellow ping information. Thought maybe he'd get off it, and he did. No. He gets off of the plant. Oh, but he wins the battle, Lunchbox. Big win for Antic.
Wow. How has he won that?
He probably shouldn't have won that, to be honest.
Well, he got scared off the plant. I don't know entirely how long was left. It looked like
not long.
Half a second, maybe?
It was at the point where you just commit it. It's like probably half a second, as he said. And yeah, wow.
And it didn't honestly look like he had first shot in that engagement either. So against an ACOG, he's looked very sharp.
It might have also, though, been, in the end, just enough to throw ACOG off, thinking, is this plant actually going down or not?
Bailey did well to get one here, by the way. Good
Almost got the second.
Yeah.
And yeah, was not much time. Oh, he just pops up. Oh, there's the caster camps. Yeah, we love the excitement. Yeah, we have fun here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We do have fun here.
Well, there is the Scopos picked out by Relays. So that is now 2 attacking round wins on basement from Antic, which is quite concerning if you're Outlast. You can't really be giving up more rounds, but that is, I mean, fundamentally quite poor that you can't win the basement side on Clubhouse as defense twice. Once I can forgive, twice not. No.
What does he get the kill? Opportunity.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, he had to hold it for a bit longer, and I think he would have got it. Or potentially got it. There was just that pause.
It just feels like the tiny little things are going away from Outlast, right? You think about the half check on the comeback from Strip in the last round, even here holding out for the opening kill. Just these tiny little things slowly going the way of Antic in this map.
So Ace Jacuzzi and Maverick from main breach.
Oh, head.
Oh!
Bailey, good shot.
Well, that 50-50 goes the way of Bailey.
I thought it was going to go the other way, to be honest.
Yeah, same.
I thought he was dead.
That was a good read.
Could this Nitrocell go through? Previous lineup, Bailey, throw, and good? No. Hunter was able to just scram out of there. This is an aggressive hold, though. Relays in gym. Has he been droned? I don't... Now he has. Oh, that's an intriguing use of the impact.
And we're going to see this Scopos trick where can't actually shoot
Yeah.
that particular position. You can't vault over it because of the wall behind it.
Can break the camera.
Yeah. We're not going to see any explosives.
Do you ever risk the transfer back later in the round?
It's certainly something you've got to be mindful of. I mean, the attack doesn't have like a frag grenade or a J. Kenner lifeline, for instance, to impact it. So I think you can flame it, though. Though we're not going to see that. Although I've never tested that. I'm assuming you can flame it with the blowtorch.
I'm honestly thinking like 20 seconds left in the round at that point when they're hitting a site. Do you go for a transfer and eventually then just, fall back in behind? You don't really need like a double stack top red, for example. I'd rather a flanking Scopos.
Yeah, I'll be keeping a keen eye on his card to see if he does go for it.
Especially when you're up 5 versus 4. You've got the numbers. You could certainly go for it. Entai in position, top red. Nitrocell, well, gets thrown with, well, not a lot of information, but does do a lot of damage. Scars inside a con, just hoping someone will peek. And honestly, it feels like that's been the attacking foray in this round for Antic, just hoping that Outlast will give them something. And there is a peek from behind the bomb chassis. Candelas go out. The push coming in as well from Antic. ACOG will get the kill onto Hunter. Pistol to finish it off from Scars. Looking to confirm the rest of top red. Going for the revival lunchbox. This is super ballsy. He is the only one that is left remaining, though. Outlast had the numbers. And they will take this site once again. So it's an inverse. They're able to win the tertiary, but they can't win the primary.
Yeah, the res there was an act of desperation. Unfortunately, the round was all but over there at that point in time. A rather one-dimensional hit in the end there from Antic. They had to have full trust in the flashes. They all had to land perfectly and then followed up by kills, and that wasn't really the case there. They did deal with the Scopos, and then that meant that the flank threat was no longer an option. However, the rest of the backline played it really well. If it was like top red and even CCTV, I don't think there was breach pressure, which really did compromise that attack. But really, from here on out for Antic, any round attack win is a bit of a bonus. But unfortunately, Basement up next, it might be tough.
So, I mean, I'm going a little early here in some ways because I want to talk about this before the series is over. But who do you think would actually be the best challenger for Chiefs? You've got Outlast as one, where I think the fragging power of the likes of ACOG and Bailey and Relays, like they're clearly talented individuals and they can get frags and they can win duels and roams. But then Antic, they kind of look more like a traditional team. I'd say like a Chiefs light to a degree, but I feel like that would match up well against then someone like the Chiefs, who really should be able to do everything fundamentally better than what Antic put out. So the question is, would an Outlast, say, maybe have a slightly higher chance of upsetting a Chiefs?
In a BO3 or in Clubhouse?
Oh, I'm talking just, in the semi-final, if whoever was to win this series.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, given how Chiefs are playing with Jigsaw, only won best of 3 against GG, but they pushed them.
I mean, I'm not saying either of them
press.
would win. I'm just saying who would maybe have the more likelihood to cause an upset.
Of these two?
Yeah.
I don't know. Veto dependent. I think Outlast maybe.
I feel like the ceiling of Relays and ACOG feels the highest.
Ooh.
Speaking of, Nitrozol to open up against J. Kenner, and that's your hard breach, or you've only got, tin can openers. In fact, only 2 remaining, with Chef Jeff and Hunter both having 1. Since when can you angle?
Oh, has he nitroed him all the way outside? Wow. I mean, that's the power of the new lineup. I don't know if we actually have any replay of that. Potentially not.
I don't know what he means in terms of the angled it.
Well, typically the nitros have to be thrown almost horizontally or parallel to the bars, whereas he's found a way to do it at an off angle.
That's just previous shenanigans, though.
I don't think I've ever seen a nitro that deep, though, from that position, ever. It's pretty crazy.
Can they close off the round with this opening kill? So far, it's been a little bit better in that department when it comes to this map compared to Lair, outside of the opening 2 rounds.
I mean,
Jake
really
Kenner's had
backs
a
them into
rough one.
corner.
1 and 6 for Jake.
And map 1 wasn't great for him either, from memory.
Back on map 1, 5-8. Got the Montang as well, but you're now down a player. So really, you've only got 3 players that have got gun in hand with a minute remaining. You still haven't cleared out positions like bot main, the castle barricade, the Vulcan canister. The Montang wants to push dirt, but who's playing off it? You can't. It's a lot harder to double stack a Montang in dirt now when you've got less players available. Candela's in towards blue, ends up being a pretty big win con, but you've also got the Warden and Bailey. Glasses can go active, so that Candela going into Arsenal won't be as effective. One gas bay remaining for Ned. It seems like they want to get going here, and Scars will get the opening kill. Relays, good pick. He's been a great player in this series so far. Down the hallway with the Montang, pulled the pistol out temporarily. Bailey, though, gets rid of Scars. Box answers back. Vulcan canister will burn out Lunchbox, and the plant to go down from Hunter. Got to deny this plant. Chef Jeff up in kitchen. The plant does get denied, so in a 1v2, though, Chef Jeff does have to drop. With 15 seconds remaining, he's hoping to maybe find a freebie. He almost got one on the run back from Yentire. And knows there's one inside of dirt. 8 seconds left, pulls out the Skeleton Key, but they push together. Nicely done for Outlast, and they finally win basement at the end of the half. We are at 4-2. Outlast are only 3 rounds away from 2-0ing Antic.
Yeah, really strong defensive hold there to cap the half. Outlast. Great nitro off the rip from ACOG, and then they were able to play into that man advantage. Eventual hatch drop did come through. Hunter, though, taken down, was forced off the plant. Chef from that angle above on the hatching kitchen can't watch every point of denial. And so that was probably the right play, just unfortunate to lose out that fight. Really good pressure from the defense. It was well synced. And then not over-peaking and feeding really much at all there to Chef. With the final remaining defenders.
This is going to be the hard part now, though. Attacking club, Antic on defense. This is where I think of Antic, I think of this being their strength. Like defense club. As I said, kind of they remind me of like a Chiefs light. We'll see if it works out. I'm also curious to see how aggressive they get on the defense. Like you got Jay Kenner on the solos, but he hasn't been playing well this series. Is the confidence still there? Can he be aggressive? Will he back himself in to win these duels, play the roam game? Lunchbox on the Azami. How aggressive will this defense be for Antic? Do they just play 5 down below? It's been a pretty solid game from Ned. 9-4 here on Clubhouse. Think back to Lair. He was 8-7, so he's been able to keep the same pace, if not go a little bit higher. And one of the better games, Bailey, well and truly out of that slump from last week now, and 6-3 in this game. ACOG playing well. I think there's more that you can get from Relays. Super talented team. Certainly one for the future, but right now looking to make their time now. Can they make a semi-final? They are just 3 rounds away, but it's 3 attacking rounds on club. It's not an easy feat. Hunter. Does he go for the full wide swing? Had he done so, he would have been rewarded. He would have got a free kill. Scars gets it anyway onto Yentire. Just caught napping outside of main stairs. And in the end, Antic will find the opening kill. It was going to be either Hunter or it was going to be Scars, one or the other, and in the end it was Scars.
Yeah, basement, a really pivotal site here on club. I'm looking at the O stats for the stage. It's exactly a 50-50 split between attack and defense heading into the night.
That's appalling.
You know what's even... I'll bring it up when the site comes up, but there's an even crazier statistic on this map. We'll talk about it later. Good start, though, for Antic. Can't complain about that. They can fall back now with a lot of denial utility as well. Double nitro, gas babes, keeper barriers. This is going to be really, really tough for Outlast to break down. And there we see the rotation fully back to site. So to bunk it down for the next minute and a bit. A couple of tools still available, though, to the attack, to be fair. They have some hard breach. They also have the ability for Buck to open up Vert, but the nature of this side and the setup that's been brought, there's just so many positions that can't really be cleared outside of a hatch drop or some kind of, you know, blue/dirt hit. And they don't really have the manpower or a shield, for instance, to help back that up.
Yeah, just trying to go through that checklist. You can see opening up the ability to push down bot main, swing in towards Arsenal with the Buck Skeleton Key opening up a lot of these floorboards. But Antic are well set. They've got the extra number. They can hold every single avenue of attack from Outlast. I mean, it's just one of those rounds now where you're just going to have to get, honestly, a little lucky. Hit some really good shots, time these shots perfectly. Hope maybe someone peeks out here, but no one offering a whole lot. 25 seconds. Unfortunately for Outlast, looking like this round's just going to be null and void. probably ends up almost being uncontested. There's 15 seconds left, guys. Like, you've got no time now to mess around. And it's looking like it'll be a triple stack in towards blue. Flash goes out. Can they clear anything? Ned does get a kill on the entry drop. Gasbabe goes out. They will start to all
What are they doing?
inside of blue. They're blocked off, keep a barrier in the doorway, and they don't want to waste any time because, again, there was no time. So that's exactly why they were doing what they were doing.
He didn't have any skeleton key ammo. That's really unfortunate. All it takes is one buckshot there to open up the wall and at least create some space dummies, and he didn't have the ammo. Obviously, that's not the only reason why that round kind of went a bit wayward there for the attack, but certainly did not help. I feel like we've seen that mirror window positioned at least 6 times during this cast.
This is actually top-notch quality production right there. It's a very inside joke.
Should you explain it a little bit?
How many years ago was it now when we did the...
I think about 3.
It's been at least 3-4 years now back when we did one of the gauntlets here locally in Oceania, and one of the games I got on the replay sticks. I had some fun, and there was quite a few rounds where the replays were literally just people reinforcing walls.
Oh, boy.
That was fun. Replays
Look, to be
is a
fair,
fun
that
job.
wasn't really a highlight round for the attack, so there wasn't much
Nah,
else.
there
To,
wasn't much there.
much else to replay. Let's be fair.
Shout out to Isaac, usually one of the goats when it comes to replay ops.
Well, he wasn't that round. He
Not that
wasn't.
round though.
Usually is though.
Usually is. Yeah, can't help but think this one's kind of got border written all over it. I'm not going to lie. It's going to take something special for Outlast to win this. I mean, maybe it comes down to the tertiary sides. I'm not actually sure who has defense on double defense in overtime if we get there.
What do you think the attacking win rate here is, Jim Bedroomos?
50?
No. 64 to the attack.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's not... You know how I said before, there's an even crazier statistic? It's not on this site. So hold your breath and wait for the third. It gets crazier. But it does mean this is a really good opportunity statistically for Outlast.
Well, I mean, I guess what you're getting at is maybe this top floor.
This is going to be a telling round. If you lose this, especially in a convincing fashion, it doesn't instill a lot of
It
confidence.
shouldn't be that way, though. This is supposed to be one of the better sites. Jacuzzi gets opened up, though, with relative ease. Inside, of course, can deal with the mirror window, provided there's one in bathroom looking in towards Jacuzzi. I would imagine there would be. Con single wall getting opened up. Good drone here in towards Cash.
No vert opportunity. Everyone's still outside.
Mirror window has been dealt with. Hello, Rotero. Goodbye, Rotero. Oh, no, ACOG. He's gone and slipped and fell.
There must have been a banana on the roof.
Whoops-a-daisy. You could honestly like replay that with like a little Mario sound.
I think that's copyrighted.
Yeah, that absolutely is. It depends if it.
Mario and Rabbids.
It
I'm
could be
pretty
like
sure that's
Mario
Ubisoft.
from Lygon Street. Like that wouldn't be copyrighted.
The Melbourne references are getting a bit extreme.
And Hunter will deal with Yentire, and now I was going to say with a very low health ACOG, it's going to be a difficult round. But Ned getting the kill into Jake Kenner, handy. 1 and 8 for Jakey. Struggling a little bit here on Clubhouse. 60 seconds left. Nitrocell will miss. Smokes go out. In fact, top main smoked off. Not ideal for relays. Can't push through. I really hope this doesn't end up being a similar round to Basement, though, where there's like 15, 20 seconds left in the round, and then they make the push. Time to get going here. You got a little bit of pressure towards main. Box gets rid of Ned. Oh, there's a player for free inside of Logistics. Can't get the other player in the doorway who was just shooting at you before. Should have really got that kill. So it's down to just ACOG, who slipped and fell off of the roof, landed on his butt. And it's a double stack, actually, just outside of bathroom. Does he spot? No, he's checking towards Jim, and eventually gets swung and Antic. Don't need to bite those fingernails. Chef Jeff, you're on defense club, but it's all working out.
Yeah, and they've just been able to lock out the worst defensive side here in the region on club. Again, very convincing.
Whoop.
I'm assuming he was trying to land on the platform below. It looked pretty intentional. But we just, at the final portion there, like 45 to go, Ned's in a nothing position outside Kennel's breach. ACOG's still stranded on the roof. There was just a real lack of synchronization on that push, and I just don't think they really had any clear idea as to the win con in that round, which on Clubhouse, it gets exposed so easily. It's made really obvious from an outside perspective when a team does not have a win condition that they're playing into.
I think Jay Kenner needs to shave. If he shaves, he's going to start playing well.
Is that your excuse?
Absolutely. Get rid of the, what do they call it? Bum fluff.
I don't think it's bum fluff, mate. Jeez.
So 4-4 and timeout has been taken by Outlast as they look to circumnavigate what ends up being a tricky second half.
We're going to the site. We're going to the
They
site.
are going to the site. Cash and
So
CCTV.
Cash CCTV.
Bring it up, Guzzler.
I will give $1 million to whoever can guess. This goes to everybody watching the stream. Whoever can guess the
Have you
attacking
got $1
win
million?
rate. The attacking win rate here in Oceania for this site. It's been played 18 times. Attacking win rate. Give me your best shot.
Well, I'll
Round
give,
it to the nearest percent.
I'll do like a little 5-second countdown. Twitch chat can have their guesses. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, you can.
Attacking win rate.
Yep.
I'm going to say 15%.
Ooh. 22.
Oh, I'm pretty close. 22%. That's it on Cash and CCTV from 18 attempts.
And I feel like we've been storylining this side as being a massive drop-off defensively, but for whatever reason, this stage, they've been cooking.
Is that also including this game, like the numbers from the first half? Because if it isn't,
Good
then,
question. I think it refreshes at match completion,
Right.
I think.
well, we know the Outlast ended up winning it twice in the opening half on defense, so that just further adds to the statistic.
Yeah. I really hope no one got it right in chat. I don't have $1 million, unfortunately, and I'm not taking out a loan.
Just don't open Twitch chat. What you don't see, you don't need to. You don't need to answer.
Yeah, true.
Here a window over towards CCTV. So the Glaz, the Montang, not a fan. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, they're not bringing the Grim. Capital was banned out, and those are two staple attacking operators on this side typically.
I wonder if this is going to be like a con-side push with the Montang and you station the Glaz outside CC window or something. Surely this is not a rafters clear, is it?
I don't think you can play rafters into this comp. How do you clear scars? Like what?
Yeah, that's what I'm
utility?
saying. Like we've seen though before. I can't remember, and I don't really want to name names, but I remember a Montang just standing at the door and Glaz playing behind it, and they couldn't do anything. Can't remember.
No, that was Fury with the Carly.
Oh, the
Even worse.
Same thing though, in principle. Shield man and sniper person behind, and
Well, they're not going for rafters, so we don't have to worry about that.
I was
mate.
right though.
Well done. Pat yourself in the back, mate.
Nice. I was about to replace myself with Rob before, so I can keep my job. I like this though, still a decent amount of time. It's one thing that Outlast have probably struggled with in the opening 2 rounds of this half, just time management. You've got to give yourself time. If plan A doesn't work out, you've still got 30, 40 seconds left. You can maybe execute a plan B. Now, Jay Kenner did have the Zoto canister already prepped in hand as he throws that over onto the wall, defending this nicely. He's 1-8, but the kills don't matter if he can continue to delay this con wall from being opened up. Come on, Jakey. Throw the canister. Wait. And throw. Good job.
I mean, stalling it
Oh.
out. It's going to be another.
Oh, what? Jay Kenner
Oh.
dies.
I mean, he did his job.
But he got rid of the Montang, and yeah, that has definitely been job done. Although with no more Zoto canisters, this wall will get opened up. 30 seconds remaining on the best defensive side of Clubhouse in this region. Headshots, nice from Relays. Gone a little bit quiet in the last couple of rounds. Ned's low on health. He can't make a swift entry. ACOG playing off the smoke in the Glaz combo. Outside CC window. Hunter strong though. Dealt with Ned. He got a second one as well on the Maestro. Now into a 2 versus 2. Diffuser currently not equipped, now picked up. ACOG making his way into Cash, deals with Chef Jeff behind the keeper barrier, and Hunter goes down below. Does have an impact. Can he find a way to deny the plant? He cannot. He will die. Outlast win. Cash and CCTV as an attacking team. A rare feat to do in this region, and they go to 5 rounds.
Yeah, man, 1 in 5 chance. And they've been able to pluck it. Very close in the end. Almost an opportunity there for the impact denial from below, but just not placed in the correct position. And so Outlast now again with the lead. 5-4 scoreline.
Did anyone guess? Or it hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Massive nitro there, though. I don't know how he's been able to pull that one off. It's just landed behind Veto.
That is incredibly toxic from AFX gang. Jake putting on a clinic, but it's not the good kind.
That's rough.
Oh, percentages are going out.
83%, 70.
Nah, way off. Wait, are
can't
they
believe
saying
you were the-
attack or defense? Attack.
I can't believe you were the closest.
Wow, no one's gone low.
Well, no one got it right either, so my $1 million is safe. Thankfully.
If only you had $1 million, then you could look after it. Oh, someone said 21.
Not good enough.
Not good enough.
One off.
Yeah, one off. Well done everyone for participating. There are no participation medals.
they said 22.
Someone said 22, but it's all right.
I already said it.
Yeah, you already said it.
I already said it.
You already said it.
Closing chat. That's true.
No, naughty.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So, 10th round.
Attackers must locate
Do we
and defuse a bomb.
have any more guess the site percentages that you want to play?
No,
No.
not risking that again. How do you even transfer $1 million? I don't even know how you do that.
I'll let you know one day. So, can Outlast get themselves to match and series point with a round win here in the 10th? It's going to be a difficult one down into the basement. They bring the Ram. They got the Blitz as well. I like this lineup. Certainly a little bit of a change up from what we saw of them last time out on this particular site, guys. Last time was the Habana, the Grim, the IQ, the Bark, a very kind of like standardized, boring old lineup. They also lost one early in this similar position. It was indeed Yentai, so he knows that the defense wants to be aggressive. They might swing Dirt. They might swing this main window. There is actually a large audience surrounding Dirt right now, and it's Ned who gets an opening kill onto Chef Jeff, and it's going to be a rush through Dirt. The Blitz will make its way in. Scar's very low on health. Then, speaking of him, though, he does get a kill onto Relays. That's quite big. Is the flash successful? Can't pull the pistol out. There's a player in towards Blue. Nicely done from Lunchbox. Holds his nerve. But now it's a triple stack in Dirt as they push out one by one. They will fall. In fact, a team kill from Yentai not helping the cause for Outlast, and what ends up being somewhat a wasted round. Kit acquired from Yentai and a good repeat from Jay Kenner. Indeed, now putting on a clinic, and that is a 5-5 scoreline. But now we go back up above.
Yeah, I think that round to me just screams of an attacking lineup that just cannot be bothered going for another default push. So they're just like, screw it, let's stack Dirt, see what happens. Didn't work out. We've seen so many team kills tonight.
Do you reckon they I mean, I feel like that was always the plan. But as soon as they got that kill into Chef Jeff, they're like, oh, we're just going to go.
Yeah. I think that was the trigger point in that particular round where they're just like, yeah, okay, let's stack it.
I wonder if Scars doesn't get that kill onto
Attackers
Ned.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Is there a world you still even win that? It's a problem with, like, I mean, do you really need to send all 5 players through Dirt, though? Like, I can understand 2 or 3, and then you have, like, another 2 pushing, like, Blue. Like, why not just go? We've seen that from, like, legitimate teams when they go for that Dirt side, Blue side push, and the Blitz can play either side. I've seen a Blitz go in towards Blue, swing around, start flashing people, then people start pushing out of Dirt. Like, it's really bizarre to me that they just overplay the Dirt position.
Yeah, I think typically in this kind of era of Siege, if you're stacking a position, it has to be a 4-1 split. You always have to have that
10 seconds to
that,
insertion.
That
that wild card pressure somewhere else.
So, we're all tied up. Break point. Will it be match point or will it be series point?
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Jay Kenner towards Rafters. For what it's worth as well, that opening kill from Ned in the last round, which obviously was not a conversion, was the first one that they've had in a while for Outlast. 14-7 for Ned. Playing incredibly well here on Club. It's the battle of the 3s though right now. Yentai, Chef Jeff, and Jay Kenner all on 3 kills.
3. It's a magic number.
And it's 3 of them.
Cool.
The power of 3s.
Will we get
Jakey.
3 maps though?
Well, I mean, I think we're probably likely. This is going to be very difficult now for Outlast. I might be able to send it to OT though. If they are, statistically, it should be this site where they get their 6th round. We'll see if that is where they can do it. One more Rotaro from the Flores of Relays. Oh, that's a freebie onto Yentai, caught in the balcony. He was reloading. Jay Kenner will get the opening kill, but he got immediately traded by Ned, who now breaches 15 kills. Nicely done over on the Kennel's Repel. So another 4 versus 4. Con single wall opened up. But you've still got a lot of work to do in towards the site. You haven't even dealt with the mirror window just yet. Scar's playing in towards bathroom. Chef Jeff in logistics. Where's this hit going to come from for Outlast? You've still got Lunchbox top red.
We saw Ned last time around stacked outside this Kennel's position, and then he just solo entered and lost his life last time around.
Oh, the timing, bro! He's literally like would have got that kill. Ned just un-ADS's. The impromptu timing.
I just don't think this solo push from Ned will work.
Drone! Oh, never mind. Oh
geez.
my goodness, it's all happening here on Club. If that was a drone, he would have died absolutely. Well, that is a super wide swing from Hunter. Man, he's gone halfway to Mars.
And now he's trapped. He can't cross back.
Yeah, Relay's in a good position. Still 40 seconds, so you can certainly play this time.
Oh,
Flash
bad
doesn't go through the window. He knows there's still one top red. AGOG in a good position. F not mine. They push out. Lunchbox is just better. But a good shot through the barricade. Relays, they've lost Bailey. Now down to a 2 versus 3 with Box on the floor. Over towards CCTV. They can push together. Going for the revive. That'll be a double kill. Relays gets them both.
They don't have a diffuser and they can't get to it.
14 seconds, gonna have to get the kills, gonna have to just start rushing this player inside of Jim. Scars, he doesn't really have to move. Shotgun in hand now for Chef Jeff. 4 seconds left. You got to find the double kill. One inside of Gold, the other inside of Jim. And I don't think we're going to be seeing Scars move whatsoever, only to get that kill. Antic go to map point.
Get a bit hyped there, Jakey.
That was a good round.
It was pretty crazy. We saw that big duel over towards Kennels with Ned, who eventually fell to the F not mine.
Get us to border.
Could have used one of those Flores drones on the Logi wall. It really would have helped in the late round.
I've just done the most. I've literally flipped this masking tape. It's rolled. I swear to God, it's rolled. Look, it's over here. Look.
I don't care.
Okay.
So that swing from Relays, cheeky 2K.
I'm never going to be able to do that again. I've just peeked.
Yeah, you peaked at the SI Grand Final, mate. Yeah, we couldn't see those two players inside of Con actually make their way over towards Logi for the kit. And so we had to see the filter through to Bedroom, and the defense was able to hold firm and not throw away their lives. Antic rewarded, as you so eloquently put it, map point for them. 6-5 scoreline, but they do go back to the danger site for them, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I still think, like, sometimes you don't want to look too much into the numbers. I love numbers too, guys. They're great. But historically, this site should be more forgiving for the attacking team. Historically. Right now, though, and in terms of recency, no, absolutely not. And in this region in particular, sure. Antic in a good position to close out, but we shall see. Yokai brought, it's the Echo in play from Hunter, who has performed certainly a lot better than he did on Lair. Can Outlast find a way to send this to overtime? Do we know who's double defense? Have we figured that one out? Not too sure.
Presumably Antic.
Might not matter though. Honestly, with the way that this game has somewhat played out, I mean, defense has certainly been the side you want to be on. So Montang in play. Controlled by Bailey. So this Yokai drone makes its way through Lounge, gets, well, a bit of information on the fact that there's no one there. Now I think the Montang, the goal is to just somewhat keep the Legion here honest. I doubt they're going to try and push this Montang up rafters.
Well, they have got the Grim, so I think they might. I don't know what other dislodge.
There's also a Yokai drone that has been spotted.
Oh, look at the triples. Yeah, that triple stack's not going to be fun.
That's pretty decent though, at least. But there is an emphasis. All right, Kuan Hive launch it, utilized. Red ping information. And just walks right at the Legion. Should be a dead Legion. Indeed. Oh! But also a dead Bailey. 1-for-1 trade, but you do get Rafters control. Do we call that a draw, or is that...
Yeah, it's not the worst trade. You need the Monty for the Rafters take. You don't necessarily need it for the plant, so... Would have been useful to have him, but it's not a must-have.
2 Nitro Cells available for Antic, always a very strong piece of utility on a site like this. Under a minute remaining.
Timing here.
Bra from Scars.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. The attackers bomb diffuser.
Don't know what
has
that
been
is in
lost.
relation to.
JKen is lurking for Nitro here. Really depends if Relays holds the line, though. He's watching for bot main at the moment still, I think.
Well, the onus is definitely on Outlast to try and finish this round off. They can't just keep sitting around and waiting for Antic to do something. If they go for a default plant, certainly though, you've got double Nitro Cell opportunities, Chef Jeff in cash, and then Jake Kenner from down below. So ACOG needs to be cooking up really nicely here. Is anyone watching? Oh, the ACOG blocks the site, and Jake Kenner gets the free kill onto Relays. The Nitro Cell from below. It doesn't even matter because all the shots land from Antic, and we will be heading to border. This is over on Clubhouse. Good half, says Scars. And this quarterfinal will require all 3 maps. The firing squad at top red is awaiting for your positioning, Ned. He will hold for the KD, though, the stat pad. And for Antic, the map win.
Yeah, solid work from Antic there on the second map. Just a little bit cleaner across the board on Club, and it's a map that will reward that cleanliness. Border awaits, and that intensity is going to pick up again.
Well, a very fascinating game of Clubhouse. It started off with Rob J. Monday on the cast, and now he's back on the couch.
Thank you very much for firstly having me on the cast. How lucky am I to be with the great Jake, Xenox, and Diddy. But of course, for a great game from Antic. A little worried for the first half. I thought their attacks just weren't as pointed as I had hoped. But a 4-2 half was enough. That's just the way the cookie crumbles on Clubhouse, Vinny. If you have a solid defense, 2 rounds is enough.
Yeah, I think you made a good point while you were casting, actually. You said this is their map pick, and their mini-gaming and their attack sort of direction didn't seem to be up to scratch. And I thought for sure, once you'd made that point, that might have been the downfall of them. But as you said, their defenses were strong. Outlast looked... yeah, just not quite sharp enough on those attacks, not in terms of mechanics, but just in the way that they were playing out the rounds and adapting. Even that last round there in particular with the Monty going up Garage Rafter.
Yeah.
Able to get the pick, but then never really able to convert. And I think we saw somebody jump out con window and get a double kill. So, yeah, like, it's Clubhouse. It's been sort of the story of this stage. Teams are struggling with their attacks.
Yep.
And yeah, I think something definitely needs to change in this region. It's sort of soonish.
Yeah, and I think it comes with just more structure in general. I feel as though a couple of leaders like this for me, right? We're at the minute 50 mark. I get that you probably thought you caught a player or two off, and maybe they're roam heavy, but putting all 4 players at dirt is just so risky. It's one funnel. All it takes is for one player to slow down, and things just start to steamroll a little bit. Look, granted, you've got to give respect to Antic there. They were pushed to the limit in that first half and slowly at the start of the second half, but boy, did they look good once they really got going. And I think that, for me, as long as you on your map pick can play your defense side with a lot of structure, it just gives you hope that at the very least things are okay on that side. I definitely need to see a little bit more from the attacks on really any team. I think there's only 2 teams at the moment that I feel confident with, and Chiefs I'm kind of just putting in there just because they're performing well in the best of ones. We'll have to wait and see how they do in best of threes, but for me, we're 1-1. And no matter how you get there, it's done. I genuinely thought after that first half that we would have seen a little bit more, just a little bit more from Outlast on an attacking Clubhouse. It's a map that's played through and through in every single region around the world. It's not like this is not an unknown map. This has been probably the default, this in Oregon were the default maps for 7 years.
100%, especially in our region. Like, Clubhouse was played basically every play day when we were back in the BO2 days.
Oh!
Yeah, even that far back. Yeah,
oh
Border
my
and
God.
Club were 2 big ones. Oregon obviously was one of those big ones as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It's we're way too deep into the game cycle, into the development of the region for us to be struggling with certain mini-game parts, especially on a map like Clubhouse.
Yeah, the mini-game seems to be probably the clearest defining factor on a map like Clubhouse. And even when you look to something as simple as like a Labs, for example, you're seeing something similar. Now we move to Border, Vinny, where things can be... I personally think it's a little freer on Border. You're allowed a little bit more... just freedom in general on your attack. There's a lot of different ways you can approach most of the sites. Who are you swinging towards?
This one's tough. We didn't get to see in the Veto the starting side, so I'm not 100% sure on that yet. But in saying that, it's going to be one of those maps. We've said it throughout the stage when Border is being played. On defense, you need to be aggressive. You need to be contesting entries. And we've seen, I think both teams played this map, but one that springs to mind is definitely the Antic match that they played.
Yep.
They have the ability to be aggressive and contest those entries, and it's really strong. And that's the key to the map. So if Outlast can contest those entries or contest those spawn peaks and stuff like that early on and able to get those opening picks, because we saw Jay Kenner in that map. I mean, he ended up going 3-9, but I think at one stage he was 1-8.
Yep.
He was the opening death in 3 of those rounds, as you can see there, and they were quite early. So he's going to be one of those players that need to kind of bring it back, and if he does, I think Antic are a good shot.
And I'm not going to say it's a target, the Vigil is a complete target ban, but it is Jay Kenner's most picked operator, so there is something to that. So have a quick look at Jay Kenner's lineup here. I think we're seeing him default a little bit more safe at the moment. I think that he's still allowed like the Mozzie license, the Solus license, all of those kind of things, but it feels as though it's a little bit more of a team game than what it was at the start of the stage. And maybe that could be a testament to the success that we've seen from Antic. But look, it is 1-1 in the series so far. We're going to head to Border after this to decide who'll take on Chiefs in the upper bracket.
So the first of two quarterfinals today in the Oceania League goes the distance. The third map required between Outlast and Antic. As always, very entertaining chats when Antic are involved inside of the server. They did a decent job closing out on Clubhouse, and we head to Border for what will be the last map between these two teams, respectively. Outlast, maybe this is a little bit like the regular stage, guys. Started hot and then fading out. Is that going to be the case?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see as we jump into this particular map. We do see one shield banned out. We have seen the duo ban earlier tonight, but won't persist here into Border. The blitz can be rather impactful here on this map, and so very much stay aware of that. Ying is a pretty standard ban here. As Army does limit the defense a touch. Border typically has few safe places to play and to lock down as power positions, and by taking the Azami off the board, they have nullified a couple of those. So to the castle, again, just cutting down on some of those lines of sight. Also means that we won't see that like break room extension that we sometimes see played out by the defense for top floor, for instance. And Relay is maybe a little bit disappointed that he won't be able to play that particular operator in the second half. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen a very diverse map pool in this series. We start off with Lair, one of the biggest in the pool. Team's still testing it out. We then go to Clubhouse, the oldest standing and one that's very standardized. And now we go to Border, which again is an older map. But the dynamic changes once more, where it's very small, compact. There's going to be a lot of fast trades, a lot of gunplay, etc. So both teams have, really had to flex their muscles throughout this series.
They certainly have. Who wins it from here, guys? A complete blank canvas on Border. You haven't seen anything. You've only seen the first two maps. Who have you got? Outlast or Antic closing it out?
Ooh. That's a really tough question because I think it is going to come down to hard-hitting gunplay. And we've seen that for players from both sides. I think overall Outlast have probably, for my liking, looked a little bit more consistent, especially defensively. But as Vinny sort of said on the pre-match desk, it's a series that's going to be won on the attack. So Outlast need to have those key players firing up in the first half, but I think they can certainly get a result across the line, especially again if relays can really come alive and ACOG can play that second line.
I'm going to go Outlast. I'm going to back in the big three for me, which is ACOG, Ned, and Relays. Ned, it was fantastic on Clubhouse. I think ACOG and Relays should thrive on a map like Border. But on the flip side, to be my own devil's advocate, if Antic can find a way to really get Jake Hennet involved, he's been quite lackluster, unfortunately, in this series. Lunchbox has been doing well. Scars should thrive on a map like this as well. There's certainly caveats and answers for Antic to be able to win it from here. They begin defenses. Outlast will make an entry in towards server. Now they've got the Amaru here, can grappling hook up through hatches. And I wonder if that will be the game plan. Judging by this overhead, it looks like that will be said game plan.
He's already going for the plant.
Oh, yeah, he's already straight in. Bailey's going to stick this plant down. No one will respond until just then. The Nitro Self from Chef Jeff eventually comes through. Looking to find at least one back. Yenti is successful. The Amaru very successful, making their way in towards Armory, but good down. He's on the floor. That's a good angle. Jake and Hunter combining. And so far, this thrifty attack from Outlast is being, well, dealt with. Ned was able to get a kill onto Lunchbox. But now in a position where it's a 2v3 and you've got a lot of work to do.
I mean, they're stranded outside.
They've got no map control and diffusers in a bad spot.
Yeah. I don't know if they went for that hit maybe a little bit earlier than they anticipated or was the plan. A couple players outside not having much impact, and that diffuser now pinged by the defense. So we see rotation for Vert from Ned. Trying to find a pick from below. Main is being held. Opportunity goes astray though for the defense. Relays still outside vents.
Oh, don't do that.
Over peak.
Don't do that. Oh my god. Oh, Relay's so good with it. When I say don't do that, I'm referencing the fact that you don't need to do that. They just peak for the sake of it, guys, and that's going to be their downfall here. I mean, this is a cutthroat quarterfinal. You lose this map, and you cannot go to the major. Jake Hennet locked in. Sternly just blinked, only just then for the first time. Shots do land. Ned on 2 HP. Jake Hennet probably wondering, how have I not killed him? Well, he will kill him. Shoots out the kneecap. 30 seconds left, and I think he's in a good position to get this kill onto Relays. There's our Jakey boy. He wakes up for Antic. A sip of the water. And he was locked in after his teammates did everything they could to throw that round.
Yeah, it was a scrappy round from both teams. I think the initial idea there of the sandwich plant combined with the Amaru rappel in from below was actually pretty sound, but the rest of the attack around it was far from convincing. Saw really good plant denial initially from Antic, and that was what stranded that diffuser. And then those players outside are unable to really get back into the round. Ned transitioned for a bit of vert. Relays just posted up, and with that DMR was able to get some great work done, and then Jay Kenner with the follow-up. Really smart plant denial.
Harry, what's the rule of Jikeno?
What'd you say, sorry?
Do not.
I don't know what he said. Was able to find the knee, land
Apparently
the
there's a
shot.
rule for Jay Kenner or something. Maybe it's like don't hype him up. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, he's on 3 kills, so
I think he's just matched his total from the last game. That's said in jest, but also it's not far from being statistically accurate. Let me go and have a quick look because he had 4. So
in some respects, you're not far off.
Yeah, I'm not far off for Jay Kenner. Looking at actually the overview for the entire series, 10-18 from Jay Kenner coming into this game, but a great way to start it. He's been the outlier for his team, right? Like, no one else is really performing sort of below par for Antic. Jay Kenner, unfortunately, having a rough one, but great way to start. And I kind of did say it as well coming into that round. Like, you got Jay Kenner plays a map like Border well. When he's on Song, he can certainly play Border.
This is a swift entry from Relays already inside of Customs. Default camera is up at lobby though.
Being watched.
Bailey can hack it.
Yeah, Bailey hacks this camera and then that can certainly allow the further push through.
Yeah, they got it. So this is a blind spot for the defense now.
Can now start to move, but Jay Kenner, there you go. 4 kills of all the club, now 4 kills inside 2 rounds on Border. And it's a bit of a warning sign. The alarm bells will be going off if I'm Outlast thinking if Jay Kenner's starting to activate, and he's been quiet this series, that's been a big piece as to why Outlast have been competitive. Well, this is concerning, absolutely.
Relays has been able to advance forward inside of Workshop, but doesn't really have an opportunity for a kill here, unless he catches that Warden off guard, but Chef able to consolidate.
Yeah, but Chef knows he got droned there right at the end anyway. More pressure. But these drones won't do too much to worry Chef Jeff. To Outlast have the pieces to hit site? That's going to be the question. It feels like they're so reliant on being able to maybe find an Antic defender off position, out of position. Diffuser out of position. They double clear 90. Good trigger discipline. But Relay's anticipating he's not going to get much more and just kills Lunchbox anyway and gets a second. Lovely play in towards Fountain. Unlocking the round now for Outlast. Hunter, with a good response, and he's able to clear out from top east. Stairs and Scars over towards 90 as well. Retaking good map control here, Antic.
50 seconds.
Running around, though. That's not where you want to be running around at that point. It's still just so dirty up above. Relay's getting another one in this round, leaving poor old Chef Jeff by himself in sight, 1v3. Oh, what can you cook? Well, nothing there on that shot. Missing
Nitro.
entirely, and now they know exactly where he is inside a bathroom. Nitrocell rips it. Oh, and he got him off, but he was surrounded anyway.
I don't think he anticipated that to have such an effect.
I don't think he was going to win that round anyway.
No.
Good round win for Outlast, and to their credit, I thought they played that incredibly well. They understood that they needed to clear up above, did so as a team. I loved the fact they were moving in numbers. Almost like a wave up above, and yeah, that is just timing, unfortunately for Lunchbox. And I think in that instance, maybe Jay Kenner could have done a little bit better in that battle, knowing full well that his teammate just died to that position in Fountain, but maybe wasn't expecting the swing. But credit to Outlast as they even things up 1-1.
Yeah, it was just really good posturing there from the front line of the attack. Remained pretty unpredictable. The implementation of the clutch drones from Brava as well left quite a few blind spots around the map. And we saw Chef, the anchor on side, initially pressured, and I thought Outlast were trying to maybe pivot to a little bit more of a direct push, but ultimately sent that front line up above to take fights. And yeah, Relay's doing a phenomenal job. Already up to 6 kills here in the first 2 rounds. And on a map where attacking rounds can really pardon me, where defensive rounds can really come at a premium, Antic have to try and shut him down. I'm having a look now. 31 rounds played at Order and Os, and it's only had a defensive win rate of 32%. So Antic need to be really careful here that they don't lose too much momentum here in the first half. Game goes both ways. If their attack is strong, they can make up for that shortfall, but they've got to do a really good job at trying to contain some of these danger players.
Jeez, that was so aggressive from Scars. And Yantai not happy with the over-aggression. That was actually almost disrespectful to play detention like that while it's getting opened up just to deny the drone and then run away, but does not get away. And in the end, that's just wasting your life on defense. Where, as you kind of already pointed out, where it's already going to be so difficult to defend.
Swapping back.
So 5 versus 4. Sometimes here on Border, we'll see that snowball effect where an early pick can compound really quickly into a round win, but this time there'll be a stall in the action just because of how isolated that fight over towards the tension was. Ned now in an engagement himself.
Oh, Chef Jeff will be kicking himself had he just been holding that angle for a little bit longer, probably finds the head. Instead, gets nothing. Hunter on the Oryx, getting pushed around, he takes a beating, he's forced to drop.
Where are these Valkyrie cameras? I don't know how much value they'll be offering. There is IQ on the board as well to counter them. Oh, one inside a CC. They can't reposition though for a Nitro. I don't have one outside of Chef, who's too far away over towards Armory.
It's another Valcam as well, in Vent as well. Chef Jeff probably at this point feeling like he needs to make a move. He does get droned out, still waiting for that repel. Yeah, this is all one-way traffic, although Chef Jeff in his very difficult position was able to at least get one, should get traded, does in a timely manner from Relays, and that leaves Hunter by himself as the Oryx down below inside a workshop, 10 HP. Smoke will dissipate. And Outlaws can
Attackers have recovered the bomb diffuser.
We'll renegotiate their position here a little bit, but Hunter knows there's one up above. Does hear him running around. 30 seconds. By no means is this round over. One has to plant, one up above. Droned out though, and that's going to make it even more difficult for Hunter. He's got no idea where they're coming from. Oh, there was an opportunity. You get that kill, you don't plant, maybe you win it, but Relay's always had the angle from up above, and that is a second round found for Outlast.
Yeah, it's just the nature of that attack compounding. We see the over-aggression, detention, and then Outlaws have a significant advantage that they can play into full belt of util for top floor as well. And that was able to put a lot of pressure on Chef, limited his rotation to help support others. And then we saw, yeah, the rest of the defense kind of capitulating there a little bit. So solid work from Outlast, first rotation, positive for them. It's just about keeping up this momentum now. As I mentioned before, defensive rounds really can come at a premium at times. Especially when you factor in the likes of the Monty being taken out, which probably actually bolstered that attacking win rate for the league pretty significantly. So it's actually probably even more skewed towards being a little bit strange in this matchup. But
It's been a strange game. 9-1 for Relays. He is just lighting the server on fire, but no kills from ACOG or Bailey. I mean, maybe that's just a symptom of the fact that Relays just running around and killing everyone, so it's kind of hard to get kills, but you know, if they've seen you, you've seen them. 0-3 for ACOG, 0-2 for Bailey. They haven't really got going yet. Yentai is the one that's actually standing up so far through the opening 3 rounds that have played out. He's got 3 kills. He was the one that was statistically struggling the most for Outlast throughout the series. 12-19. Bailey 13-21, but Relays is now plus 17 on KD, plus 1 on entry. Same as Ned in terms of the entry stat. But yeah, Relays has been the absolute MVP of this series. In fact, I'd go as far to say, win or lose from here, Relays is just straight up the MVP, whether they lose or win. No one on Antic is actually going positive in terms of KD. And Relays is plus 17. And it's not like these are just scrubby end-of-round kills either. He's getting impactful kills, getting entry kills. Well, we get a response, though, from Antic. This entire series, 7-5, 7-5 on the first two maps, has been so back and forth between these two teams. There's really not a lot separating them. That's ahead. Oh, hello. Yentai, open your eyes, mate. Have a little
Still
look.
there.
He's still there. You can still see him.
Is that client-side debris, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't think so, though.
Can't be.
Awkward. I mean, neither players saw each other, so...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Straight stalemate.
Yeah.
Again, that could be something on the opposite side. I don't think it was, though. Either way, this is a real standoff at the moment.
It's the slowest round we've had so far. Every opening kill in the first 3 rounds was above 2 minutes.
Yeah, in the first minute.
Then from below on the Deimos with the
J-Ken is doing a
J-Kenner is hiding once again under the desk.
We've seen it before, and I don't think it's been successful once, has it?
No, it has. There was one time in server. Oh, yeah, no, there's been a couple of times.
Well, he got one kill and then immediately traded.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually at most what probably J-Kenner does end up getting is like one, and then that's it. One and done. Relays, opening kill onto Lunchbox. He goes double digits already.
Oh, no.
J-Kenner, the slithering snake from out of the dark. No way! Oh, he'll never want to watch that again. J-Kenner, that's going on a highlight reel, and you're the highlight.
Oh, I feel like we cursed it. It was even worse than I thought it was going to be.
That's going to get slowed down, replayed over and over again. Triple kill relays now up to 12-1. J-Kenner says the hit got rejected. I think shots 1 to 3 missed. 4 to 5 maybe lag. 6 to 7 clearly you were already dead.
I don't know if he's memeing. Maybe it was a hit rejection. I don't think it was, though. We'll watch it back a million times.
They had the tickets to Whiff City.
So, we'll see. I mean, he was lucky enough to survive this. I don't know what this was.
Oh,
boy.
no. What do you want to...
No.
What? Oh, he just got a slow blink. He just a slow... Oh, oh no, Jakey. And he was playing so well, of course, to start here on Border. We highlighted him as a threat, and unfortunately it doesn't work. And you kind of brought up that fact as well. How often does this hiding strat work for J-Kenner? And it's like, it's really 50-50
well,
at best.
It's 0 from 2 on Border. We've seen it before on this map, and it didn't work off that last time out on Office from memory.
He started 4-0, he's now 4-3, and it's 3-1 to Outlast. Doing well, but of course attack, right? You kind of brought up the statistics. That's also weird. Now, I'm going to be very curious, because I'll tell you what, I'd be done.
Is he
if
chalked?
that was me, I'm done. I'm tilted in chat, comes out.
Yeah, there's a dot in the chat.
There's a dot in the
I'm tilted.
I'm tilted. What can J-Kenner do after that? It's all about the mental reset. The pros at the highest level...
You can't shut down.
...will not shut down. They will double down. They will feel like, okay, well, next time I kill him. Everything was perfect. The build-up was great. I should have got the kill.
The reality is, I don't think that moment really lost them.
No, absolutely
anyway.
not.
They got smashed that round.
It's more of a personal thing.
Oh, he's back!
J-Kenner,
What?
there you go. There's the double
What
down.
was that?
J-Kenner gets rid of relays, the top player inside of the server. That's what Jakey is made of. Nice shot comes out. TY, says Jake. It's all happening on board.
Just don't give him the SMG. Just give him the DMR. He's been popping off on the
Just
turret.
don't hide behind the desk, mate. Just take them front on, and that's what can happen. Well, the blitz in play for Bailey. They might want to just send it even off of the death. Smoke to go out. Is this going to be the go button? Bailey makes his way in. Will he get denied? So far, no. Scars gets up close.
Nitro
now
Chef.
the plant going down. It will be denied. Nicely done. The Glads can't do much to stop it. No kills for ACOG. Yantai goes down to Hunter. Ned does get the trade. 2 versus 4 with a low HP Scars. Ned again. Headshot. Surely not cooking something special here. Coming down east stairs very slowly. J-Kenner on the move. ACOG still outside. No kills yet from him. He was so good on Clubhouse. Courtesy, though, of the fact there's still 2 minutes to go. They don't have to rush this. Claymore goes down from Ned, but he should be prepared for the fact that there is one over towards waiting.
Minute 40 then, on the clock. Can they clutch up this round? An ambitious push. Still double Nitro on the board for the defense, but this attack now so close range, they cannot rely on that utility, and Ned continues to probe, looking dangerous, but doesn't have a read in towards bathroom. Elects to go prone. The Glaz is still outside.
There's still 2 nitrocells as well for Antic, by the way. Kenner and Lunchbox. Both top floor. Scar's very low inside a bathroom. Body shot will well and surely put him to bed.
Oh.
They're just continuing to swing around, hoping maybe an overpeak will come through. 60 seconds. Oh, there's the push. There's the timing. Oh, he does get the kill. There's one play ball. Oh, he gets the kill onto Lunchbox. It's a quad from Ned. Down there, no, where Jake Kenner is as well. Can Jake win the round? He's got to. Down to 1v1 against ACOG. Nitrocell, he thought about it. He will throw it. He gets off it. He shot it. ACOG has shot it out 40 seconds. Huge round, pivotal. Jake Kenner. From West City in the last round to maybe Clutch King in the 5th round. Opens up some sight lines, and ACOG knows running out of time and he can't stick to plan. He's going to have to go for the kill. Oh, he spotted him. The visual of the yellow. 20 seconds left, maybe sensing there's enough gap to get the plant down inside of bathroom. No smoke, can't aid him. No nitrocell for Jake Kenner. 10 seconds left, running in the corridor. You're going to have to push him. ACOG's going to have to run at Jake Kenner here. Jake Kenner holds tucked in close. Oh, there he is, locked in. Another sip of water. And last round is all but forgotten as Jake Kenner clutches.
Oh, Jakey. And
For everyone in chat that gave him shit, now you sing his praises. He's won the round single-handedly for Antic.
And that's twice now. And he had this massive opening kill as well. What was that? I actually still don't understand how he's hit this.
That hit rejection.
Yeah, wow, what a round. I mean, absolutely chaotic, diffuse on the ground. Shout out to Ned. I mean, what a phenomenal effort from him. 4 kills in the round. Played this cross and breaking it up phenomenally well. Jakana left, 1v2. The Nitro got denied. So ACOG did a great job to shoot this. I mean, that's a microsecond away from confirming the round right there.
I thought he had him here, actually, because he
spotted him. Yeah, he spotted the backpack.
Yeah.
But...
Oh, look at Chef Jeff. Look at what it means to Antic. I tell you what, they were somewhat on the ropes there because that could have been a 4-1 lead to Outlast. That would have been somewhat job done for the half. And what's crazy, utterly mind-boggling, Bailey and ACOG still get to get a kill. 0-5-0-3.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, this is a quarterfinal, 3rd map. To see if you can go on to the semi-final and take on Chiefs tomorrow, you've got to pick it up. It can't be all down to relays and Ned. They can't do everything.
How crazy is that, ACOG?
Oh, the run out. Jake Kenner just does not want to stop.
How crazy is ACOG though, right? He's been the top performing player for Outlast, and now in the final map with your spot to the major on the line, or potential road to the major on the line, no kills and loses that clutch. He'll be so disappointed with that last round.
Relay shot down again for the 2nd round in a row. He's going to be first dead inside of the server, and they need him, guys. They need him inside of the map. The fact is, that's now going to be the 5th and 6th round of this half in which Relays hasn't been involved because he's been spawn peaked. He was 12-1, instrumental to Outlast leading. But for 2 rounds now, he has not been involved because Antic have shut him down as early as you possibly can.
Well, it definitely feels like the intensity inside of the server has been turned up to 11. And Jake Kenner in another fight already, this time over towards security. Lack of pinch pressure, the attack seemingly not overly eager to contest this at the moment, as the cross as well from Armory with Chef. Looking to hold down the line, gets caught.
Jake Kenner couldn't make it back. Entire still very low on HP. Needs to be careful outside in the exterior at the moment. Head just going to make his way in towards security. He's the buzz and 3 canisters left in the Quan Hive launcher. Bailey open up that hatch. The bailiff, sorry, 8-3. Bailey 0-3. ACOG finally on the board. Can that get him going? He was so good on Clubhouse. So very good. Under a minute left. Final round of the half. 3rd and final map of this quarterfinal. Lose this map, and you are out of the running to go to the major. Oh, shot from ACOG. I tell you what, he could be back. Lunchbox sat down, 1 and 6 for Box. Chef Jeff still the Nitro, same with Hunter, 2 remaining.
There's a pre-rip Nitro opportunity as well here for default. That could be round defining, but Chef Jeff able to step up to the mark in an attempt to hold this top floor position.
Bailey, gonna have to make a move, you're gonna have to probably get a kill. Nitrocell thrown up and over, but no one's there. Ineffective. Still one more, but Chef Jeff lost his life. Bailey's on the board as well. So Bailey and ACOG both get going here in this 6th round. What a shot, Bailey! What an entry kill! Scars invents by himself. No. Can he get this kill? No! Hasn't quite been able to piece it together. The pistol's good, but it's not enough, and Yentire will close the round. So what a half.
It really is weird.
What a quarterfinal.
I feel like some of these clips are seeing more bullets missed than land, but that's just the nature of the pressure inside of the server at the moment. As I mentioned, it really has turned up to another level. And I thought that pre-rip Nitro from Hunter was the default plan. I'm also meant the default push up above on that entry point up here on the top floor to hold the objective, but we saw Chef kind of hold down the line, and then that meant that the attack went for the rotation down below. Scars was maybe in a position there with some trigger discipline to pull off something special, but got caught there in vents. 4-2 half though, and so that follows the trajectory that we kind of expected looking at the numbers for OS. It's very much followed the trend line. Antic now need to back it up themselves.
Absolutely, they do. Can't lie, it's very difficult to split these two teams right now. It's been a great matchup. I think win or lose here from Outlast. Very curious to see what this roster can do in 2025. Get more reps under the belt. Get more games, scrims, officials. Who knows what the ceiling could be.
5 seconds left.
For Antic, it's feeling like just kind of holding on right now to just get the job done in this quarterfinal. Came in as favorites, but no longer. And it really does feel like a neutral 50-50 from here on out. Outlast onto the defense, but we know Border can certainly lend itself to favoring the attack. Especially as we saw in that opening half. Entire into break on the Vigil. How aggressive is Outlast going to be on the defense? We saw Jay Kenner basically had license to do whatever he wanted. In some cases it worked, in other cases not so much.
Yeah, mirror window there inside of office already broken. I'm presuming that's off the back of a shock drone from Jay Kenner, and so that weakens the office hold a little bit. Over towards break, still being locked down by Yentire on the Vigil. Although his position not really under threat at the moment. More so a focus at claiming top east control, I believe, at the moment. And Chef has also been sent below for the lurk. They're posturing for an office hit here, and I think that's probably the right play off the back of the mirror being disrupted. But ACOG, said mirror, rotating over towards Archive, is able to find the opening pick.
Well, ACOG rising to the occasion, and he finds a second. Good shot from Lunchbox onto Relays, playing behind the open mirror window, and Relays has now gone 0-3 after starting 12-1. Just having a poor little patch.
A bomb has been located.
Jay Kenner, Box, and Scars. As the remaining 3 now for Antic, with 4 to defeat in front of them. And not a lot of time either. Are they on the verge of giving up a 5-2 lead here on Border? It may then also force a tactical timeout to rediscuss how they want to navigate their way forward in the second half. Scars trying to make his way in through break. No. Yes. Yellow ping. They know there's one in security, and Yentire very low. Have they got him pinched here? Oh, what a shot! The Boss G, and Box will fall. Sure, it allows entry for Scars, but again, they're still down a player overall. Jay Kenner getting aggressive through officers, despite the fact he knows there's one playing behind that wall. Scars does get the trade, but as has been the case over the last minute, always just down a player. It's a 2 versus 1. Scars, slow and sure of himself through 90. Waiting for someone to peek. ACOG must not. He's half health. He couldn't survive the body shots. Force Scars to clear you. Force him into sight.
You can't flash clear the Warden, so he ramps up the difficulty level here for Scars. ACOG and Ned, though, not in the best tradable positions, although Scars now rotating for a position that should be traded.
10 seconds.
It won't be initially.
ACOG may not know that Scars hasn't actually got the kit, so he wanders off into Fountain. A sigh of relief. ACOG clutches up the round. After a slow start from his perspective, he's obviously got going now.
I got a little bit nervous in terms of where they were positioned there for the 2v1. I thought maybe for an Archives hit, they'd be in a position for a more immediate trade, but I was wrong in that assessment. But good rotation there from ACOG, able to hit behind to find the win. Yentai was running around security and break for the majority of the round and eventually netted one. Jay Kenny here will be disappointed that he couldn't at least find his one in that particular position. And put it all onto Scars, who didn't have a read through Fountain, understandably so. And we discussed before that defensive rounds are going to come at a premium. So to kick off your defensive half with a round win is perfect for Outlast, and that is what has instigated this tactical timeout.
So 5 of the last 6 rounds for Outlast, most importantly winning the first round of this second half on defense. They are 2 rounds away from progressing into a semi-final and taking down Antic. It's honestly been a great series from these two teams. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and Bathroom and Tal as we go. In some ways, I'm going to feel a little bit upset for whoever loses this, and that's just the nature of it. Both teams have been very, very close. You could make arguments on both of the first 2 maps that the other maybe could have won. I think we definitely got the rightful winners, though, on both of the first 2 maps. Right now, though, Outlast have been the better on border, that's for sure. And it feels like the kind of map that has really played into their strengths. You know, what's crazy to think is that in the last 3 rounds, Relays hasn't even really played the game. So you've got a guy that was 12-1, running rampant in the first half, who then gets spawn peaked twice and then dies early on defense. Like, the best player, and who has been clearly the MVP of the whole series, and Outlast are still winning even without him, and that goes to show the strength of this team.
Yeah. Certainly a dangerous precedent set for the remainder of the half. An aggressive attacker repick here from Antic. And off the back of that tactical timeout, they're electing to go for a direct hit. Full stack. 4 at the window, Jake Kenner up above for the lurk. They're going to be playing straight into the Warden as
do
well.
or die, because if you lose this, it's 6-2, and it's a long way back from there. Deployable shield going up towards Bathroom. Gumine's thrown out. This is a lovely little angle from Ned. No Nitrocell from him. 1 for ACOG and for Relays. Smoke is out. Shield in as well from the Blitz.
He's EMP'd. He can't use his goggles.
Can't use the glasses right now. Relays though with the Nitrocell. That does still work, as we see. Again, not really going to be able to get this plant down. Outlast have done a decent job in denying this push from Antic. Antic have pulled back. They've lost the Blitz. This actually may lose them the round, guys, and maybe the map thereafter.
What's the plan B? Maybe even plan C territory at this point, because Jack Kenner on the lurk hasn't found anything either. But Chef does, so that's big. Diffuser on an island, but they can work the rest of the map and trying to claim it back, but a big shot from Ned.
Shot through the wall. So unfortunate for Lunchbox. Antic on the ropes. The referee is counting. And it feels like maybe the knockout blow is coming. Shot from Jake Kenner. Oh, Jakey though wakes up. Huge double kill. And suddenly, maybe off the canvas, Antic could find themselves stealing this 8th round.
Yeah, that plan C of the lurk potential working out here for the attack, but Ned anchoring sight still. Should win this swing. Oh, but he doesn't.
Scars.
You're kidding me.
On the glass, wins against Ned, and suddenly ACOG in a 1v3. Jay Kenner and Chef Jeff are both very low. Could ACOG do the unthinkable and win a 1v3? Repositions bot metal and making his way around. Scars with the drone, but doesn't catch ACOG's position, at least not initially. May do so right now behind him.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
ACOG is just praying.
Yeah,
there's the drone.
Round over.
And that, as you said, should be round over with the plant down successfully. And Antic will find a 3rd round because of Jay Kenner. And Jay Kenner indeed to be the one to finish off the round. Not out of this one just yet, but for a brief moment, it seemed like they were.
Yeah, there's a big salvage attempt in that round. Antic were fully invested into the direct hit. Jay Kenner was the only player not on that stack. He was lurking elsewhere, and then he was the big win con getting back into the round. We saw the early EMP there from the Thatcher to counter the goggles from Ned, but it didn't really have much of a negative impact towards that defensive hold. Unfortunately, though...
You win that, though, that 1v1, and you probably win the round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Or at least you're far more likely to. You lose it, though, and you've effectively lost it. So, huge round 1 by Antic. The first plan of attack clearly not working, but in the end able to hold out and get themselves a decent round win. 5-3 on the scoreboard. Outlast might just be ruining the opportunity that was presented in that 8th round. You may not get a better opportunity to get to that 6th round than that. We'll see what is in store for us for what's been a fascinating quarterfinal. Again, a reminder, the loser of this map is done for this stage outside of a 5th place match, which really won't mean a lot. The winner plays tomorrow in a semi-final against Chiefs. What a game that promises to be.
Yeah, I wonder if we see any of these maps repeated in that series. What Chiefs are thinking in the background watching this one from afar. They certainly won't be anticipating an easy match against either roster, I wouldn't imagine. It's been a volatile game. Mixed performances across the 3 maps for pretty much every single player inside of the lobby at the moment. Both rosters looking for that final push towards the finish line. Outlast 2 away from confirming the series. Bit of a taller mountain to climb though for Antic, but they do have the favoured site here on border for Oce. It's been very attacker-sided. The Deimos returns. We saw it a lot back on the first map of Lair from Jay Kenner. He was able to apply a little bit of vert pressure, but it wasn't largely successful in finding kills. So we'll see what value it's able to provide here in round 9.
Yantai was droned out in security, and now the death mark to add further information onto his position.
Oh, no one watching 90.
Jay Kenner. Big opening kill from him. Ned gets cleared by Scars. Antic having a very dominant round. We haven't seen too many dominant rounds from them. Nitrocell from Relays off the back of the cardiac sensor, but it misses entirely. Makes his way up Metal and hoping to maybe catch someone from Antic, not in a position, expecting that flank. ACOG, big kill onto Hunter. They need more, but he will fall 2v4 now in favor of Antic, and surely a winnable round, a very winnable round now. To go to 5-4 and to really make Outlast kick themselves and not closing it out in that 8th round to get to that 6th magical number. Pressure from above, Scars tormenting the opposition. He goes to double-digit kills, joining Jay Kenner for Antic. And one back for Relays, who's been quiet over the last, say, 20 minutes. As amazing as his start was, he has cooled off well and truly. Gets one. Now unlikely to get another, though, after not winning that exchange.
Ooh. 14 kills for Relays, but now with the UMP in hand in the face of a 1 versus 3. We'll take an almighty effort from here, and nobody from the attack offering an in. Except for Box, who does give an opportunity. 30 seconds on the fuse.
Just got to send it, hope for the best. You know he was around there. But you also don't know where Chef Jeff is over towards bathroom. He wants to try and clear him out. He may actually clear him out. He does clear him out. 13 seconds though, no time guards, and that's going to be the biggest factor here. So 5-4. Not much else to really say at this point. Round is done. And the timeout has been called for Outlast Gaming as well. Tactical, of course, and that is now a 5-4 scoreline. They looked dead and gone. Antic were essentially on the verge of being down 6-2. And we're now looking at a 5-4 scoreline. That is a huge turnaround.
So that play there, first one in the replay. How could that have been prevented by the defense, Jake? We saw Scars look at the default camera. Nobody was watching that default camera. Who was dead? Bailey. What was he doing? Watching his teammate. Not watching cams. If you're not getting kills, you need to watch cams. Basic Siege. Lads, come on. If you had spotted him, Ned probably would have won that kill. Probably plays the round out very differently.
Yeah, potentially.
I hope I'm right there. I'm pretty sure he was dead at that point in time. I could have watched it. I immediately looked down and he was not looking at cams, so I'm assuming that was the case. But
I mean, either way, 2 rounds that have gotten away from Outlast as they've looked to try and close out this map. All our games today have been 7-5 and 7-5. And when I say all, I just mean the first 2 maps of this series, of course.
I'm just looking back to make sure I wasn't ragging on Bailey unfairly. I feel a little bit bad. I want to make sure I'm actually 100% sure. Obviously, sometimes default cameras aren't being watched when all 5 players on the defense are up, especially on a super active map like Border where everyone's actively in gunfights, typically speaking, or fighting for some kind of map control.
So Armory and Archives for the 10th round. Can Antic make it 5-5? Scars has really stood up. Jay Kenner's had a great border after a really poor opening 2 maps. Fortunately for Hunter, it's been a real struggle.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So here we go, 10th round.
Yep, if he got straight on cams, he would have caught him. There's a couple second window, but those are the kinds of difference makers, especially on Border, right? Couple of seconds can make or break setups and rounds. Like, it's super thin margins.
Another drone coming Bailey's way. So the pressure rises here late into this 3rd map. And this is where moments are made. You'll get your moment, you'll get your chance, and it's all about just capitalizing when it presents. Got to be ready. Antic really must be perfect from here to get themselves at least to that 6th round margin, to at least confirm OT at minimum.
Entire again lurking around on Vigil. We've seen that ACOG have impact throughout the series. Bailey now under pressure. 2 kills this map. Key position over towards security. About to get verted from down below, but has the hatch for coverage. Bailey needs to be good for 1 here. Almost caught up on the boost. Good reposition.
Does get traded, but he does at least take 1 with him. That was Scars, who's been really impactful so far for Antic. So that's a decent kill for Bailey, considering the position that he was playing, to at least get 1. Another drone shot out. There's only 3 drones remaining in this round. So in terms of the drone economy for Antic, it's lackluster. Admittedly, not as required on a site like Armory and Archives, but still something to consider. Down to 2 drones, with that one just thrown in towards site. 2 nitrous ults available for Outlast, along with a couple of impacts too. Gumine stepped on. Hunter goes prone. Pulls it out. 60 seconds remaining in this pivotal 10th round. Antic so far unable to break the defense. EE1D called out by Jay Kenner. Big battle over towards server. Relays wins at 5 HP, but a battle 1 against Chef Jeff. No buckvert from below. That's a huge win for Outlast.
Oh, long line of sight, and Jay Kenner again getting to work with the DMRs. Relays as well, 5 HP, but Ned able to clutch up big time. Good grenade from Jay Kenner, does dislodge that position.
Needs to get 2 more. It's all down to Jake. With 30 seconds remaining, what can he do on this Ash? ACOG, Nitrous Cell, ripped and thrown over, but Lunchbox will push past it, so I thought it was Jacob. It's like, oh! They got a both! Lunchbox goes massive! How does he win that? Well, he channeled what feels like Jay Kenner there at the end to win from that scenario. Wow, 5-5 and another opportunity that Outlast will be feeling like they've really let go. Really, out of the last 3 rounds that have played, 2 of those, you could argue, should have gone to Outlast.
Yeah, able to find that opening pick, an immediate trade. Relay did a good job in disrupting vert potential down below, and then Jay Kenner got to work with both the DMR and the grenade for half wall. 2v1. And it's just an awkwardly timed swing. The second Relays goes wide, ACOG went back to half wall. played out magically for Box. Had to land the shots though when he did.
But doesn't it always just come back to the peak game, right? Now, in that instance, you peak together and you're probably less critical. Because if you peak together, that's a little bit different than just solo peaking. But it just didn't look convincing. And the way that Lunchbox was positioned, he was still able to kind of create this little 1v1 and then into a second 1v1. Do you even need to peak in that scenario? Play the time, there's little remaining. Force him to clear you. You can play the trade as well. ACOG can just hold, and if ACOG dies, you swing the doorway, get a free kill.
Yep. Just a little bit of indecision, I believe. And again, reflective of the pressure that continues to, I would describe as boil over inside of the server.
Well, they're running out of chances now, Outlasted, and I feel like the spirits have probably never been higher for Antic off of that round win. The young Lunchbox clutching up, getting the double kill. That surely would just invigorate the rest of the team. Jay Kenner getting that final kill with a nade as well late in that round, certainly helping and aiding the scenario with a frag grenade. And here we are again for the third time in 3 maps. It's 5-5.
Oh.
And it's Lunchbox who continues on his menacing ways from the double kill to close out the last round, and now the opening kill onto Bailey to start this one. No Lesion, no Goo Mines. And Outlast must now be sweating. They really could have, really should have been up 6-2. Yentire, though, while they needed that one, and alleviates some concerns, but not all of it.
Yeah, Diffuser on the deck as well, although that may not have been spotted by defense. Chef again down below looking for vertical opportunities. Last time around he was contested. Jay Kenner on the receiving end of some damage as he looks to find the head of ACOG, but a superior angle from up above inside of Archives. Outlast looking to consolidate these positions. Minute 30 on the clock, so time now beginning to tick for the attack. Relays 17 kills, locking down Break. Oh, his position is known though.
Yeah, it's being held by Scars. Can they get
Vert.
someone to help off? Chef. Relays with the Nitrocell though, deals with Scars.
No.
Chef feeling as if maybe that was an opportunity missed for Antic. Oh, nope. Relays just like, no, open up, let me in. Box dead to Ned. Outlast regaining control of this 11th round. And soon about to gain themselves match and series point off the back of it, unless Jay Kenner can do something on 4 HP. No, shut down. Down to Cheffy Jeffy. What can he cook? Nothing. Match and series point for Outlast here in the quarterfinal. 6-5 lead.
That must be a very relieving feeling, at least momentary moment of relief for Outlast. Finally able to scrap together a round win from a good position. Didn't help themselves in the early phase, losing Bailey in that regenerative util, but Yentire stepped up to the mark, was able to retake that position, find a really nice kill, and then the rest of the defense able to consolidate, and the trade there at the end does indeed hit its mark. Back-to-back primary sites, or I suppose secondary site, in the sense that Bathroom Intel's is quite popular as well for many teams, and going to be their best opportunity to close it out.
We have not seen Outlast win a round defensively outside of Armory and Archives. Make of that as you will, but so far that has been the only site they've been able to successfully defend. In fact, outside of Armory and Archives, only one other site has been won defensively, and that was Customs. We have not seen this site won by the defense so far in this quarterfinal. Outlast will have double defense in OT, provided Antic win this. Something to consider.
But is that really?
But is that what
a blessing
you
or
want?
a curse on border, right?
That's the thing. In some ways, I guess you can go straight to Armory Archives, get yourself onto overtime match point, and then maybe play the attack. Could be. Certainly been the site. Well, let's not talk about OT just yet. So far, 7-5 on Lair. 7-5 on Clubhouse. Will it be 7-5 on Border? Antic. And we're on the verge of having their major dream crushed. There is no second chances in this region.
No, he's going to be the one to step up for Antic in this round. Kenner up to 13 kills, and he's had some huge rounds. If it wasn't for his performance this evening here on Border, this match probably would have been wrapped up a little while ago. Some big clutch plays from him.
He's repaid the faith, hasn't he, from the opening 2 maps?
Yeah.
And from the whiff from behind the desk, he's been great. Contact made. Bailey, though, on the wrong side of it for Outlast, but he does stay alive with the Fenrir. It's been a rough one for Bailey. Can he maybe have a moment here? Relays on the verge of dropping 20. Peeky from Scars. It's Lunchbox that does get the opening kill onto ACOG. That is perfection for Antic. They deal with the Warden. They get the opening pick. 90 seconds left. Vent control? No.
Oh, I lost it.
Box losing the battle against Ned. Yellow ping information, but Yentai doesn't want to shoot the barricade. Oh, more yellow ping. He's just spotted him. Hard left, rotates around, fakes the run back. Chef Jeff, though, went hunting and lost his life. 3 versus 3. Make it 2, though, now only remaining for Antic. And this might be them falling apart.
70 seconds then on the clock, and it could be the last 70 seconds in the stage for Antic.
Jake Hanna.
He's been so good tonight, but now he needs to step up again. It's possible.
He has the help. Scars gets the kill onto Ned. Bailey's also very low and hasn't really been frag heavy. A lot of pressure now onto Yentai. 50 seconds on the clock remaining.
They have the flash util as well to flush him out. It just takes one shot from either player to find the kill.
Bailey's somewhat hoping that he gets miscleared and may. Oh, the trigger discipline here is perfect. They may not know that he's inside a bathroom. The swing coming in, Scars towards main lobby. Yentai gets rid of Jake Kenner. He gets them both, and this is over. Outlast will claim victory in this quarterfinal matchup. Antic are out. They're done. They cannot progress to the major. For Outlast, well, their fate now rests against Chiefs tomorrow in a semi-final.
Yeah, really, it does have the makings of a fairy tale run for Outlast. Great start to the stage, tapered off, but they have come back in fine form for their first best of 3, knocking out one of the teams that we thought was going to be a contender for the tippity top.
It certainly went all the way. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. What a result! Outlast progressed through to the semi-final. Unfortunately for Antic, their run is over. They will be playing in a 5th place matchup tomorrow, so we won't see the last of them, but they can no longer make the major. Over to the desk as they break down this quarterfinal.
GG, well played, no doubt about it. It is Outlast proving that the first couple of playdays they had in groups were not a fluke.
Not a fluke. They beat this team once, and they've shown that they can beat them again. Definitely wasn't a fluke on that first game day. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this game. I really thought that Antic were going to be able to take it over the line there and get to OT, but yeah, Outlast just able to get those 4 first attacking rounds and then just convert a few of these defenses. That last round there, a really great round from Yentai, able to close it out. A lot of pressure on these players. Obviously something we haven't really spoken about too much. Outlast have never been in a position like this before. This is the first time they've been in this sort of playoffs best of 3 setting. And I mean, that's the perfect way to start off the playoffs for them.
Well, actually, if you cast your mind back, Vinny, to a Rivals, do we dare even touch on that? Do we even bring that into the realm of conversation? I don't think that it's even needed. I think that this performance from Outlast really cements what was a really great storyline for them. 4 debutants to the league, Bailey returning as I want to say a leader figure on the roster, because obviously he's been here before. I think he'd had 2 stages under his belt, maybe just the 1. But regardless, it's critical to have that kind of experience, regardless of how small it is, when you're coming into a league that is so cutthroat. You're playing against the best players and teams that we have to offer in OS. Outlast have stood the test of time through and through. Really, the biggest blemish to their entire stage has been a 7-0 loss to Circular Spheres. But outside of that, Vinny, I think that they've been phenomenal. And to go and take down Antic, 2nd place in stage 1, it's nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, Antic got all the way to the grand final last stage during playoffs. They ended up losing to Bliss, obviously. So maybe the fact that they were straight into the semis last stage, maybe they haven't played as much in this playoff setting. Realistically, they've only really played 2 series in total. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how really to comment on it. I think Antic definitely had the ability to take it past Outlast. They just did not rock up on the day. And for Outlast in particular, I think it came down a lot more to individual performance than team performance.
Oh, yeah.
We saw there, I think Relays ended up with almost 50 kills across the 3 maps. It was pretty incredible. Ned and ACOG both stepped up really huge. Yentai and Bailey, fairly quiet across the 3 maps, but yeah, just those individual performances really got them over the line.
Yeah, we'll wait until I have the stats because I don't always trust my stat sheet versus the stat sheet we see in the graphic. But it feels a little disappointing from Antic, I will say. I think that they came in expecting to be probably one of the top 3 teams outside of GG. I really need to make sure I preface that. GG is just, you're not even in that conversation. I thought that they would be pushing to the semi-finals. I thought that this roster, regardless of the changes that have been made, would still be able to outlast most of the teams in the league.
Nice. Very
See
nice.
what I did there? Even Guz enjoyed that one. They just, I will be honest, and I hate doing this because I'm a host and I try not to have too many opinions apart from GG, who I think should be in 6th place. I am not the biggest fan of the roster moves that have been made by Antic. And some have been made for them. Don't get me wrong. Player Cairo, 2 significant players in the region left at the end of stage 1. It's kind of hard to even fill a gap like that with 2 premier players, but it just feels as though it doesn't have the same gravitas to it. But it is time for us to turn our attention to an interview with Ned from Outlast. I'm looking forward to this one. Ned, my friend, you're brighter than the bloody sun there, but to be fair, you've heated up in a matchup that really required it, mate. You had an unbelievable performance in a very crucial best of 3. How are you feeling?
Everything's a bit high at the moment, so we're a bit, jittery. We did pretty well, yeah. I'm just proud of everyone's performance at the moment. So it's not much other than that. I think everyone's really excited from our performance. We played pretty well on our attacks, at least, and our defensive half was a bit sloppy, but we still managed to pull it off.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the vetoes. Obviously, Skyscraper and Border were the final 2 maps before Antic banned out Skyscraper. Were you guys expecting to go to that map, and is that sort of what you guys have been preparing?
Well, we were prepared for both those maps. We'd had a previous game on them. I think it was the first play day where we versed them. We did beat them, but, this doesn't mean much. It's only BO1. We were prepared for most of the maps that we played tonight. Our club was a bit sloppy, but other than that, I think we did play quite well. Our Lair was obviously our first pick as well, so we had our best game there. But it was very close regardless,
Now,
preparation
Ned,
or not.
this is the first time that we're speaking to you. I actually think this might be the first time period, even back in the Rivals, I don't think we got a chance to talk to you. So obviously, from your point of view, you've got 4 players that are coming into their debut stage at a Tier 1 level in OS. What has the discussion been like as a team throughout the progress of what you've done so far? Because you've made a hell of a lot of noise in a pretty big league.
Yeah, obviously we're all very, very new.
Yep.
At the tier at the moment. A lot of the main issues have just been our coordination between each other. We've all come together and we've got pretty decent gun skill. That's our main, objective and benefit. But at the moment, we're just working through team play and coordination mid-round and that further on. We're all, as I said, new. I think Bailey and Ollie or Yentai did play previously. This is my first stage, and ACOGs, we've both only just turned 18.
Yep.
But other than that, I think it's everyone's first proper go at playing top tier at the moment, Pro League.
And then obviously with that win, you guys move on tomorrow to play in the semi-final against Chiefs. Have you guys started preparing for that game? Had you start preparing before this game, or was it sort of make sure you get over this game first and then we'll start looking at it tonight?
Look, we've been playing opponent to opponent. We're still preparing regardless, the scrims, everything else. So it doesn't really matter who we're versing. We're going to try our best regardless. Preparation, NATO will probably be guiding us through most of that. But, as well as Coltamo, who's our analyst, they'll probably be our main goal or go-to when talking about Chiefs. But at the moment, we're still going, opponent to opponent and not really looking too far into the future, just not to get, overhyped and making sure we're actually focused on the proper team.
Yeah.
I won't lie, from a young roster, Ned, you guys have looked great, but talking to you and Bailey, it seems like you're all taking this very seriously and you've got a high level of focus for the playoffs, which is absolutely incredible. So many times we see teams of your caliber, you know, younger players coming in, first-time debutants, they come into the league and all they want to do is compete. They're not looking to the bigger picture, which now is the Chiefs. That's a very huge game for you guys in a best of three that could potentially put you on series point for Montreal, which would just be absolutely incredible. But what we'll do, we'll end it there. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, everyone that bet money lost a lot, so sorry about that. Other than that, not much. I'm just thankful for everyone that we're playing with, you know, at NATO, Cole Timer, they make this roster what it is.
Yep.
Before that, we were clueless. I want to thank you guys definitely for, you know, casting and doing everything that you do. So I want to thank everyone else as well. GG to our opponents, you know, lost, but, you know, can't win everything.
Well, who knows?
Yeah,
you could, mate.
much.
You could well win everything.
We'll hope. We'll try.
All right, beautiful, Ned. Thank you very much for joining us, mate. Best of luck against the Chiefs tomorrow.
Have a good one. Thank you.
And of course, for all of you at home, we just shining brighter than a bloody diamond. That to me, basically, I think that's just showcasing who they are as a roster. Oh my days. Light users be like. Now, we just need to clarify, he's obviously talking about people who bet channel points. We don't do any betting around here, not in this world.
No.
Again, I think commiserations to Antic. I really want to see them come back and double down on, you know, the stage one performance we saw earlier in this year. I think that they've got the gusto, they've got the players, they've got the coach to do it, they've got the structure. We just need to see them bounce back, Vinny.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is sort of a work in progress. I think when you lose players like Karo and players like Karo and Player,
Yep.
you lose a lot of experience, and I think this was more, not so much an experiment, but the talent pool in OCE is quite narrow.
Yep.
And in saying that, they took a risk on somebody that had just turned 18 in
Yep.
Lunchbox, and then obviously with Jay Kenner, we know of Jay Kenner, we know his antics.
Too much.
You didn't catch that one? Oh, you did. Nice. And yeah, from there, I mean, it wasn't the stage they wanted, but
Yep.
it's a work in progress. And I think they'll go back in the off-season and really look back on what they can improve on. They definitely have the ability to. As you said, they have the support with the coaching staff and now with the org.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't think this is the end for Antique. Not at all.
No, not even slightly. They've also got a 5th place match tomorrow, so it can't be the end of them. But we've got to give absolute props to the young gunners in the league. Outlast, the youngest roster we have coming into stage 2, have pushed through to the semi-finals and will verse Chiefs tomorrow. We're not done yet, though. We've got another quarterfinal, I should say, coming up after this.
Got you tulips in it. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Got you tulips in it. Hand out boss like communist.
Welcome back for the second quarterfinal of the OS playoffs. We are underway after an unfortunate slip up from Antic, sees them in 5th place. Well, in the 5th place matchup.
Yep. Just weren't able to get it done today. Outlast individually, just a bit better.
Yeah, they were. Individually, they were actually better, legitimately.
Yeah.
The individuals on that roster absolutely popped off. You had Relays on 44 and 20. You had Ned on 37 and 24. So respectively, they had a plus 37 KD between the two of them. That just goes to show the difference that we saw from that roster in general. Unfortunately, you know, it kind of ends the storyline for Antic in Stage 2. 2nd place in Stage 1. Some roster changes have not gone their way, and now they've been knocked out by the Young Guns in the league. Hopefully the Young Guns can really take it to Chiefs tomorrow, but we'll start talking about today's matchup. Circular Spheres and Prodigy now go head-to-head in a quarterfinal that has most of us split here on the desk. Well, at least in the production area. It's kind of impossible to not be split. It's 50-50, doesn't really matter. But this one for me, I think most people have gone for Prodigy, but Circular Spheres, I mean, they're still dangerous on their day.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell with this one, isn't it? Because towards the end of the stage, we saw that Prodigy was starting to really get figured out. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about their identity as a shield team, and that's really what they're crutching on those attacks. And when it doesn't quite go their way, they seem to really struggle on those attacks. And towards the end of that stage, when teams were starting to bring more trap ops, they were starting to bring Clash, they were starting to bring things like that, they were really struggling to get any of those attacking rounds on the board. So if Circular Spheres have continued to sort of do their homework and figure out how they're going to deal with the shields and really come up with a good plan for it, I think they're going to do a good job today.
Well, they've got Saved on the roster, and that should save them in a lot of this discussion. He has been one of the best players in Oceania. In fact, it actually has Saved at the top on my statistics before playoffs. He is the #1 player in the entire region. He is outdoing Quiz and Tuhan by about 3 to 5 EPS. I mean, does that sound right?
Well, yeah, I don't know. He's been completely unstoppable this stage so far. Like, stats like that I haven't seen for a long time in this region. Obviously, we've seen like Brendo and Tui and those at the top at the moment. In previous stages, those Bliss players were towards the top. But on a team that barely made it into the playoffs, to be having this kind of carrying effect is really special. And yeah, like I said, not something I've seen for a while. 20 and 8 on entry is unreal. There is no better way to set up your team at the start of rounds than to have entry kills, and Saved is doing his job absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that it's a plus 12 KD on opening kills is absolutely absurd. He is miles above the next player. Here I've got Quiz at plus 7, so he is 5 kills above the average, the second best player on entries, which probably goes to show how impactful he's truly been. You then look to players like Neptune that have stepped up as well. I mean, I don't know if you just mentioned him, I kind of blacked out for 2 seconds. But Killerman is probably the player for me that slipped under the radar a little bit. You've got a bunch of really big fraggers on this roster, but it's just, I don't know, it just hasn't hit the mark.
Yeah, it slipped under the radar a little bit, but I think he worked his way back into the stage. Obviously, we were talking a lot about his inability to stay alive at the start of rounds, and his entry KD was quite poor, but he's brought it back to somewhat of a respectable level. I think he's taking a lot of opening engagements, and now he seems to be winning a few more of those. But in saying that, he definitely isn't getting the opening engagements at quite the rate he was at the start of the stage. So I think he slowed down a little bit, picked his fights a little bit better, and it's definitely had a better impact on his statistics.
Yeah, well, 30 attempts for Killerman, 28 for Saved. Obviously, you know, they might have juggled between the two of them there. At the end of the day, Circular Spheres is a roster that on their day will absolutely annihilate you, and that's the problem. It is really that on the day. They are one of the most consistently inconsistent rosters that we have in OCE, which is why up until the final play day, we weren't even sure if this roster was going to make it into the playoffs, and then they end up finishing 4th. We could go round and round in circles talking about this and the way it's happened, but let's move on. Let's move on to a roster that has well and truly surprised us. They have come out and wholeheartedly put hand on chest and said, hey, we are a shield team, we are a meta team, we are playing the meta, and by all accounts, Vinny, they've played it well.
They have played it well, and I think the biggest factor for them at the moment, just looking at those statistics, is how balanced it is across the board. Obviously, Davey is a little bit further down. He's maining those shields, and Trippin is more of that flank hold player that doesn't take as many gunfights until later in the round, so that probably kind of skews his KD in that direction. But as you said, they have said that their identity is to play shields. They've really worked on that ability, and so far it's been basically unstoppable from most teams. Towards the end of the stage, like I said, started to see more Legion, started to see more Clash. Teams are starting to figure it out. But yeah, it's going to be interesting today to see, are they going to continue to work with those shields? And if so, have they come up with anything different to sort of quell the ability of a Clash or a Legion to kind of counter Davey? Or have they sort of shifted away more towards a more traditional style of Siege?
The question for me that I'd pose to you is, outside of bans, what can you realistically do?
Yeah, it's quite tough. With a Clash, there's obviously many counters to Clash. You can bring something like a Zofia to stun her. You can bring Capital to flame bolt her. Kali, I think, at this stage still knocks her shield away. So there's ways to counter things like a Clash. And then most of the other operators that counter a shield basically are electronics. So you bring an IQ, you spot it out, Guru Mine's gone, Cap King and Trap's gone. And just like that, Davey's got a free run into the site.
I'll tell you what, that's why they call you the best analyst in the region, mate. There's not much competition, but you're the best analyst in the region. There's some really great points to teams at home. That's free coaching advice. You've essentially just been given free coaching advice. Take that and run with it. Obviously, you know, when we look at things like attacking win rates, Prodigy have well and truly been up there. I think without really looking at the stats too deeply, I think they're the 3rd best team in the region, just behind GG and Chiefs. So that does tell the picture of how well they've played this meta. Is it enough, though? That's probably the simplest question I can give to you. Is it enough?
I think at this stage, no. I think when we get into the best of threes, where obviously we're playing a wider range of maps, obviously there's going to be more bans coming through in terms of operator bans. I think they're going to need to be able to fall back onto some more fundamental style of Siege. And if it's not up to scratch, then good teams are really going to run the floor with them and run over them with these defenses. Obviously, another thing to note, their defensive win rate is quite low. Under 50% in Siege is quite uncommon. As we've seen from every team tonight so far, they've all had around a 60 to 70% win rate on their defenses. So another thing that they're going to need to work on, those defensive round wins are really important, especially in best of threes.
I'm just trying to quickly pull up the stats, but my internet is absolutely tanking right now, so I don't even think I'll bother. At the end of the day, I back Prodigy because they have a play style, right? And whether that play style is counterable or not, I will always lean into a team who understands the structure of what they're doing and will push together. It's like me and Dev had this conversation, I think, in stage 1, and you know, it's oversimplifying the process of structure and of team identity. But for me, I've always been under the assumption that the right decision is the decision that you commit to. It's the decision that you as a team all collectively decide is the right decision. So regardless of whether it pans out or not, I have always been a big fan of teams having that identity. Back in the day, we used to have a lot of different identities in this region. Every team had a different way of dealing with things like the utility of the 20-second meta. There was always like little nuances. Now we're into 2024. It just doesn't feel like it has that same grasp to it. But for me, I'm very excited to see Prodigy play in best of threes now, because now we get to test it. Now we get to stress test it. What do they call it? A litmus test. This is their opening match in a best of 3. We haven't seen Prodigy in a best of 3 at this level ever, from my recollection. So this is really where they get to prove that as a roster, they can get it done. Don't know if we've got the map vetoes ready, but if we do, we can just move on to maps in general. If we are talking about any kind of map, are we looking for Prodigy to try and isolate smaller or larger maps with this meta?
I think smaller maps. I think smaller maps will always play into the shields better. Obviously, you don't want to be using the shields realistically to be roam clearing and doing things like that. You want to be using the shields to really aggress and push onto the site early and really put pressure on those defenders. So I think we want to be seeing maps like Border. It's a map that we saw them play very well against GG, obviously winning 5 attacks. Yeah, and with Bank and Nighthaven out first, Consulate, Clubhouse, all 4 maps, not maps that...
Jesus, Vinny.
All 4 maps that I probably wouldn't expect to see Monty play too much, maybe Club being the exception out of those 3. And Border, obviously first picked, like I said, their game against GG, they played extremely well. Basically, no matter what GG threw at them, they were really struggling with that Monty pushing down the Armory hallway. And eventually, we saw GG bring out the Clash, which did result in them getting a round win. So a question that I posed to you earlier tonight, will they ban out the Clash Prodigy? Obviously, it's something that Davey really likes to play. But again, it's probably the only counter to the Monty that they have.
Thoughts on Skyscraper?
Yeah, another map where shields can be good. It's much bigger than Border, so I think it will probably have less of an effect. But again, there's a lot of choke points in Skyscraper, and using a shield to kind of brute force your way through those can be really strong.
Oh, Cafe to close on as well. I mean, I look at this, and all 3 maps for me, I think outside of maybe Border, I think Skyscraper and Cafe will be a really good contest. If we even get to Cafe, that's me just assuming that, you know, both teams are going to win their map pick, which we're kind of somewhat leaning into. I do very much worry for Circular Spheres. You know, we've talked in the past about their leadership. We've talked in the past about their identity. For me, Skyscraper is going to be a really dangerous map for Prodigy on their defense, because when you've got a player like Saved, who, given any kind of light droning, will absolutely obliterate your holds, we're going to need to see a lot more out of them. And that's just the conversation, Vinny. To double down on what we were talking about before, Prodigy have the 3rd highest attack in the region, which is phenomenal, considering they finished 5th. Can you believe that? They finished 5th, and they've got the 3rd highest attack win. And then you look at their defense, the 2nd lowest, only above Odium, who have unfortunately just been obliterated at this stage. So really, in my eyes, Prodigy are last in their defenses.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising, to be honest, because you know, having such a good plan on attack, you'd think that when they come into their defenses, they'd have sort of a similar mindset where they might choose an identity where they want to bunker down and play real util heavy, or they want to play more roamy and aggressive. But it seems like, from what we've seen from them so far, it's kind of been a mix of both, and they haven't really understood the win conditions of those rounds.
Yep.
I think this might be a little bit of a tail-on effect from the fact that their attacks don't have a lot of sort of guts to them outside of the shields, so they're not understanding the win conditions of those rounds as well. I mean, we spoke to, who did we speak to? We spoke to Davey at one point, who touted them the smartest team in the region, including GG, which I thought was a little bit questionable, but he stuck to his point. And I think if we're going to need to see some of those smarts on those defenses, just try something a little bit different. Obviously, go back and review those VODs, see where they're going wrong. At the moment, if they're going to continue to play this sort of up and down style of defense, they're going to get run over, especially, like you said, by a player like Saved, who really preys on weakness of defenses, running around with the Finka LMG. If there's any hole for him to exploit, he'll be straight in there and getting opening kills.
He's going to be very dangerous, and someone that you're going to have to try and silence. Or, I mean, I guess probably the bigger discussion has always been around, one, if you do silence a player, and two, how do you silence that player? Because it's really, like, especially a player like Saved, who will individually, you could put him on an island and he'll take every gunfight. And what we've seen from him this stage is he wins those gunfights. He wins positions where, you know, multi-kills, granted, it's all great. But when you're doing those in 1v2s, 1v3s, that is turning tides. I mean, I don't want to...
I'll answer the question for
please,
you.
yeah. I'm not going to ask it.
I will answer the question for you. So, from my experience, when we played in APAC South and we're playing on ping, the thing that we decided was that we can't take gunfights.
Yeah.
Right? If we allow them to swing into us and take gunfights against us, we will lose 100% of the time. So we decided that we're going to use utility to make sure that the gunfights are in our favor. And I think that's going to be the strongest thing against Save. So bringing more trap operators, not allowing him to just take map control wherever he wants.
Yeah.
Using as many shields as possible, as much BPCs as possible. Mirror if she's up. Using these operators to get an advantage on the gunfight before you take it. If it's a straight up 50-50, Saved has shown that he'll win that gunfight
every time.
Almost every single time, right? So
losing only 8 opening engagements out of 28 attempts.
Exactly. So you want to make sure that the gunfights are at your advantage when you take them. Do not take 50-50s with him.
Yep.
Don't play loose and aggressive roams. If you're going to roam, play as a team, make sure that you're refragging each other. If you're going to bunker down on site, make sure that you're wasting time with some utility. I've done as much coaching as I can for Prodigy, okay? If they're listening and you need that, take it. Otherwise, do not fight him, please.
Now, the last time we saw these two teams play was on Bank. It was a 7-2 win for Circular Spheres.
Yep.
Circular Spheres banned out the Monty and the Clash. So clearly, they have absolutely no interest in trying to lean into the shields the same way the Prodigy are. Like, where is it going wrong for Prodigy in the last couple of play days? Because it feels like they had such a strong identity. Is it purely that teams have started to understand how to counter these shields?
Yeah, and I think the map choice is very important. Obviously,
Yep.
Bank is not the kind of map that you want to be taking, especially with Monty banned. Blitz has basically no effect on that map. It's very tough to use. And yeah, they were just kind of undone by that reliance on the Blitz. And then when you get a map like Bank that's so big, yeah, just wasn't going to work in that matchup. Hopefully today they have a bit more luck.
Sorry to throw a really basic question at you there, but look, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Only host in the region, by the way. They don't have another choice. Let's go to two casters that unfortunately we're stuck with because there's no one else in the building.
Tremendous stuff there from my two favourite analysts, Marshmata and Vince here. Although Marshmata's a bit quiet tonight. Not getting much out of him.
I think he might be a bit disappointed at the Antic result. He's a bit upset.
Big Jay Kenner fan, from what I've heard, is Marshmata. Well done as well, Rob. That was tremendous fill as we've been taking a little while to get into this second quarter final. Big game. It's the Names Dave show coming our way, maybe. He has been halted a little bit throughout the back end of the stage. I mean, somewhat similar to Outlast where, well, Dave and Outlast, they kind of all started really hot, and then as things kind of progressed, you know, Dave slowed down, Outlast slowed down, but Outlast came back. They won a quarterfinal. Can Dave do that now as well? And by Dave, I mean Prodigy and Dave.
Yeah, it has been a team effort, but there have been occasions where he's been able to lead the way. CS, they are going to offer some pretty fierce resistance if they bring the best siege that they can inside of the server. I think at their very best, these two teams are very evenly matched, although I probably would pitch CS as slight favorites, but I have picked Prodigy heading into this match. I do think that they're potentially a little bit more well-rounded And they might be able to catch CS off on a bit of a poor night. I don't know. We'll wait and see. In terms of the social media vote, it is very one-sided, though, in the camp of CS. Now, every time Prodigy plays, the ban phase is actually very intriguing to see play out. What do CS
Blitz.
take
Blitz.
off the board? Monty, Blitz, Monty.
Ooh, okay, so they leave the Blitz. Now, I'm trying to think. So the Blitz we know can play the rush-in kind of operator style, whereas the Montang's more of the map clear, slow. I don't know. I feel like Dave would prefer the Blitz here on border.
The counterpoint to that is that we... Oh, what did he play against GG? Was it the Blitz or the Monty? I can't remember.
On what border?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But I will say that at times, you know, think of like Nighthaven Labs, the Montang gets banned, he'll happily go play the Blitz, and he said that he's more than happy to play it. But then there are other times where they get Labs and they don't ban the Montang, and then he plays the Montang. So I don't know.
The Clash ban too, so they double down on the shield ops.
Yeah, I mean that's probably going to be the exact same bans that they're going to do in every single map in this series.
Yeah.
I think that pretty much says if you're Dave, you're not going to be playing the Montang, but he is still very proficient on the Blitz, and I like the Blitz here on border. I don't think Dave would be upset at all.
I'd probably be a little bit upset.
Well, he knows one of them's
But he
getting
knows
banned.
it's coming.
Like he knows full well, and the Montang's just the easier ban. Also, it depends if CS themselves want to utilize the Blitz in this in their second half. Armory and Archives to begin for our second quarter final. Prodigy, Circular Spheres. Loser will move to the 5th place matchup against Antic. Winner progresses for what will be the ultimate challenge, Gaming Gladiators. I don't know if winning this is much of a prize. Just gets harder from here.
Well,
Significantly harder.
I think irrespective of your next round, it's going to be tough. Chiefs proved in the R6 Cup Qual Grand Final that they can actually go pretty toe-to-toe with Gaming Gladiators. That was not a comfortable win.
These aren't Chiefs.
But my point being, whichever half of the bracket you start off with the court is, you're going to have a tough second match. It doesn't matter if it's Chiefs or GG.
Yeah, that's true.
5 seconds left.
All right, let's see what we've got installed for this second quarterfinal. The first one was actually quite an entertaining quarterfinal, 7-5, 7-5, and 7-5. No OT, but it went the distance, I guess. Every round of regulation was required. Potential spawn peak and not to be from Killamet. He loves these entry battles, win or lose. 30 of them taken for only 11 wins throughout the stage so far. On the flip side, someone like Save, 28 taken, but for 20 wins, far more efficient when Saved is the one taking those entry battles.
Yeah, that save discussion point in storyline is really going to come alive in the second half. Big discussion point on the desk. Will Prodigy defensively play a stack of trap ops in an attempt to try and shut him down or slow him down? On the attack, though, they can do their best to actually avoid Saved entirely, or at least deal with him later on in the round. It's looking like a pretty default stack here towards Armory Breach. Sandwich flash over. McKenzie doesn't double down with the repel, but it does enable the team to push forward.
Oh, good headshot from Bacon. Yeah, push forward they will. The Blitz can also just continue to rush on through while the plank goes down behind him. Volty will get that down on the entry point of Armory. It is a 3v3. Actually, Neptune got a team kill onto Killerman.
That's, what, the 4th tonight, I think?
Had a couple of them. Chance. Of course, the right side reinforcer can't shoot through it. The Blitz has been dealt with.
Oh.
Saved. Good shot as well with the Vector onto Volty. McKenzie finds himself in a 1v3 post-plant retake. Long-range shot, and it is going to be a round win for Circular Spheres despite the fast start from Prodigy. The quick response from Circular Spheres is even better, and they will take the opening round.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward first round there for Prodigy. I think the set play was the right call and able to get that diffuser down. And in typical situations, that ability to get it planted bolsters your win rate significantly. Retaking in Siege, very difficult at times. Circular Spheres, though, able to make it work in a timely fashion. The Vulcan canister as well on that diffuser not popped. And that gave a little bit of extra breathing room for the retake attempt there for the defense. Not the most comfortable of rounds for Circular Spheres, but a good retake from them in the end. Over to Teller's bathroom for the next round. And the question mark looming for me is, much like we saw in the last series, with that Blitz available, are we going to see more aggressive hits from Prodigy. But I kind of doubt it. I very much get the impression that this is a team that isn't going to try and cheese round wins in that fashion, and instead will contest above, try and get control. Mirror is banned out, so holding above is a little bit harder.
Yeah, Davey's certainly capable of playing a slow blitz. It doesn't have to be the ultra rush style of play just because he plays the blitz. For those unfamiliar, first time maybe watching Oceania League, or potentially just watching Prodigy in general, they are a shield team. They will play blitz every single round. You're on the attack, but no clash, of course, banned out by CS and, of course, the Montaigne. Which does limit Davey on the defense. He'll probably go play Bandit. It's usually his fallback. Dave on the move, and will leap straight into security. Champer calls that out, drops immediately. Davey is a madman.
Scanning for electronics.
You'd imagine in anticipation for this match, both teams heavily scrimming around the blitz. Prodigy would have been playing it a lot, I can only assume, and Circular Spheres would have been eager to verse opponents that were playing it as well, so they know how to counter it, or at least have a bit of a better idea and feel more comfortable. No Lesion brought in this particular round, but they do have the Goya for restore that utility alongside the Fenrir. Davey has been able to progress forward. Save gets the opening pick, so that entry stack continues. A lot of heavy smoke play again, and Davey looking to close down this distance, but shut down. A headshot? Okay.
Wow.
I don't know how that was able to take place.
I wish we had got that from Physics POV. And through the floorboards, Faulty will go down, and Trippin is the only one left standing. This is a dramatically good start from Circular Spheres, and they're dealing with Davey on the blitz. Well and truly. Flash leaves a little bit to be desired if you're Davey. The kit will be reacquired inside a Fountain, but very difficult task awaits him for the remainder of this second round. I was about to praise Davey, just the way he moves around on the blitz. He's so cautious. But as soon as he pushes Fountain there, how often have we seen this stage him lose a 1v1 like that? Very rarely.
That's weird. I mean, it's the kill feed that's really throwing me off. I don't really understand it was a headshot.
Probably because he...
Was it just the down confirmation?
Yeah, it's just the down confirmation.
It happened so quickly that I thought it was the initial kill, which really threw me off. But it made more sense, right? He stands back up, exposes feet, down into headshot. Yep. Okay, it definitely makes a lot more sense now. And that's good counterplay. That's just having that little bit of composure, right? And we're talking about split-second decision-making there. Sometimes players will panic, some will turn in anticipation for the flash. Like, there's a lot of different micro that goes into that couple of seconds, but it's well played. 1v1ing shields at the moment is really tough.
Yep. I will say, though, this is a region that's certainly having to deal with it quite prominently because of a player like Dave. CS would have been prepared, and I think we mentioned it a couple of times throughout the regular stage, especially after the initial play days. Like, Prodigy is the kind of team that you can really plan against. You know full well what's going to happen when you play them. You know entirely what their win cons are going to be based on. You know how to ban against them. You know what maps you want to try and take them to.
Bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds to insertion.
I mean, like, Skyscraper is a great example. You just ban the Montaigne, and the Blitz is not going to be really as effective across a lot of those sites.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And considering this is a 2-0 start on the defense for CS, this is not ideal for Prodigy. There's every world in which CS really do win Skyscraper quite comfortably. Oh, there goes the Blitz again. Dave has not been able to have any impact here on board. A great opening kill from Saved. Look at him shaking his head in the camera as well. He can't believe it. 4-0 start for Saved. He's playing very well so far. Blitz is down again.
You know what we need there? We need the split screen.
Saved 5.
Split screen reaction of Saved and Davey after that first kill. What was the contrast in the emotions after that?
I don't know. I don't think Dave's the most emotional when it comes to the reactions. Could be wrong.
Gotta be frustrating.
It would be very frustrating. Save, shot in the back. Still alive somehow. 14 HP, at least a little bit of information. And yeah, Faulty will fall very quickly, and it's about to be a 3-0 start for Circular Spheres. Will we see a tactical timeout in response from Prodigy? Because this has been a shocking start on the attacker border. Their map pick as well, Guz. It's not playing like it right now. J-Par, just the white swing, too good against Trippin, and leaves Bake by himself. It's flawless. If that doesn't warrant a tactical timeout, I don't know what does. They can't get Dave involved, whether he's in the map or at the map. The blitz is not working. but you're a shield team.
Yeah.
You couldn't possibly think to get Dave off the shield, right?
And that's kind of the problem that they've got, right?
They're pigeonholed.
They're incredibly dependent on the shield play. And when it works brilliantly well, and they often look dominant on attack, but...
I'm going to do what Lunchbox couldn't. Win. Well, 3-0 up. We've got a long way to go, but that is a wonderful opening kill from Saved. We'll get the cam reaction. Dave. Yeah, again...
Bit of a sigh. Can't blame him.
Well, it's a very low effort sigh, though. I mean, that's really good mentally, because I would have just slammed desk. 0-3 in a quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Got to remember, this is Prodigy's first time making it, like, you know, this far. I mean, it's their first season in Pro League. It's their first time this far into a playoff, and it's quarterfinal, and it's your map pick, and you just haven't been able to show up in the opening rounds. It's border attack. I mean, like, fundamentally, it's your pick. You're playing attack on border. You've got the blitz. You're 0-3, and nothing's working. 0-3 for Dave, 0-3 for the team. By the way, I mean, like, it's not like anyone else is playing well. It's 1-3 for Bake, Faulty, and Trippin, and then Mackenzie's also on 0-3. So, I mean, this is just a perfect start from Circular Spheres, and so much so that Save feels very confident to claim that they're going to find victory in the chat. Don't blame him.
I mean, typically this early on in a game, it's pretty difficult to be critical, but this is an attacker-sided map, and it's Prodigy's pick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we can paint a clearer picture that this has been like absolutely the worst start possible, and none of the rounds are even close. It's not even a couple of 50-50s that haven't gone their way or anything like that.
Nothing.
They're just getting smashed, and that big win con of the Blitz has had zero impact.
And it's going to have even less impact on a map like Skyscraper, I feel. So
And Saved is just running riot around the map.
Oh, he just has... It's kind of like watching Jay Cannon just have free roam.
But to the extreme, like I think it's another gear.
Absolutely.
And Prodigy, they banned out the Deimos, so they've gone into this game with the expectation that they can hunt down these rainbows or ignore them.
Faulty will go down.
Rip.
Another opening kill for Circular Spheres. Nitrocell, but it won't explode. That's a good shot back on the rappel. But they have lost Mackenzie. Saved is doing whatever he wants right now. 8-0. And puts CS in a commanding position to find a 4th consecutive round. Up top metal through 90. There's the blitz. Trippin will go down. 1v1. Turnaround shot. I thought he killed him, but no. Dave does win that one, but not against Japer. 4-0 start for Circular Spheres.
Oh, I tell you what.
Are you serious?
I don't often like cheer someone on or whatever, however you sort of champion barrack for, I guess barrack for a player in a match. But there are a couple of fibers in me that wanted to see him win that fight. The 360 to avoid the flash, and then he almost wins it. I think that would have seen a bigger side from Davey.
I mean, in that situation, why is Mackenzie playing in front of the shield at that point? No wonder he ends up just dying.
He's so close.
3 opening kills in a row now as well.
Jeez,
to make matters worse in favor of Circular Spheres. It's
wild.
just utter domination. And in the last 3 rounds, so Saved 2 opening kills, Killerman 1, minute 48, 2 minutes 48, 2 minutes 08. I mean, they are just ripping them to shreds.
So, I'm having a look back at the Prodigy versus Game and Gladiators match. That was Playday number 2 on Border. Playday number 3, so it was the first game of Playday number 3. It was the Blitz that got banned out, so it was the Monty that we saw in that matchup. It was a 5-7 scoreline to GG, and they got 4 attacks against the undisputed best team in the region. And today, they can't even scrap together a round that looks winnable.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I completely forgot about the fact these two teams played final Playday at the stage, and it was a 7-2 win for Circular Spheres over Prodigy. They banned the Montaigne, they banned the Clash. We're going to see that those 2 bans will be locked in for as long as this series goes. And now between that map of Bank and this game of Border, it's 11-2 in favor of Circular Spheres. So, I mean, I'm honestly just going to take someone on the chin. I completely forgot. I predicted Prodigy, and I wholly regret it. Absolutely. That's my own fault.
I just had faith that they'd be able to...
Oh no. Oh, how do you not get that kill?
Oh, Killerman. Well, it's been a rough stage for Killerman.
Got to kill that man, Killerman.
He'll hit this one. Oh, no.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I just really had faith that they'd find a way to formulate
Yeah.
during that break to play into this Clash Monty combo, but it's not clicking.
Opening kill for Faulty onto Japer. Finally, something goes the way of Prodigy. Can they compound that further into this round? So they deal with the Oryx. Japer shut down for the first time in this game. That's his first death. Can that just give Prodigy some kind of momentum that they can play off? Logic Bomb went out, but Physics, his call got blocked by the mute jammer anyway. How can Dave have an impact here on the Blitz? We know Prodigy are at their best when he is at his best. When he is able to have impact. Throws out one smoke. Saved though. Goes to 9-1. Flash. Successful at least in warding off his opponent. The drop down comes through. Momentarily had his side peeked over to save. Save down for double digits. Physics dealt with. Okay, something here. Maybe brewing. Offers control for Prodigy. 3v3. But he's still going to have to drop down below eventually. And Circular Spheres still have got side control.
And Saved still alive. 10 kills already in this match.
I mean, what do you really have here? You got one smoke, one frag grenade. No more logic bombs.
I mean, there's no nitro, so it really does bolster their chances here. The plant denial will be lacking.
Oh. Killerman risking it all right now with this very aggressive hold, and he just can't hit the shots. Frustration. Not a lot of time remaining. I mean, that Vulcan canister alone can deny a default plant. He's going to have to blow it up. It gets blown up anyway. What is Killerman doing? Out of position. Deals with the repel. Saved. Gets Dave off the plant. But he's full white. Vulcan canister to pop. Dave to stick the plant. Neptune hits the headshot. Dave's off the plant again. Running around on the blitz, but around the corner. They're both here. Oh. He gets the melee. He gets the pistol. But Saved gets the headshot. Oh!
And he hits us with the Mew. Can you blame him?
Saved is having a life game right now. 5-0 to Circular Spheres. If you're not winning that round, you're not winning many. For Prodigy, everything that could go wrong went wrong. I mean, except that.
Well, except that, and then the other whiff. I mean, Killerman gave them the free opening, really, in his reposition. But again, that was because of the lack of plant denial. It made it very difficult, and Killerman felt the need to make a play right here. Like, this is just a massive over-aggression. He got punished.
It's a 3v2 there, and they're getting the plant down. Look at that, though, from Saved.
Oh, it's just so clean. And he almost doubled down
and
there.
Then he forces Dave off the plant. I mean, this is crazy. This is Save's camera down below.
Dave was just one shot off. Normally I would say
12-1.
Normally I would say you don't have the license to do that this early on in a series, but he's very much got his license.
He has got the license well and truly. 12-1 from Saved. He is absolutely destroying Prodigy.
It feels like the only thing standing between him and a potential kill record is the match is just not going to go on for long enough.
I mean, yeah. Maybe just let Prodigy start getting around so we just keep fracking it. Jeez.
This is just pure domination.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, this must be mentally tilting if you're Prodigy.
Heading out to
Yeah.
defuse a bomb.
If Killerman gets an opening kill, well, then you may as well just throw it all out in the bin. Surely not. No, okay.
Well, Saved he was going for a run out. I don't know. He stairs. Pardon me.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
Did he spot the gun barrel?
Gone!
Hello?
You saw him shoot
Air
it! You saw him shoot it! You saw him shoot the air jab.
It's like he was just frozen in time and just mesmerized.
We are doing Killerman so dirty on obs tonight. It feels like every time we play to
We're
win,
not doing anything.
I know, but we're exposing every mistake that he's making. And he's still doing okay. He's got 3 kills. Man. But the thing is, it's another 50-50, or not even 50-50, like a 90-10 that doesn't go the way of Prodigy. Like, they still didn't secure the kill. Killerman's still good for 1 here on 30 HP.
Yeah.
And Save's now been given enough time to reposition again back to East Stairs and probably go for a run out.
Surely it's coming. Surely Prodigy are going to get at least 1 attacking round here. It is their map pick into Fountain. Surely you get this kill onto Japer. Yes, you will. No response. Dave with the opening kill, looking for more. But no, Killerman saves the day on the vigil that you let him stay alive. repays the favor, gets a big kill. 3v3 now with Saved still running rampant. 13-1. And he's about to make it 14-1. Oh, yeah, jab!
He doesn't do it!
He doesn't kill him!
He's unkillable.
No way. He might get a 1-3.
Oh, come on.
Wait, he has to clutch though now. Has 2 kills and the round needs 2 more. He has a minute. Saved, surely not, to go 16-1. The unthinkable. He's got nothing to lose. He knows it. He's playing so well. His team's up 5-0. Gets a little bit of info from the shot back of his opponents. Bake getting the plant down. Proxy alarm goes off. Oh, hits the headshot. But does he know where the plant's going down? No, he does not, Bake. Oh my goodness. Fortunately got off the plant, covered up nicely, got the kill, and finally Prodigy are on the board.
I can't believe he doesn't hear the plant there. I thought for sure that he knew. And he's so locked in, he would have won the fight if he had that intel. God, man. This is one of the most...
This is Rainbow Six Siege.
This is one of the most unhinged games I think I've ever seen. How's that not a headshot though? I thought he hit him.
He did hit him.
Not in the head.
But not in the head. That one was.
Yeah, he got his revenge eventually.
Well, they would have won the round if the others had actually won their ones. In the end, 15-2 now for Saved. And finally, Prodigy will get 1 round on the board as we finish the half. Circular Spheres now onto the attack. And Dave onto the Bandit, as expected. But yeah, I mean, that was some kind of half. In fact, it took me half a second to realize the half's done. And we're into the second half. Like,
it's probably the... I don't know what the record is for the fastest half in a game of Comp Siege, but it has got to be right up there.
Opening kills, 157, 148, 248, 208, 208, 153. Rapid.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, it was split 3-3 between the two teams in terms of those opening kills, but of course 2 of them weren't converted for Prodigy. Well, that was certainly fascinating. We head into the second half now. Now, for all we know, this could actually end up just being like defender-sided and CS. But the inclination is that CS...
Well, it has to go against all the numbers, right?
Yeah.
It's what we were touting in the early series today, is that this has been an attacking stronghold. I think one of our observers is...
Yeah, replay operator is down.
Someone's died.
Now I need to make sure. Is he okay?
Are you all good?
He's all good? I think, yeah.
He's back on his chair.
Straight back on, so we will have replays for this 7th round.
Just been knocked off his feet with how well Saved has been playing.
Yeah, well, just making sure our production crew are okay. Thumbs up, Isaac. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Beautiful.
He's good.
A bomb has been located.
Well, certainly. Oh, Dave. There you go, gun in hand, and he gets the opening kill. Saved will sit on the floor. He has to sit this one out and says, guys, take over for me.
Well, he got his revenge, Davey. Is it too little too late, though?
Well, I don't know. I just have a weird feeling we could get some...
If they bring this map back, I will be absolutely shell-shocked. It would be insane.
And yet that would be so oceanic, wouldn't it? Kill a man, good kill, on to Bake. Keeps it all even. Never mind.
Ooh.
Volty. Killerman goes down. This is a pretty slow approach attack, though, from Circular Spheres. And I tell you what, it doesn't leave me with much hope for the remainder of this half. If this is the way that they're going to attack, it's a slow burn.
They didn't have Saved.
Well, you can't put it all on just one player. My goodness.
Well, we all put it on Davey, and he didn't perform, and we saw what happened there.
It's true.
Maybe it's just the one-man show on both sides. I don't know.
Jaber top waiting as they clear out the castle barricade. Selma shot. No. Oh, there's a down, actually, on to Davey. I don't think that would be known, though, for CS. Japer. Waits in waiting. Still got that bulletproof camera as well inside at 90. Oh, how did that not land on the Japer? Physics down, by the way, so this is going to be a 1vx now for Japer. 3, I guess, since I doubt Dave's going to get brought back up. 50 seconds remaining in the round. Japer could go for the revive if he can make it across safely. Slowly but surely does make his way over. Has picked up the diffuser in the meantime. Davey's still bleeding out. So it will be a 2v3. Physics low.
Physics able to find one, but immediately traded, and Japer can't play off said trade. So left on an island to push down this hallway position. Does tag one.
Here we go. Lock it in for a comeback from Prodigy. I'm expecting it now. I've had that feeling. No, I've got that feeling.
When you have a feeling, it's normally wrong, so... It's GG. Although, ironically, remember when I called GG for Circular Spheres earlier on in the stage and they went on to lose? Who was that against? It was Nighthaven Labs, right? I might bring up that little fun fact.
I don't think my memory is that good as we go to Vent and Workshop now into the 8th round. Saved.
Oh, it was the same play day as the Prodigy GG match. Nighthaven Labs, they lost 7-8 to Supernova. They also won defense OT and still lost. So there's, I mean, if you want to stretch it, there is some precedent.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me one bit.
Jeez, it must take a lot to surprise you then.
I've seen too much in my time.
To be fair, that last round, first death for CS, saved.
Yeah, but that's honestly 3 rounds in a row now that Prodigy have got the opening kill. I mean, the tide is somewhat turning just a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
And the repick here, so he jumps off the Finker LMG, which he's been crutching throughout the stage. It's been effective, so maybe crutch is too negative of a connotation, but onto the striker.
Yeah, I mean, I guess brings Tin Can, secondary hard breach, and he also has secondary EMP.
I mean, it could be used to like lurk into his own position through detention, right? I'm assuming that's what he'll do. Droning it currently. Go for a bit of a horizontal squeeze from this corner of the map. Might be able to find an opening in through customs, of course. And he can be pretty self-sufficient. I think that's probably the thing that makes Save so deadly as well, is he's not relying on anyone else to do the droning for him. The rest of the team can go look for map control. And he can be, again, self-proficient. Util clear elsewhere, the IQ counter into the Valk, it's really nice. So we'll see if CS can cook up a potential map point round here. Ooh.
Just wonder if the pacing though, CS felt like their pacing was so fast on defense, which is surprising yet slowing it down somewhat here on the attack. Just feels like it's maybe giving Prodigy a little bit more of a foothold in these rounds.
Shock drones into the Fenrir.
I mean, at this point as well for Prodigy, because you're 5-0 down, so it's 5-0. You don't have much to lose at that point. You know that the other team's got everything to lose from that position. Saved with the opening kill on to Dave. Revenge for the last round. I mean, Neptune knows he's deep here inside of Archives, or you thought he would knew, and he does know. Mackenzie will go to the grave. 3 inside of Armory. 1 will peek. 1 will then shoot through the soft wall. So Bake and Faulty. Contact from Bake over towards Server.
No, he's trapped.
Comes off second best against Save. No, wins the battle, and Save will go down, and suddenly the round a little bit more lively. Never mind. As soon as he pushes back in towards Server, JP gets the kill. Leaves Faulty by himself inside of Armory. This will be a Circular Spheres round, surely. Physics shot in the back on the way out with the diffuser. They know they can go plant. They know where Faulty is, and he can't do much to deny said plant. Yellow ping, information. Faulty can't play off it, though. Is trying hard as he can to find this kill onto JP inside a fountain. Now red ping, spray, no. JP is better, Circular Spheres are better, and they get themselves match map point.
Yeah, really clean round there from the attack. We saw Circular Spheres make Border feel even more claustrophobic than it naturally is. We saw Mackenzie trapped in a corner. We see 3 players stacked within arm's reach top 4. Then below, again, Bake trapped in a corner, and he won that fight out, but then was in a good tradable position to be excluded from any more fights over the course of that round. And then a 1v3, it looked clinical again from CS, and what was that off the back of?
If he kills
Save.
Physics there, that's Kit down outside on the balcony in a 1v2. That would have been a little bit awkward. Yeah, would have been just a little bit awkward. Match point, 6-2 lead. So,
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
is there any world in which Prodigy can win 4 defensive rounds in a row? From this position, sure, looks mighty tough. So Bathroom and Tellers now for the first of many map points. Skyscraper to follow after this, which will be the map pick of Circular Spheres.
I mean, talk about polar opposite maps, right? Border is
Yeah.
the classic cube, close quarters, a lot of lurk below first floor.
I mean, is there a world in which, you know, sometimes we've done enough of these best of threes now where they're still each other's map pick?
I mean, potentially.
I just don't feel like the Blitz is going to be that impactful on Skyscraper.
Yeah, no, it won't be. Monty is definitely going to be much more favorable on that map. The structured nature, though, you would typically think would favor Prodigy, but again, with Save just playing Disrupt, I think he can still achieve that on Skyscraper, despite it being that, you know, sort of two-lane choke map.
Killerman on the Blitz, doing his best Dave impression.
Tinker back in play as well, so the LMG will be raining terror throughout the server. The IQ pick will persist as well, again into the Valken. Also counter the Solace as well. Aggressive through security.
Yeah, hoping to maybe catch someone before they could, you know, if they're playing the hatch. Bulletproof camera over on 90. Killerman's got to make sure, though, that he pushes with his team, doesn't just overtly go forward by himself. What an angle from Save. 17-4 now as he finds to get another opening kill. That will be his 4th opening kill.
Do you reckon he gets the 20 bomb? It's going to take a big effort.
Well, it's possible. Adrenal Surge activated by Saved and now allows the push through. Killerman into officers. That's a wildly random Nitrocell from Dave. Bait gets a kill onto Killerman. Where's Saved? To try and find 18, 19, and 20. He'll need 3 out of the 4 players remaining alive for Prodigy if they are to do it in this round.
Yeah, Mackenzie there over towards that office window, almost getting trapped in a corner again, but good support down below and some good team play on offer here from the defense.
Mackenzie
under a lot of pressure though now. Cross was held. 3 versus 3.
Well, the 20 bomb's dead if they win this round. It's down to just Strippin and Dave. Dave on site. Drone up above. 1 minute remaining here. CS, oh, saved. I mean, talk about a statement. Davey, though, long-range shot does get the trade.
Okay. Winnable.
Yeah, certainly winnable, but a lot of time here for Neptune and Japer to not mess this up, you would hope. They have the diffuser, and Neptune has 2 drones that he can manage.
Prodigy with a decent amount of info as well. But I don't think they have a read over towards waiting.
Again.
Oh, they do have BPC in waiting.
Drone active now by Neptune. He's in bathroom with said drone at the moment. It's coming all the way around. Oh! He just stopped short of droning out Dave's position. 20 seconds remaining, and Dave could swing here very quickly, but he loses the battle to Neptune, and with that, they lose the map. Circular Spheres take border in a storming fashion, 7-2. The save show was incredible.
Yeah, look, I don't really have too much more to add on to that call. Saved, leading the charge. He was touted on the desk as being a massive win condition here. And unfortunately for Prodigy, they were just unable to tame him on either half. And the only thing that got in between him and the 20 bomb, Jake, was the fact that they smashed them by so much.
Absolutely. What a great game from Saved, and his teammate Circular Spheres far too good on border, stealing the map pick away from Prodigy, who will now have to do the same on Skyscraper.
We said going into this one, Vinny, that the win condition for Prodigy was their attack. And if it wasn't going to be their attack, they had to do something on defense. Unfortunately, we just don't see anything on attack or on defense.
I don't even know how to analyze this game. This was, I was expecting big things from Circular Spheres going on to their defensive side first. I thought, yep, they must have some idea about how to counter these shields. And, well, I guess the counter was just kill everyone else first, and then the shield is kind of useless. So Saves ran around with Goyo ACOG, as he has for most of this stage, and literally just ripped the whole game apart.
Yep. It's a little unfortunate. I think the second and third round, Davey was like one of the first 2 to go down as well. So just completely puts them on an island. It's very clear. I mean, I don't want to say it without maybe getting your back up here, but is it clear that that win condition is entirely based on that shield?
Yeah, I think so. I think their attacks are very one-dimensional. Obviously, we've said how great it is that they refrag behind the shield and they seem like they're a massive death ball that just kind of goes in and clears and takes map control. The problem is all the attack is coming from one place.
Yeah.
And what that does is it means that the other team is able to just hold these power positions and just wait, realistically. Obviously, Saved is just running around headshotting people through walls, as he does. And yeah, the shields are great. And I think Blitz is probably a little easier to counter because of his ability to die a little bit easier than Monty.
Yeah.
So as we saw there, specifically in that scenario, he doesn't have as much pressure on parts of the map. We saw against GG that Prodigy were able to take that armory hallway control, the outside hallway control. And from there, they were able to really put pressure on that security room. But in this case, they really needed to kind of go to different avenues. So we saw the buck below. We saw more of a loose sort of clear, and what that led to was Saved running around and killing them because, again, if you take 50-50s with him, he comes out on top every single time.
You give your ones, and they go his way every single time. In fact, there's only one opening engagement in which he lost. Just to make sure that my stat does back that up, it does indeed. 213 EPS. Holy shit, Saved.
That's got to be the highest. Is that the highest this stage?
This stage, yes. I think last stage we saw like a 256 from like Wettables or someone like that, but that is by far the highest that I can recollect. A 19.5 KD in 9 rounds. Just understand that. 9 rounds is all that was played. We were talking about Jigsaw's 26 bomb on map 1 of the APAC Cup qualifiers yesterday, going, oh my god, unbelievable. What the hell? Mate, you've just done it in a best of 3, in the very first map of the best of 3 in 9 rounds. Like, this guy is the win condition.
And that included the opening death on their first attack. So realistically, if he hadn't been the opening death and he had played out most of the round, he probably would have got another 2 or 3 kills. In his form, he might have aced, who knows.
Ugh.
So he very easily could have got over 20 kills in, 9 rounds.
Ugh, brother, that is messed up. I don't want to throw the break on that, but I kind of want to. So let's go to a break, and on the other side, map 2 at the quarterfinals.
when the countdown reaches 0, it's just there to keep you on your toes. You never know when we're actually going to come back. Prodigy and Circular Spheres here in the quarterfinal. Well, the first map was indeed a play. Sorry.
Come on, keep composure, mate. This is an important quarterfinal.
It was a very, very quick game, wasn't it, guys? 7-2 for
It was.
Circular
I mean,
Spheres.
we commented on it at the time. The halfway point of that match, the halftime break, was incredibly early on in the piece. That's just how crazy the pacing was of that game. It did not drag by the heels.
How much do you want to bet it's a clash ban?
$1 million.
$1 million. All right, cool. Pay up. I mean, it was.
I agreed with you. Why would I have to pay up?
Yeah, true.
Come on.
What's the last ban? Quick. Valkyrie.
Yeah, Valkyrie. Oh, it's the saved ban.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
I didn't expect it, but after the last map,
I mean, Goya's really good on Skyscraper as well. So, I mean, I think
True.
that's just,
Yeah.
it's like a doubly good ban. Well done. Prodigy onto the defense first, so I don't think they're going to have as many problems on defense Skyscraper as they did on Border, although they also played defense first half and got kind of ripped to shreds, so I don't even know anymore. T-Ram and Karaoke, Circular Spheres picked this map, and for good reason, guys. As we know, they were always going to ban out the Montang and the Clash, both of which are very strong in the right hands on a map like Skyscraper, but more importantly, the Blitz isn't really that great on Skyscraper, or at least that's kind of the assumption.
Yeah, typically. I mean, we'll obviously bring this point probably up again when CS transition over towards defense, but with that Goyo banned out, the anticipation being that Sage will jump either onto the Frost, that's his second most played defensive operator, because you get the ACOG. I think you get the ACOG still. You can get some form of magnified scope. And Mirror, so Vector as well, which is his weapon of choice.
10 seconds to
Both could be impactful, depending on which one you prefer. Probably the Mirror.
5 seconds left.
Depends on the site.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So let's get underway. Second map for what is our second quarterfinal. If you're just tuning in, you want a bit of an update regarding today's play. Our first quarterfinal was a pretty good one. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. That's right. A 3-mapper between Outlast and Antic, with Outlast taking the win. And Antic will find themselves playing in the 5th place match tomorrow, of which they will be playing the loser of this. The winner of this will get the fortune or, well, displeasure of playing Gaming Gladiators tomorrow in a semi-final. Of course, tomorrow, our triple header, as Faulty gets off to the perfect start. Opening kill and onto Saved, the hero of Border. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. So double down from Faulty, successful. The roam over towards Bar has been great. In fact, so much so, he will find 3 kills, and that will all but win the round, you would imagine, for Prodigy.
I mean, does this continue to trend towards a match where it's hero play after hero play? Definitely be the case. But great start for Faulty, who back on Border finished up 5-8, trailing Bake. And this is, yeah, I mean, at this point, pretty much a nothing round, really.
I mean, is that the right? I mean, that's the way that honestly Prodigy are going to have to play, though. They're going to have to be aggressive on defense. They're going to look to try and meet the aggression of Circular Spheres.
Well, they couldn't match it with team play on the last map, so they can either try to double down and do that here on Sky or aggress.
I mean, you have the yellow ping intel. And Physics on the rappel. Not really in a rush. But if Faulty wants, and if Trippin wants, they could go for the run out. No need those. They play, well, the team play aspect here, even in a 1v5, respecting the fact that they don't want to just throw bodies outside on the balcony. And you can see Physics talking a little bit.
Oh, they're actually using this unofficial tactical timeout correctly. There's so many teams don't do it.
Talk things over, how you want to play, how you want to enter, the way that Prodigy maybe played this opening round. You could, yeah, absolutely use the solid minute to minute and a half that he's had. Talk things over, utilize the time.
Probably discuss entry routes and stuff as well.
Yep.
Like where they want to send saved and how they're going to work around that.
Is Faulty going to be aggressive? Things like Bard, you have to be, ready for these kind of roams. If Prodigy are going to be playing super aggressive, we need to think about what we want to bring. So credit to Physics. I mean, I don't know what he's obviously saying, but he's been doing a lot of talking.
Operators, you have run out of time.
Opening round for Prodigy. One very much because Faulty gets a 3K to begin over towards Bar. And a good response here on Skyscraper to begin after what was honestly a pretty poor performance from Prodigy. It was a 5-0 start on Border. Ended up finishing 7-2.
He just got completely...
Yeah, Saved is just running around there. He's just probably a little too aggressive.
I don't know if that was maybe a bad call or there's a drone blind spot that allowed that to take place, because I'm assuming that the drones would have been positioned in such a way that he should know if it's clear or not, and that would dictate the entry point. Maybe again that's probably something they discussed during that latter half of the round when it was orbit over. But yeah, good start for Faulty, only able to win one opening duel back on Border, and ironically that was actually a round that they didn't go on to win. The only 2 rounds back on Border where the entry was not converted was off the back of a Prodigy entry. Interestingly as well, we talk about the pacing of that Border match. The slowest entry kill came with a minute 29 on the clock. The average was up around that 2-minute mark. Expect on Skyscraper for that to probably not be the case. But again, a lot of that's going to be dictated by the entry pacing here of the attack. That last entry came at 2:23 on the clock. But Saved will play a little bit more reserved this time.
I think he's definitely aware of the fact, though, that Prodigy are being a little bit more aggressive here on Skyscraper. So the way he's holding this angle on the rappel, expecting someone to maybe peek off the information. Going to open up makeup. There's a horizontal clear across from Tyrion Karaoke towards Office and Exhibition. Save with the drone through, does spot one in Drum. Got tripping on the Mez as well. Don't know if his position necessarily did get drone. It's kind of a triple stack over on this side, so very aggressive from Prodigy.
I mean, they love their triple stacks. They did it on Border as well, quite a few times. So heavy investment around this mirror window position. And you can see on the overview now that it has dispersed a little bit defensively for Prodigy. Circular Sphere's looking to chip away at this ground. McKenzie, though, finds the first. Nitro goes astray and won't find a double.
Below. Must have had some kind of ankle.
Well, it's 5 Nitros in the lineup and still 4 left. So it's not the end of the world.
90 seconds left. Another opening kill for Prodigy, and so far, so good. Early days, 2 rounds in, but clearly there's some control from the defense, and Prodigy lacked all control on Border. Missed drone to the left side, so Mackenzie's position not known. Even if it was a Rotero, that's still information that could have been provided over had they checked it left. Tripping very low. Just holding their positions. I mean, Prodigy's just look in control right now on defense, not really offering much to Circular Spheres. That's really causing some frustration to CS.
Attackers have looked by attack.
I mean, nothing's working. Saved 0 and 2 to begin here on Skyscraper. Neptune slow, making his way up house stairs. He got caught anyway, still below. And this has now been 2 attacks in a row that have been quite dismal for Circular Spheres. All of that momentum from Border seemingly is already evaporated early on Skyscraper. This is a great start for Prodigy. Physics, though, headshots clean, but the numbers prevail, always. 1v3 with 10 seconds left, and Physics runs out of time. 2-0 start. Admittedly, of course, it is defense Skyscraper does, but it's a really good sign for this team because of how badly they got beaten on their map of Border. They've started well here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think the first couple of rounds here just exposing the dramatic shift in dynamic from a border to a skyscraper, where we've gone from that chaos where it's a far easier to snowball rounds and there's more opportunities to make non-linear plays, whereas here on Skyscraper we're seeing, at least in that last round, a good example where the two-lane choke is just proving very difficult to break down. We didn't see the main breach opened at all. That exothermic only used outside on Geesh into that drum angle. And so there's a real lack of pressure on the backline there for the defense. And a 5 Nitro lineup, and we didn't even see success on like a house stair sneak or just any kind of wildcard play that may have been enough to find a multi and get them back into the round. So that was just, though, an interesting dynamic into this series. It's weird when you look, like map selection, it doesn't feel like, this isn't screaming to me, certainly not this at this point in the match, as being a CS comfort map, but plenty of time to bring it around. And the reality is they only need 2 on the
I don't think it's a CS comfort map. I think it's more so the idea of taking Prodigy to a map in which the blitz is not going to be effective. You're going to ban out the Montang and the Clash. So you're forcing Prodigy onto a map in which they have to play, in terms of operator selection, maybe the way they don't typically want to play.
I think they're backing themselves in to win these tertiary sites, win the 2, and then lock it out defensively. Yeah. Which, to be fair, is not an outlandish strategy on Skyscraper.
Well, Rob and Vinny have seen enough. They think this is going to 3 maps as they go upstairs and go and have themselves a Kool-Aid. Volty, another opening kill. This one on to Killerman, 0 and 3. And I'm telling you, I said I've got that feeling coming into Skyscraper, and I feel a little bit vindicated at the moment. Neptune just sends it in towards Exhibition.
Bomb located by attackers.
Nothing is just going their way. They don't have any kind of, like, I don't even know how to articulate it right.
I think it's
Not,
pressure.
well, I mean, they certainly don't have pressure, but even a sense of urgency. Yeah. Where's the flowing fun that we saw on border, moving around, clearing everything, fast pace, fast pace? I know it's Skyscraper, and that kind of goes back to your question regarding the map selection. This just does not feel like a CS kind of map, and it's not playing that way. Maybe they've overcooked their own strategy. Maybe they didn't stop to think about how do we play on this map, let alone how the opponent does.
Yeah, a long way to go, but again, these tertiary sites are of importance for the attack and accumulating a buffer before that second half comes around, which it will rather quickly. So the 2 lanes stalled out again here in this transition. The lines are being held. There's no additional real point of pressure unless somebody can unlock something through maybe like a delivery push. We saw Save attempt that, but
nah, this is not looking good.
Save has to push through here and just apply pressure.
I mean, these rounds have just been completely uncompetitive, and that's kind of the issue here that I want to really double down on, Guz, is the fact that you can lose rounds, especially a Skyscraper attack, no doubt. I'm not sitting here saying that this is an attacker side of map, not a chance. Firstly, though, this is a tertiary. And secondly, none of these rounds have been competitive from Circular Spheres. So these have been pretty one-sided. I mean, at this point, Save's in a 1v4. He gets himself a free kill onto Dave. Kind of just takes a 50-50 guess as to maybe where he's going to be coming from. Has to go and, of course, retrieve the diffuser.
Is it time to take an official tack after this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's at the middle point of the half. You need to get a couple of these attacking rounds. I'd just take a timeout and talk things over. Try and find a way. I don't know how they would be able to do it, but find a way to pick the pace up. They just seem so stalled out, so sluggish and slow, and it's playing into the hands of Prodigy, who aren't really, like, you think about it from Prodigy's perspective, are they running around? Are they over-peaking? Are they going for spawn peaks? Are they, having these super long holds across? No. They're just playing power positions. They're playing sight. They're playing angles, and that's it. And CS just can't deal with that. They can't deal with them because back on border, Prodigy were forced to be running around the map. And that's exactly what CS wanted.
Yeah, CS continue to go for linear attacks. And what I mean by that is they pretty much do, in most cases, like a 2-3 or a 2-2 split with one lurk in those 2-lane positions, and they're just trying to take head-on gunfights. We need to see a little bit more pinch pressure, whether that be from hard breach or lurk potential, players actually getting in playmaking positions and not getting stalled out. I mean, Save just sitting in delivery for the majority of the round and unable to get a whole lot done. the hard breach has been lacking in a couple of positions as well. They're not dislodging this defense, and as you mentioned, they're just chilling in the back line. Prodigy are not, in my eyes, at least what we've kind of seen from the overhead, playing anything crazy. Not composition-wise, they're not positionally doing anything wild. I think the most we've seen is like a T extension with a mirror. Then that's not really pushing the envelope in terms of aggression for defense on Sky. So hopefully Circuit of the Sphere has been able to just reset a little bit here over that tactical timeout and try to find new avenues, because they've been incredibly one-sided rounds. The win conditions are not presenting themselves because they're not working the map hard enough for them to become available.
7-1 from Faulty. He has been outstanding. 2 opening kills from the 3 rounds. And a massive shout out to Prodigy for the way that they've handled so far Skyscraper. At no point have they looked, upset with the first map, and it's a good testament to their character as a team that they've been able to just bounce back so quickly, so cleanly. Of course, as we know, Skyscraper can certainly lend itself to be in favor of the defense, but it's the nature of the rounds that's concerning. And you could probably take that hallmark back over to Border. It's one thing to lose a couple of rounds, but it was the way in which CS were winning those rounds and Save doing whatever he wanted. And that was what was so concerning and alarming for Prodigy, and it ended up being their downfall, hence why they lost 7-2. I'm getting a very similar sense here on Skyscraper. Cafe could be on the cards.
Entry's been really important in this match. In the first 3 rounds, it's gone the way of Prodigy, and they have converted. Killerman has died first in the last 2 rounds. Has a big role on the IQQ here to
Faulty,
counter
another
the
opening kill.
Valk.
That's 3 out of 4 rounds. Faulty is having an immense game right now.
Yeah, that's massive.
Hard breach, one of them down.
Yeah. I mean, there's really nobody in this lineup from the attack that you want to forfeit first,
this-
but especially hard breach.
This is GG go next. This is actually GG go next. They are getting absolutely destroyed right now by Prodigy.
Not yet. It has to be a 5-1. You have to 5-1 this half. And even then, I mean, a 5-1 can be recovered as well. But I will agree that the dominance of these rounds is
This is just terrifying.
concerning and surprising.
Logic Bomb rings out from Save, but I mean, I'm not going to lie, I just don't see the comeback potential in these rounds for Circular Spheres. Their attacks are just so slow, stalled out. They're not, don't have the same vibrance that they had back on Border. It honestly, to me, just looks like we got the map heroes wrong in terms of who picked what.
Yeah.
Of course, not the case. Head pig. Surprise Bake actually just didn't rip his head straight off there. Entry in towards Drum from Saved.
And I mean, the peel defense here has been really clean from
Yeah.
Prodigy. They're not forcing positions. They're happy to just fall back, 5v3, not forcing anything. And they're just not giving any freebies, which is the perfect way to play Skyscraper defense.
I mean, look at this, and you're just forcing it in now at this point. Neptune had to. No chance to go forward, though, because of the goo mine. Nitrocell from Trippin in response. Because they got the numbers, they can afford to lose a player in Geisha and then play the Nitrocell. Yeah, I mean, Save and Physic have a combined 27 HP. Second and final Logic Bomb.
Oh,
It wasn't, so you just saw it, and there's again another opportunity. You've already lost Physics, though. Good headshot from Saved. But a disaster of a half has confronted Circular Spheres for Prodigy, though. It is an immaculate response to what was a disaster on Border. 4-0 for Prodigy Esports. And they've certainly got Cafe in their sights.
Yeah, it's all about now just confirming this primary site. 5-1 lead, all but confirming the match. But a 4-2 would still leave the door slightly ajar, operating under the assumption that Circular Spheres can perform a bit of magic defensively. But they've already burnt their tactical timeout. They haven't been able to reap the benefits of that. And to be frank, it didn't really look like their game style changed at all in that round. So not sure what was discussed, if that actually translated into the round, but certainly unsuccessful. Whereas Prodigy just continue to keep their head down. And as you mentioned before, a testament to their character bouncing back from a very disappointing Border. And they have just brought a really rock-solid defense here into Skyscraper, where, as mentioned previously, they're giving away very little map control for free, but equally they're willing to forfeit it when they sense that there's a lot of pressure and danger. And they're also not giving away free picks. They're not enabling Circular Spheres to run around the map freely, which is incredibly an incredible way to play, especially considering how that didn't work out from the back on border.
It's also the kind of map, though. If you're playing defense and you're getting 4 out of 4 opening kills defense Skyscraper, you're going to win the majority of the rounds. I mean, that's just the way that this map kind of plays out. That peel back defense. Think of like Oregon basement, where you get that pick, go play defense. Go play basement. Same with something like a Clubhouse. Get the pick, go play basement. And Skyscraper kind of has that effect throughout the entire map. 4 kills to open up the round in a row for Prodigy. Faulty with 3 of them. Mackenzie with the 4th. Keep an eye on Faulty because, well, he's been faultless here on this particular map. Circular Spheres are going to have to really turn this around from seemingly nowhere.
There is a drone here in delivery, so does need to be careful.
Faulty in a contact fight, taken down to half health. I'm assuming we're saved.
Able to escape though, so decent result for both teams. Draper can now get to work with this skeleton key from down below as well, and Neptune can cover. There might Thatcher combination in play as well, so there shouldn't be too many issues in terms of hard breach outside of the run out threat, I suppose, but that's being held by Killerman currently. It is an open hold though on the breach with footholds, so that does just make things a little bit more complex. Nitro Cell here from Trippin could be quite impactful. Rips it. Exo is detonated and opened up, so that's a good point of pressure that will now need to be monitored by the defense.
Well, certainly the slowest round that we've had so far in terms of engagement, proper engagement. Logic Bomb rings out from Sade with still one more in pocket for the final minute. But so far, it's been a pretty default attack from Circular Spheres. And again, Faulty with another opening kill. He's got 5. Sorry, make that 4. He might have 5 in the next round, but still.
Calm down.
Well, there's another kill, though. He goes 11 and 2. I don't know what else to tell you, because this one's looking over.
Yeah, I was ready to call it at 5-1, and frankly, at the moment, it's looking like a 6-0 could be on the cards here. What a turnaround in the series for Prodigy at the moment, as Faulty just continues to stack up these entry kills up to a total of 11. Plays no further part in this round though, but the rest of that backline able to step up to the mark.
Well, Killerman's 0 and 3 on the entries right now, and again, that's probably the way it's been going all season long. I mean, that is a liability. 30 opening engagements coming into this particular game, guys. You know, you're 0-3 on Skyscraper. I mean, I go and have a look at Border, but Border was the saved show.
He was pretty chill on Border, 5-5, 1 entry.
1-0, yeah.
I mean, it's nothing crazy, but saved just farming. So
the issue is in a game, in a half, where it's just going against you, and you know you're just getting abused by Faulty. It is concerning. But it is also very impressive with what we've seen from Prodigy. 5 in a row. Didn't see this coming. Did not see this coming at all. Nope. We haven't even seen a shield inside of this server for Skyscraper. We may not, to be honest.
I don't think we will.
Although, if they get this to 6-0, we maybe just see a fun blitz round to begin. Who knows? But
Blitz plant karaoke window or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think Circular Spheres are going to be very disappointed. How do you think Cafe is going to go?
10 seconds left before insertion.
That's anyone's guess. I mean, Cafe is like a weird hybrid of the 2 maps we've had, right? Cube format. Doesn't have the 2-lane pressure, but it does have a little bit more structure on offer than Border, so I think it's best of both worlds, and we'll probably be in for a banging final map, which...
I tell you what, for Oceania, I think in seasons gone by, we usually just get 2-0s throughout most of the playoffs. For the quarterfinals to feature a cutthroat 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. And while Border was incredibly one-sided, the response from Prodigy has just been as one-sided here in the second map of this second quarterfinal. It's been a testament to the stage that we've seen such an improvement in the region. The competition has certainly risen. There are no freebies.
So Mav in play here should be a pretty effective tool in countering any bandit trick attempt from Davey. We'll see if they maybe net a kill. Oh, awkward. Oh, they don't get it.
Wow, yeah, nothing's going right for them, is it?
No.
Not getting the little battles to be won. Not getting a bit of fortune to go their way. That would have been a kill probably back on Border. And it's that snowball effect as well. You get that kill, then someone swings trying to maybe refrag, and then they die, and then suddenly you've got 2 picks, and then you're in. Flashing towards Geisha. Davey low, but he too gets away.
I mean, that's their escape tool's been really great. It's that peel back where they're not getting caught for free. Even with Killerman holding this cross, he's been able to escape.
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers have dropped the bomb.
It's another
Wow.
opening kill onto Killerman.
That's really unlucky.
0 and 6. Mackenzie to also then find a second, Baker third, and we're looking at a 6-0 scoreline unless Saved and Japer can combine for something very special in this 6th and final round of the half. The views are not in hand. Pushes upstairs. He's just praying. Absolutely praying someone walks into his scope. Indeed, that does end up happening. Faulty down the hallway. Adrenal Surge activated. Saved with the LMG. Got 2. Couldn't find a third. 3 though for Mackenzie. And Japer needs to find the last 2 players if Circular Spheres are to find an attacking round here in the half. This is their map pick, and they will have to rethink in future the decision to go to a map such as this.
Well, an opportunity here still maybe for Japer, but BPC, I think, on offer, so his position is known. Will be relayed that he's rotated towards delivery off the back of the F-Not, and with 30 seconds on the board, Japer will need a miracle.
30 seconds, as he said, it's not a lot of time remaining. He's just hoping someone will go for a flank, watching him behind. One's gone up above, though, and that's going to be Mackenzie. Japer to stick the plant. Will this get denied? Yeah, easily. 6-0. Well, no over-celebrations for Prodigy. Job not done. There's a whole nother map after this. But Skyscraper very much feels over. Jeez. I mean, I actually would have... If you had said to me at this point it's 6-0 on Skyscraper, I would have said, well, CS have just dominated them. Like,
you're a wizard if you predicted this.
When a team does what they do on a map like Border 7-2, then they go into their own map pick, and then there's a 6-0 scoreline. Out of the 50-50 guess, your guess will always probably go the way of CS. For this to have transpired, you guys aren't ready for this. 8-6 is Japer.
At least they're memeing it.
At least they're having some fun. That's all you can probably do at this point.
It's just a case of go next at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I said GG go next at 3-0.
I don't think that early.
It's similar. Yeah, I mean, that's rough. That is rough. Onto the blitz, though, for Dave.
I mean, the question now will be going into the third map, do Circular Spheres have the resilience and the ability to mentally rebound that Prodigy have shown? Because this is an even more dominant performance than map 1. They've not looked competitive at all, and they need to pick themselves back up over that short break for the third map.
Is it a case that we've just seen the best of both worlds? So, like, the best of Saved, having a life game, amazing, running around, having fun on Border, nothing went right for Prodigy. And then also vice versa, like CS was absolutely slow on their attack, but also, it's attack Skyscraper. If they had started defense, we're probably looking at like a 4-2 half, and it's a whole different storyline. Sure, they fumbled the bag, don't get it twisted, but it's not like they lost, I don't know, it's not like they lost 6 defensive rounds on Skyscraper. They just couldn't attack.
Yeah.
And I think it's also just the nature of the map. And maybe they just had a little bit of an overthink with like, oh, we'll take them to a map they can't play the blitz that well, or at least not as well, and we can counter it. Maybe not stopping to think how they themselves would play this very map on the attack. Because honestly, all they probably needed was like 2 attacking rounds. Neptune with the opening kill on to Faulty. It will not surprise me if they go and get like, bring this to like 7-4, you know.
Yeah, it could be a drawn out conclusion. But we don't get excited until... I think we agree not to get excited until 6-4.
Yeah.
I'm not too excited.
Well, all it takes for Prodigy is one round from here. Just have to get lucky, really, even at any point in the next 6 attempts, which is very likely statistically, especially on the tertiary side. So, yeah, no reason to get any semblance of excitement. Dave running around. It was the Frost, by the way, but for J-Part. So 90 seconds left here in this round. It is shaping up for a Circular Spheres win. They won't get 7-0'd if they can continue in this path. Do we see Dave on the blitz every single round, though?
I mean, it helped for a little bit of map clear in this round, but it's kind of been over for the majority of the round anyway, so kind of hard to break it down. From this point, if Geisha still locked, it's going to be so challenging. There's also double nitro pressure onto the shield as well. Davey's going to have to pull something special to break this drum cross.
Killerman still has an EDD, by the way.
Very observant of you. Oh, there was the nitro onto the shield. Right on cue. Hello. Oh.
And goodbye to Mackenzie. Flawless from Circular Spheres. Well, they said they will bring this back. 8-6. 7 to go.
Well, they're smiling. So spirits are high. That's good to see. And it's very much a case now for the remainder of however long this half continues about just throwing what they've got inside the server. If it doesn't land, well, you already dug your grave in the first half, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Exhibition offers up next. 6-2 rather likely. Tertiary, though, will probably be the straw that breaks the camel's back, you would assume. Over to Kitchen for the round after this, presuming they are able to lock down this site.
On a rare site, it will be no shield for Dave on the attack. Shocker.
Isn't that backed up by the numbers? Let me have a very quick
Attackers need
look.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah. I'm looking at his 3 favored attacking operators for Davey. The Blitz at 20 rounds. The Monty at 12 rounds. The Habana at 3 rounds. So it is an oddity. I don't know. I've only got the top 3, as I said.
Right.
Thermite is the second highest for Faulty.
2 or under, so.
Yeah. Well, Faulty's played Ace 31 times and Thermite twice.
I mean, there is still every world in which he swaps off this and still goes to Blitz. I doubt it.
Oh, okay. So
Frostmat hidden.
The Geisha hold there. The reason they're opening up that wall is so they can't Thermite trick the wall. We did see that trick employed in the first half from Circular Spheres, and so they will need to invest that Thatcher EMP for the mid jammer. And it's not going to pose the biggest threat with the Thatcher available, but still a nice trick.
Decent trade from Mackenzie.
Yeah, he baited it. Pretty predictable. I feel like Save does that pretty frequently, so that's a good read.
Does get the kill, though. It's not a bad kill. I mean, you get rid of the Nomad, no air jabs.
I will say you lose the flank watch ability. The ARX is still very strong, and the Ash is not going to counter a mirror, so those explosives may not be that impactful. I guess there's a deployable shield from Japer there. See how they deal with the drum wall. EMP cooked, and so the trick not required. Able to make pretty easy work of that. No bandit being brought to actively trick that wall. And drum is not going to be aggressively held.
Well, Circular Spheres certainly not just going through the formalities. They wholeheartedly believe they can bring this back, and
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
it's not this round that matters as much as probably then the next one. You win the tertiary site, and that's when the excitement levels even start to register any kind of input.
When it registers!
That is an obscure reference.
Nah, someone's got to know that. Yeah, it would be big, and then actually apply some pretty serious pressure onto Prodigy. But they're still in with a shot here in this round, rotation across, so we are going to see the pinch with Hard Breach, and this is kind of what we lacked from CS in the first half.
Oh,
Minute to go, so they have a lot of time to work with here. Oh, and the dislodge onto Killerman. Aggressive over towards that Samurai window, punished. Exothermic will not get opened up. There's no EMP left. So that could prove costly if the rest of this defense can play the backline.
Can they get him back up? Is there a chance? Is there time?
Oh, timing.
Trippin losing the battle against Physics. Oh, headshot, potential, converted onto Faulty, then from behind. Oh, incredibly well played from Physics. Killerman eventually did get brought back up, and he then gets the final kill of the round. So 2 in a row for Circular Spheres. So far, it's 8 straight for defense.
I had a chance there. They had a very serious chance to be able to win that out. Unfortunately, that exothermic not opening up the wall actually proved quite costly in the end. It was a nice trade off the bat from Prodigy, but then Physics able to hold down the line here in VIP. And good presence of mind. Quick switch onto the shotgun to prevent the trade.
Is this a case, though, for Circular Spheres where you just be kicking yourself? Because I'm going to be honest, I think 2 attacking rounds and they win this.
I think 5-1 probably could have been enough. It could have been like a phase W7 MS kind of moment, right, with the 5-1.
Like, if they had just got 2 attacking rounds, it'd be 4-4 right now. We'd probably say this one's just about done. Like, outside of the tertiary...
At least competitive, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, but you know what I mean in the sense that, like, Circular Spheres are in the driver's seat, pole position from there, like, they're in control. Whereas, as good as those 2 rounds were defensively, 1, now we go to the tertiary site, and then 2, even if they still win this, there's still 3 more chances for Prodigy. You would think at some point they will likely get, you know, an opening kill, just get a couple of lucky shots, open up the defense, and it's a 5-on-3, and then you go and win the round. It should happen at some point. There's no world in which this ends up being 6-6 with 12 defensive straight rounds won. I refuse to believe it. It's like you said, even that 1 round. We've seen that plenty of time before, you know, 5-1 into a 5-1, but yeah. They will commit once again with the blitz. It hasn't been completely awful. Last round, of course, not played, but well, here we go. This ends up being a big 3rd round. Do we see a tactical timeout if Prodigy lose this round? Just to talk things over, going for what would be into the second half of the second half. CS will know, though, this is a huge round. You win it, and suddenly there is every single chance in which you could bring this back. Also, if you lose it, then the opening 2 maps are 7-2, 7-2.
What's the Thatcher cooking up here? Because they don't have primary hard breach. Is that an oversight? I don't know.
Either way, that's going to be an opening kill for Davey. Physics will go down. Never mind. Japer shoots Davey the back. Sure, Physics is still down, but Japer will get the credit for the opening engagement. Timely one. But Killerman losing his battle against Bake, who gets a double. I think Bake just wanted to get the freebie onto Physics to finish him off, and Killer will fall. And suddenly the round, now well and truly, a possibility to go Prodigy's way. They did have a Valcam over towards Geisha that had gotten some decent information.
I mean, it could be an information gap this round, right? They bring the Thatcher as opposed to IQ to counter Valcam. We're seeing these yellow
No
things.
Nitro.
Yeah.
Can't play off of.
Good angle, though. Bad info.
Yeah, bad info. Oh, this is so risky. I feel like Save needs to be in a better position than just trying to play the vert. I'd rather him flanking. Oh, did he spot the head on the rappel? He needs to get out of that position. It's just so dirty. And elsewhere, up above, speaking of it, Japer and Neptune both get 1 apiece. And Saved actually has the intel.
I mean, the cam is still up in Geisha. You can see Physics was just on it a moment ago. So this has turned into a bit of a disaster for the attack.
It's in the top corner, I think, behind Trippin, unless he just shot it out. No, I don't think he has.
Yeah, I think he just got it.
Yeah, I think he just got it. Yeah, you can hear it fizzle off in the background. So 40 seconds left. Well played from Japer and Neptune to retake up above.
Oh,
for Flash. Clear. Oh,
had to
get
hit
the
it.
kill. He's just shooting wall at that point, and in the end, shot in the back of the head by Neptune. Save did lose his battle down below in kitchen. Faulty makes an entry, but he knows he hasn't cleared up above. Can he find a position that's safe in the corner to get the plant and then try and play the post plant in a 1v2? Certainly more winnable with that diffuser down. Red Pig. Oh, what a shot though! Japer losing the 1v1. Neptune to keep this map alive for Circular Spheres. This now becomes so increasingly difficult. He has no idea that Faulty has repositioned over to Sushi. He needs to play this rather quickly as well, so time of the essence, trying to just spray the wall, get a little bit lucky. Does he hard clear this properly? He will vault over, but he misses the shots, and we will go to Cafe!
Wow. Big moment there from Prodigy, a nail biter. They had lost that round. This could have been one hell of a comeback from CS, but not meant to be. And that disaster of a first half proving to be so costly.
Well, the first quarterfinal was 7-5, 7-5, and then 7-5. The second quarterfinal so far playing out as 7-2, 7-2. Will it be 7-2 on the third map as well, guys? We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, back over to the couch.
Yeah. Vinny, help me out here, mate. How do we go from a 7-2 game from Circular Spheres to a complete 6-0 on defense of Prodigy? Of all things for Prodigy to 6-0, defense on Skyscraper.
Yeah, in my professional analysis, whichever team defends first will win the map, maybe? No one knows how to attack.
Yeah, again, I don't like feeling vindicated when we make a comment about like attacks just really struggling, Vinny, but it has really just become such a prominent point, and I think it's maybe going to be even more compounded in best of threes.
And yeah, especially coming into Cafe next, which is a map that you can very easily punish very loose attacks, and that's what we've seen on both maps so far, and that's the reason that saved. And in this game, Faulty was able to have such a massive impact, because on these roams, on these lurks, against such loose attacks where people are by themselves, they're not being droned in, they don't have teammates that are refrag, you're just going to get picked off. Yeah. And not even so much good teams will really punish these things, but individually good players that probably play a lot of ranked or play a lot of individual sort of, you know,
What do you
siege.
call them? What would you call them?
I'm not going to say the star word with the other word in front of it, but
what?
I will say...
Hang on, where are we going with that one?
Well, I better say it now, rank star.
Thank you very much. Glad we clarified that one.
I better say that one. Yeah, they're very good individually.
Yeah.
That's what I just waffled on about for about
Appreciate
10
that.
minutes.
Yeah. You're becoming one with the desk now.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah, definitely. It starts to flip very quickly. Faulty, unbelievable game, 14-6. Yep. Really impactful in a lot of those opening duels as well. Just a quick stat: 6 of the opening engagements from the first half were all Prodigy. They won every single round. It flipped over to the second half, and then we saw Circular Spheres secure every single opening kill. Not the trend we thought we were going to see with saved on attack.
No, not really. But I will say that it seemed like they slipped into some very old habits. I think Killerman might have been 4 of those opening deaths, if I do recall correctly. And that is a sign of sort of what we saw towards the start to middle of the stage.
Yep.
Where Killerman was taking very aggressive gunfights very early, especially in a map like Skyscraper, where basically every window is almost a fight directly into the site straight away. And yeah, I think that had a big impact on their ability to attack. They were always a man down from when the attack started. A lot of those opening kills came within basically the first minute. So yeah, I mean, when you're a man down from the start of the round, especially a map like Skyscraper that's so large and requires a lot of droning and a lot of taking map control early, getting opening picked every single round is never going to help.
And just to double down on your point, 6 out of 9 opening kills were found within the first minute, and I think I can see 3 that were within the first 30 seconds.
Yep.
So we love that. But now we move across to Cafe, and I have just had confirmation. This is really important for this discussion. Prodigy start defense.
They win.
Oh, the analysis is unbelievable from us. You won't hear it anywhere else, folks. I do have some serious concerns just for both teams' attacks. They just don't, again, they don't feel pointed enough. And when they do feel pointed, they feel overcommitted to the point. And it's win or lose on one part of the attack, which is kind of scary when you start to run back what Cafe looks like and how complex that map is to attack. Like, it's not simple. You have to clear most rounds, even no matter where you are, it's top floor down. Yeah. You have to, this was your game back in the day, the 20, 30-second meta. You had to clear teams properly. And it would take like 2.5 minutes just to get to the first floor. Do we think that this is going to be an issue?
We're not going to say that.
We're not. No, absolutely not. No, sorry. I mean the opposite. Are we going to see the opposite issue where maybe we're just trying to avoid doing a lot of the prep work?
I think so. I think we're going to see a lot of direct pushes, especially when Prodigy get to their attacks. I mean, with the shield up, I think we're going to see a lot of like straight bakery pushes. We're going to be seeing for the top floor, sort of just pushing the shield through piano and taking over pixel control. I don't think we're going to see a lot of those top-down roam clears, 20-second executes. Yep. I mean, we saw even in that border game, even though Prodigy were losing most of their attacks, they were very quick rounds. They had definitely had a plan to kind of take over the round early and use that shield to take map control early. Cafe is a little bit different. It's a map that relies pretty heavily on vertical control as well.
Yes.
And playing shields on that is not a strength. Obviously, it's quite a weakness because that's basically the biggest weakness of the shield is like a C4 below.
Now, I will just kind of give this to you. We're pretty much ready for a break.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 18 rounds, 15 have been converted from the opening kill. How critical would that be on Cafe?
Yeah, pretty important. I'll be interested to see how aggressive Prodigy play on their defense. Obviously, it's a map that you can spawn peek quite easily on, and it's historically been a bit of a spawn peaky kind of map.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to see that. From history, it doesn't look like they do that very often. They're not very aggressive on entry. But I do think there'll be more of a roaming game from them. So I think we'll see them try to occupy mid floor a lot more for top, and then mid floor for bottom floor as well.
Well, keep your eyes on it because it's going to be a fiery one. We head to Cafe for the final map this quarterfinal.
I still love you. I
So it comes down to Cafe, final map of the quarterfinals in the Oceania League. Prodigy, Circular Spheres to give us our 6th map of this evening. All 3 maps were required in quarterfinal number 1 and all 3 required here in quarterfinal number 2. Prodigy will begin on defense as they did on Skyscraper Guz, which they were immaculate, eventually winning 7-2. Of course, Border was the map pick of Prodigy. Skyscraper was the map pick of Circular Spheres. And in the end, they stole each other's picks as we now head to Cafe. The deciding map of this quarterfinal. You win. Tomorrow you play Gaming Gladiators and you lose. And tomorrow you play Antic in the 5th place match.
Monty Clash?
I would say the likelihood that we see a Clash ban is quite literally 100%.
Nothing in life is 100%.
This is 100%.
Maybe this is, yeah. Poor Davey. Do you reckon if Davey had his time over, they'd scrape into the top 6 and then maybe unleash the Monty then? Or is the only reason they're in the top 6 because they brought the Monty out initially? I don't know. Either way, teams are catching on.
Her ban won't save you.
Not wanting to deal with it.
Worked once, might work again.
To be fair, I think Prodigy more so won that match on their defense as opposed to attack.
It didn't, yeah, exactly.
So I don't know how impactful it really was, but...
Well, it's just the mental games, I think.
Yeah.
It's just the mental games.
And it just forces them onto something that isn't as comfortable of a pick.
So I posed the question to our wonderful observer, arguably top 3 observer in the world.
Oh!
I want to know your thoughts. Who wins this?
That's spicy from Nap, don't mind that. Match win prediction. This is one of the toughest I think we've had, right? Just because of the dynamic of how this series has played out. All 3 maps structurally are so different as well, so it's kind of difficult to transpose results going forward. Prodigy defense, Cafe, it should be somewhat comfortable for them. I think for me, the opening portion of this, the first rotation, the first 3 rounds, is going to be pretty indicative of where the series may lead. Back on Skyscraper, Circular Spheres had to rebound from a really disastrous... Prodigy had to rebound from a pretty disastrous map 1. Now the ball's in the court of CS, they have to do the same. Do they have that resilience about them? I don't know. I also wasn't sure if Prodigy would have resilience, so...
5 seconds left.
So you're on the fence, or are you going to lock one in?
Yeah, I'm dancing around. I think I stick by Prodigy. I picked them going into this series, and for me, they've shown enough in terms of that fight back on Skyscraper to be able to do it again.
I'm just going to go Prodigy based off the way I think Cafe is going to play and flow as a map. I don't think it's going to follow Border as much. I think, if anything, it's going to somewhat emulate a little bit of Skyscraper. I think it's going to be quite difficult for Circular Spheres here on the attack to formulate these rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see Prodigy win this half, like 5-1 or something, because Circular Spheres attacks on Skyscraper were quite poor. Cafe is not particularly always that easy. So reading a fireplace here, opening round of the final map for tonight's action for Oceania League. By the time we finish, though, I think EUL's not going to be too far away. It's actually been NAL into O's into EUL with how extended, of course, the NAL Grand Final today went forever.
Yep.
And it finished only a mere few hours before we started, and we're only going to finish a few mere hours before EUL. Killaman, well, that's one way to make an entry. He had a very, very poor Skyscraper, one to forget, and he starts off Cafe with an opening kill on the attack.
A really nice start. Stack over towards shop. In at 30 on the clock. Final Ash charge utilized by Neptune, presumably to deal with another mirror window deep. Saved, activated onto Bake. Able to create space through mining. And this is the kind of disruptive pattern that we saw absolutely none of back on Skyscraper. There's an opportunity for a little bit more of that here on Cafe. And Prodigy going forward will need to contain that. 60 seconds on the clock. Faulty thinks about contesting a bit of control up above, but now forced down into the line of sight of saved. He will double dip in this round, make it 3. 4th could be looming to his hard left, but he doesn't see him. Could still get the kill. They still haven't seen each other. Like two ships passing one another in the night, I suppose. But this round, all but over. Killerman will go for the plan. He opened up the round, and he will essentially confirm it. The pinch to come through, and it is saved to get the kill. Back on that Finka LMG, and it serves him well.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong. I mean, the way that the Vert kind of played in that round, it seemed more similar to the border aspects of like Prodigy having to be moving around. I mean, that's probably like on Skyscraper, you think about like how much movement there was from Prodigy, not a lot. Hold positions, hold angles, and that's just the way, you know, that pure defense. But whereas Cafe, you've got to get a little bit more actual map control, play the Vert first, you know, the floor elevations, and it's probably less relevant on Skyscraper. So yeah, immediately it just kind of played into the hands. It felt like the first time in a while that Savage was actually just able to run around and actually get an opportunity to take some gunfights that weren't all about just clearing out a side or a position. So concerning, but it is only one round for Prodigy. Straight away to Kitchen now for the second round.
Kitchen then for round number 2. And yeah, first round giving an inkling is to the firepower that Saved can, of course, offer inside of the server. We didn't really have an opportunity to showcase much of that back on Skyscraper, but here on Cafe, he can have impacts, and on a site like Bakery, he may be a useful tool for dislodging that Bakery extension, can also be sent up above for map clear. Could post up outside Garage, but it looks like he'll spawn in front.
Where's this going to end? Oh,
Or the camera.
It's going to end up physics, isn't it? Or Japer, maybe.
Go to Japer, go to Japer.
Oh, saved.
The nade.
What? Oh,
no.
Oh, no.
Guys.
No.
What are we doing, Sky?
Drop the balls.
I mean,
what's going on? What is this? No. First half great, second half poor.
Actually, I think that was more on Nuttery. So
was that Nut?
Yeah,
that was Nut.
Sorry,
okay, that explains it.
No, they've been really good tonight, the observers, I will actually say.
Yep.
Typically are, but...
Oh. Saved almost really good once again. Oh,
no.
He was really good. He might almost get a second one. Go on, Mackenzie, have a shot.
Well, you don't peek this, Mackenzie. You don't peek this.
Throws the gas babe out, tries to peek behind it.
No.
The gas babe won't stop the bullets, and Saved somehow has refound the form from border to begin here on Cafe. He has been electric to begin. Japer to follow suit, and the defense that was so stalwart and strong on Skyscraper not to be seen so far on Cafe. Surely this is not going to be a case of, you know,
7-2.
We go to Cafe, all that work from Prodigy for nothing, to zip. Guys have not been able to fire a shot in the first 2 rounds. Flawless and concerning.
Oh boy.
Timeout already. Timeout already.
God.
Ooh,
how often do you see a TO after round 2?
Faulty's got some words.
Yeah, probably a lock the F in kind of moment.
Guys, come on, what are we doing? Do we want this or not?
Yeah.
We're just peeking. We're not playing the way we played on Skyscraper, which was team-orientated, playing positions, trading off each other. We're looking for picks. We're just playing into saved.
Yeah, they need to reduce the number of isolated fights they're taking against Saved, because the reality is none of them are going to mechanically outgun him. It's been proven in this series that Saved, even from challenging positions, even from positions which, like, mathematically, like from a theory standpoint, he's not really that favored, he's still winning out. So if you are taking fights onto him knowingly, that there has to be some kind of trade potential or something being done elsewhere on the map to counteract that. Just taking straight ones against him, like front door, you're not achieving anything. You're not going to win those fights, and you're just going to.
And you're not playing the map. You're not playing the timer. Like you're losing out on actually a lot of the win conditions that you can have as a defense. You think about like how many times, especially in this region, which I would say one of the weaknesses of this region, and there's quite a few, but one of them is time management. So if you're playing defense in O's, like just force the opposing team to play the clock, to clear things out, to play the util game. If you're swinging front door, if you're taking these fights, essentially dry peaks, you're just giving Safe every chance to pop off.
I mean, it's really interesting to observe just the difference between Border and already Cafe compared to Skyscraper, where on Border and even to an extent Cafe at times, it's really difficult sometimes as the defense to deny map control from relative safety.
Was that you, Sky? No, that was not.
He's getting upset.
That was good. That was good. Well done. Very clean transition.
Yeah, denying map control on maps 1 and 3 is not as straightforward, whereas on Skyscraper, you just think about the nature of the map. You can't really get into the map for free at all at any point. And even if you allow the attack to have a lot of control, which we did actually see in the end, that backline with the 2-lane structure is so difficult to get to. But we're already seeing here on Cafe just the amount of investment on the fringe of the map, and Prodigy have gotten 0 value from that so far.
I also feel like Clash is really good on Cafe in the hands of Dave. You can play some really good power positions. Kitchen can be so annoying to try and push through a Clash into, say, like Bake, for example. Even here, you can play it in towards, like, Shop, play at White Stairs. It can really maneuver around and block off a lot of entry positions. Not having that available, super frustrating for Dave and co, as Kenzie's honestly quite fortunate to keep his life.
I mean, those are the kinds of fights that Saved has been consistently winning in map 1 and 3. And he's already up to 7 kills.
Yeah. And you kind of just wonder, like, how was Skyscraper that bad, though? 4 circular spheres. Right. Like, I'm a little bit perplexed here. Just a little bit. Like, it feels like you could have just deleted Skyscraper. Just delete it. And
I'm operating under the assumption that CS win this match and we get the interview. I'd be so intrigued to know why they went to that map. Not that they'll probably want to reveal it, but...
Saved will probably say something like they just wanted him to get the best of 3 kill record and thought that we prolong it. Well, this round's not over. To be fair, they did get a good kill onto Physics. Diffuser in an awkward position, although has been reacquired. Top red stairs by Japer. Davey holding close by the new belt. Japer, this is the difference, though. They're just walking in. Oh! The vault over killed Davey. Doesn't have a shield in his face to protect him. And he loses that battle. And CS are on the verge of a 3-0 attacking start on Cafe. Drone in towards washrooms. Trippin can't really do much to help from this position.
Saved hasn't even got
dead.
A kill.
Trippin's down.
They don't need Saved.
Voltus looks asleep.
No, he's just a bit low. Wow. I mean...
Wrap it up.
They just took a tactical time.
Wrap it up. Vinny's just thrown his hands in the air and he's wondering, why are we still here? Hey, I used to say that about you guys.
I think he's going a bit insane.
Benny's starting to get a taste of what it's like to watch on. and question. And we have every right to question after what we saw on Skyscraper, which, for all intents and purposes, was an incredibly well-played defensive half. I mean, Faulty was running around rampant, getting opening pick after opening pick. All these shots, they shut down Saved. He couldn't do anything. CS looked quite abhorrent. Like, they were very bad on attack.
Yeah, they look super restricted on attack, but I think Cafe just, again, much like Border, not to the same extent, but much like Border, just offers
they have
more avenues.
kills in 3 rounds. 1 for Davey, 1 for Mackenzie.
Yeah.
And that's just perplexing. And we've gone to mining now.
They got to try something at this point. I'll have a look at Cross.
I think they must know. I mean, clearly after the 2nd round, you take a tactical timeout, and then you lose after that. Now you go mining. You're on the ropes, and you know it, and you know you've got to try and do something very cheeky and very different here.
Well, we've seen this site twice in OS, and it has been successful for the defense on both occasions.
Make or break. You lose this round, you're probably done. And you probably know that as well internally. You win this round, well, maybe you can spark a comeback.
Yeah.
Faulty was just, it was effortless for him on Skyscraper.
Yeah, he was the tone setter back on the last map. Shaco Sphere's looking ruthlessly here.
Is that 1 in reading?
On Cafe.
Oh, pick it.
Oh my god.
My goodness,
it's just so scary.
Bake's going to go for it again, surely. No? I mean, like, you just don't need to be peeking into save there. The LMG up close.
I'll tell you what, we're unlikely to see it because of the bracket format, but imagine Saved v Jigsaw on entry. That would be one hell of a contest. I mean, Jigsaw in the R6 Cup Grand Final was looking as dangerous as this, if not more dangerous.
Well, I mean, if Circular Spheres win this map, they will play a game of Gladiators tomorrow.
I didn't realize Jigsaw played for...
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's why I said it was unlikely. They'd have to beat GG and then hope
Sorry.
Chiefs make the grand final.
I just had a 12 a.m. No, it's only 11:30. 11:30 brain fart.
Might not reach 12 a.m.
At this rate, yeah.
Actually pretty unlikely.
Although it has slowed down, and you kind of question, why is it slowed down? Well, Prodigy have just decided to not start running around and peeking. Instead, they're playing sight. They're forcing...
And they shut down saved.
Yeah, they're forcing the clear.
This
Bake,
is better.
That's better. Yeah, I mean, it's the pretty basic fundamentals. Nitrocell, you picked a bit of an odd site. CS, don't know the conventional way to maybe push this, play this. And you're not just running around the map.
Ooh, that's all good.
A nice kill for Killerman as Strippin went for the re-peek. But for all intents and purposes, it really should be a 4th round that goes the way of Prodigy here. Also in the 4th round to Prodigy. Faulty. He really does just look half asleep when he's lagged out camera. He did spot another. Oh! Killerman would have just been completely spooked. I don't think he had any clue of the fact that Faulty was inside of washrooms.
Well, they've got their lifeline. Absolute must-win round, both from a statistical standpoint, but I think even more importantly at this point, the mental side.
Yeah.
Remaining competitive in this match, bit of a pocket pick to get them across the line, so grasping at straws, but it was a very well-played out round. They identified that they needed to try and just waste as much time as humanly possible. Added bonus was obviously finding saved, and then they were able to hold those key power positions from them. That Prodigy, to their credit, throughout this entire series, even back on border, when they found themselves in advantageous positions, they rarely throw them. So they just need to really bunker down and avoid or double down on saved and just deal with him, and then they can look to fortify. But, I mean, again, we're from third-person perspective, we're not inside of the server under pressure. It's very easy for us to say these things, and they already know it. Like, we're regurgitating stuff they know. Execution is a whole different thing, and saved has, to his credit, just been so difficult, no matter what's been thrown at him tonight. Very difficult to kill.
Well, can that be a catalyst, though, for a kick-on now for Prodigy to follow up from that win? Can they get a couple in a row and really kind of solidify this half?
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's almost Christmas time again soon. That season slowly making its way over. Every time we come to Cafe, and I always just get reminded of the fact that Mandy did scale the entire building on a drone.
Oh, that's a throwback.
How long did she say it took? 40 minutes or something? It was quite ridiculous. Like an hour?
Yeah, it took a while.
Imagine you get near the top and you just fall. Not me, I just threw it up top. I just picked it up and then threw it. And
imagine pushing this to 3 maps and falling at the very end.
yeah, that's true. Jaber will get the first pick this round onto Mackenzie.
And Trippin's very low as well.
Oh, Bake's got to be careful. Pressure both sides here of White Stairs. There's a couple of players roaming around. Oh, headshot.
Oh,
yes.
man, he's just
Good
so
angle for
sharp.
save.
He's just so sharp.
He's playing really well. Oh, Physics shot through the soft wall. It's not looking likely that Prodigy are going to be able to, get that round win bounce coming into the 5th round after winning the 4th round. Mind mining, unless Faulty can just be a little bit of a pest here in Pillar. See if someone walks out onto the Belk.
Need a big play here from Faulty. Davey does have
Oh,
Nitro.
he's got yellow ping intel actually on New Belk, so he's repositioned.
Oh, that timing was awkward. Saved, I don't think spotted it. Davey crossing. Minute to go though, so this attack has a lot of time. And a lot of drones.
Bomb located by attackers.
Saved, is he just going to walk straight past him? Oh, no way, he's knifed him. No.
Are you serious?
I'm speechless.
We need another Davey reaction. We need a Davey reaction on the replay package. Is he cool, calm, and collected after that one, Jake? There's no way.
Our man just got knifed.
There is no way you
surely
are not tilted by that.
At least minimum head throwback. Like a head gets thrown back or something. Oh, does he win this? Oh, 1v2. 2 more to left for Faulty. But he's still also got to get the defuse. Surely not. Man, again, just looks completely half asleep. He can't keep his eyes open. Dead. Neptune easily with footholds.
Oh, boy.
Dude, look at Saved. He knows he got the knife onto Dave. Do we have his reaction? That is the question that we all want the answer to. It doesn't look like he had any kind of reaction though, guys, which honestly I'm not too surprised after the earlier highlights of Dave back on.
Cool, calm, and collected.
I think it will be cool, calm, and collected. What about this shot though? I mean, just
like how, dude?
Minuscule. Davy's reaction here to getting knifed.
Did he? Did he die? Does he know he died?
I think he's still playing the round.
He's locked in. I mean, I respect it.
I tell you what, I need that man's mental.
Far out. Like, it gets to a point where something like there's certain things that happen in Siege where you get the license to be annoyed.
It's map 3 of a quarterfinal at Pro League. You win, you go to a semi-final. Bro, that happens to people in casual and they're slamming the desk.
You've just been knifed on a guy on 9 kills, farming, and nothing.
Final round of the half coming up as Circular Spheres are in full command on Cafe as they seemingly were on Border. It's quite similar. It's looking as if Skyscraper is the anomaly. It's very much looking like Skyscraper. It just makes no sense. And in the grand picture of this series now, you're sitting here wondering why this was not over in a 2-0 fashion. At the very least, we will get to ask in the interview, I presume, as to what the hell went in with the Skyscraper pick and what went wrong. And
testing waters. I don't know.
Scopulse in play here for Mackenzie on Prodigy as it's the last round that they will play in the defensive side. Well, imagine Dave will just get straight onto the blitz in the second half.
Got to win this round.
Scopulse being targeted by the Deimos.
Can switch up. I will say that one was...
It's a pretty decent
counter.
So it doesn't switch the death mark.
No.
So it's a yeah. I mean, I don't even know why you would.
Come on, guys. Don't troll.
Oh, jeez.
Could you imagine the big brain player there? They place the Claymore, and then another defender comes across and clears the Claymore without the attack knowing, and gives him free reign to actually rotate. That would have been wild, but no, they go for the safe option, clear the shell. Drains a little bit of time, I guess, so... Small win for Prodigy, and I think at this point of the series, they will take any small win possible as they consolidate again on top 4. Save, though, man of the hour, 9 kills here on CAF.
Yeah, look how confident he is just swinging Nubalk here. Oh my god, he actually got that kill onto Davey.
My god.
Even you're slamming the desk, but Bait gets the immediate trade.
Well, I know Davey's not going to slam his desk, so someone's got to do it.
Yeah, someone's got to do it for him. Double-digit kills now, 4 saved, but no Finker anymore, so no Adrenal Surges. 2 death marks still remaining on the Deimos for Killerman. 90 seconds left in the round. Final round of the half here for the quarterfinal number 2. Final game of the day here for Oceania.
Sound like you're calling a horse race.
I think Robert J. Monday said that the other day, actually. Death mark active.
Out of lane 2, jumps out white stairs, but doesn't find his mark.
Kenzie's going to go down to Physics, who's been able to give Circular Spheres. Now, once again, the numbers advantage. Mirror window still up. There's a player in towards bar side. Physics has got another one. That one onto Bake. And that was indeed the player that was trying to push out. Oh, never mind. It wasn't actually. Faulty. Oh, Physics. Everyone's just peeking everything at this point. Doorway, left, right, peek out, not peek, unpeek, die. Chaper gets the kill. Faulty by himself, again half asleep as always, and dead. And Physics goes and gets like 3 or 4 in the round. Circular Spheres, what a commanding half from them on the attack side of Cafe. We'll get one last look at that knife kill, I think, guys, as we don't see it really too often. But what a half. 5-1. Circular Spheres 2 rounds away from being able to close out this particular quarterfinal, a match tomorrow against Gaming Gladiators.
I can hold pillar.
Guys, I'm
Maybe
gonna really
that-
run out. Oh my god.
Running, I think, at least.
I don't know what's more embarrassing, getting knifed or that scream.
I feel like Davey is the one that was justified to maybe scream like that, but we didn't hear the comms. He looked pretty
Davey
quiet.
didn't even react. And
Nah.
Sage was like, ah!
He was stone cold.
To be fair, I'm not surprised because I think I called it out that he as he's walking down the hallway, he wasn't going to clear the right side doorway.
He crossed about 20 seconds, 15 seconds before that, and he didn't. He got blindsided.
That is hilarious. Nicely done from production. Well,
Highlight of the half, highlight of the series.
they closed it out from here, right? You would think so.
I am nodding.
Yeah. I'm nodding. But
Oh,
those
they
playing
can't see. Where has it all gone wrong for Prodigy?
Well, where has it gone wrong? I mean, is it just map dependent? Is it play style? They were so confident on Skyscraper and here on, well, I guess not just here, but also on Border, they've just been incompetent.
I just think it's been so much more difficult to isolate saved on this map.
You reckon it's just down to saved?
Oh, Killerman's certainly chipping in.
Oh, I certainly think there's a multitude of factors. Maybe saved just being one of them.
Look at it! Look, the three of them trapped in spawn!
Oh my god. Headshot. Oh,
dude.
Physics, to be fair.
He deserved that too.
SMG 11 from there, not as easy.
Bit ambitious.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Saved. My goodness, this is just
Is anyone going to get in the building?
Crumbling for Prodigy. We may actually end up with 7-2, 7-2, 7-2 as the scoreline. Somewhat reflecting our earlier quarterfinal, but with so much aggression from Circular Spheres, there is bound to be remonstration. Prodigy make it 3 versus 3 with well over 2 minutes remaining in this round. This is actually winnable for Prodigy.
They have the drones available here as well, so Prodigy, with 2 minutes on the clock, can play conservative, gain information, and look to play proactively off it. What are you giggling at?
Someone in the... I turned on Twitch because I want to watch back people's reaction to the scream from Saved. Someone in the chat has said, Faulty looks like he's about to pass away.
Okay, we should clarify, he's not actually falling asleep, it's just his cam
I
is
don't know.
laggy.
To be fair, it's like midnight, or about to be, and he does look pretty tired. Nitrous cell. Oh, what have we... what the hell is going on?
Oh,
no! Oh, please. Dev, take me to EUL with you.
Oh, they go for the res!
Just kill him!
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, there's another couch slam from Vinny.
Well, it is match point, though,
Oh,
for Circular Spheres. And for Prodigy, what has been, look, I think overall a pretty standout stage from them. It's not going to end in the best of fashions. They almost got gate kept from the building.
wow. Oh, that is some kind of angle. Nice,
Yeah,
Dave.
you can actually get that angle from standing outside, for those who are unaware. They got in the building eventually, but it was just top red. You've lost the plot, mate. Oh, boy.
Look, we've gotten this far. I do want this to end 7-2, just for the sake of scoregami.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Scoregami, yeah.
This one's done, though. This one is done.
We are going to see the blitz, so one last hurrah for Davey on the shields. Can he find a bit of success and prolong this map? Or will Circular Spheres shut it out? Scopos in play, Aruni for the Bake extension, and Vigil for the Roam. Don't forget the Oryx as well, so the hard counter on offer here into the blitz.
There you go, the replays.
They're fighting for spawn kill spots.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god, what could go wrong? Oh. It's faulty out there. He's on shock drone. Okay, they've dodged the spawn peaks. That's good. Oh, Killman! Oh! No. Faulty's still out there.
Oh, just saw him. way! What?
Killerman's back.
He just one-tapped that man to the Shadow Realm.
No.
I'm just watching it back. Pop. Oh, that's so clean.
He almost just got another one. Oh, he just switches out. See you later. 16 HP, back to 110. Thank you.
Yep. Very fair, operator.
Oh boy.
Logic Bomb rings out onto a couple of members of the defense as Prodigy trying to make their final march a successful one. Davey in towards Cigar Lounge, and he will clear the shell left behind by Killerman. Is this the last we see of Prodigy in, I guess, an official? We will technically see them tomorrow in a 5th place match.
Oh, no, Jakey, hold the phone, mate. Hold the flipping phone.
All right, phone's held. Phone's held.
Saved is dead. And you know
Saved
what that
is
means?
dead. Well,
win cons available. They unlock.
Maybe this could be...
It's like a skill tree. Saved is the beginning of the tree, and you kill him. Options are plenty.
Maybe we're on here for 7-2 scoreline. The two could be on. 4 versus 4. Japer on the vigil. Red Stairs holds. Waits patiently, but no movement coming his way. 1 Logic Bomb available for Mackenzie into the final minute. Dave on the blitz, certainly going to be a nuisance here. Go down in towards Kitchen later on. Drone coming on in, but stops short of droning. Japer, oh, the run across. Oh, and the drone's not active, and the vigil makes his way, and he should get, and does get the kill onto Mackenzie. Back down red he goes. Killerman also gets rid of Davey. And this should be the end. GG called by Saved. Bake will get brought back up for one last push, one last attempt in a 2v4. Saved it was very much a fun series. And indeed, this one does seem over. They are being hunted down. As Killerman and Japer get the final 2 kills, we will see Circular Spheres progress forward into a semi-final tomorrow against Gaming Gladiators. They win this out 2-1. What a series.
Certainly the Mostest best of 3 in the Mostest region to cap off the night. Circular Spheres headed by Saved with a big performance there on map 3. It was a series that continued to give, and honestly, going into Cafe, Jake, we really had no idea or expectation that it would go this way, but
yeah,
at the end of the day, CS just ruthless.
Was it fun?
Not for Prodigy.
Not for Prodigy.
Which is such a shame because we were championing them so much at the stage. They played some phenomenal Siege throughout this stage, but for whatever reason tonight, couldn't connect the dots on that final map.
Yeah, what a shame. All right, let's go over to the couch as they can break things down for what was Playdate 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, 7-2, 7-2, 7-1. I think Guz put it really well. The Mostest best of 3 in the Mostest region with the least amount of rounds ever played in the best of 3.
Yeah, not the, we were hoping for the scorigami, as Xenox put it, the 7-2, 7-2, 7-2, but unfortunately...
How did I not hear that?
Unable to get that. Yeah, I mean, that map played out basically the opposite of what we expected.
Crazy, man.
The first 2 maps, we basically didn't see many attacking round wins, I think 2 or 3 across the whole 2 maps, and then we came out here and we saw that Circular Spheres could attack. When Saved plays Finca, and Prodigy sort of giving their life away pretty early in those defensive rounds. Especially on a map like Cafe, they had setups with like mirror, sort of bunkery sort of setups, and they tended to like over peak things, and it, the attacks never really got to the point where those mirrors could come into play. So I think if it was nerves, if it was tiredness, I think, yeah, they just did not play their best at all in that last map.
Yeah, it's just going on midnight here in Australia. Gaming hours for some people, but for others, maybe a stressful moment. I think just to kind of continue the conversation here that you were leaning into, 4 attacking rounds, 1 between map 1 and map 2. 5 attacking rounds from Circular Spheres in the first half. It's just scripts that you can't write, struggling through and through in every map bar Cafe, which arguably, in my eyes, I would say Cafe is probably the hardest attacking map out of all 3 maps that we've had. I feel like you... Oh, Jesus, that was so dirty. There's just like... you just can't write these kind of scripts, and I do feel really bad for Prodigy. I back what Guz was saying there. They had such a phenomenal storyline. They're the one team that we've kind of seen have a true identity outside of like Gaming Gladiators, for example. Even Gaming Gladiators have changed their identity. So it's been a very like it's been a positive stage all over for Prodigy, but for Circular Spheres, they now push through for a semi-final with GG. We have an interview with Sprue. Let's welcome him in for the first time for Stage 2. Sprue, I actually think this might be the first time we've ever spoken on camera. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it definitely is the first time. I was supposed to do the interview in the ODM game, but Alex jumped in on that one. Save jumped in on that interview, came and took it from me. But I'm here now. Sadly, I was hoping for the 2-0 because I'm in New Zealand like Japer, so it's 2 a.m. now. So gotten a bit tired after that like Japer, but we're here.
Jesus, that's tough, man. That's tough. Look, this is probably, Guz put it the best, saying it's the mostest best of 3 we've ever seen. 5 rounds were won on the losing team side on each map, which is just absolutely ridiculous as a combined score. How did you guys feel in the server? Did you feel as though it was just a very topsy-turvy kind of series?
I mean, I think on Border, like when they picked Border, we were very confident going to it. We were surprised by that because obviously last week when we played them in the game, we left up Border against them and Bank, and they banned out Border last. So I thought they would have known that we were happy going to Border against them, but they picked it and we showed that we knew what we were doing on that against them. And then in the server on the Sky game, actually, like the vibes were okay, like throughout the whole attacking half, because we know we get that 1 round, sort of 2 round quota. It's just a win for us on Sky, but sadly didn't get that. And then managed to bring it back for the Cafe game, get the momentum going.
Yeah, I want to talk about the attacks. It's something we've kind of spoken about a fair bit on the couch, and how much the region has struggled with attacks, specifically this stage with a few of the newer teams. What, in your opinion, do you think is really like contributing to so many attacking mistakes?
For us, I'd say it's a big thing about like time playing together, because this roster was formed literally like 11 p.m. the night before quals. The next day is when we confirmed our 5 for the roster for the stage. So I think it's definitely that. There's been a lot of changes happening in practice, like even throughout the stage, like in between games, after game days, after game weeks, we've still been talking to like players, swapping out roles, positions, changing it up, making sure that we can try and fix a few things to start getting those attacking rounds up. And I mean, we were increasing our attacking percent on the rounds coming up before the Skyscraper game. And then we showed on Cafe that we can actually attack a map, so...
Thank you. I'm glad that you made the comment about Cafe, because that was one of the wildest maps I think I've ever seen. After what we had been sitting here kind of dissecting the first 2 maps, just having a look at attacks and being like, what on earth? Genuinely thought that was going to be a heavily defender-sided Cafe. What's the reason for that? How has it flipped so hard on Cafe?
I think it suits our playstyle more. Okay. I won't like go into it too much, but we do like a bit of a Cafe attack for some reason. It just sort of seems to work with us, and we've sort of figured that out. So yeah, we do like that. It just sort of works with the way we like to play.
Vinny, anything else?
I think I'm out, yeah.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah.
Sprue, I've got to ask you, you've been in the region for a while. I've seen your name pop up here, there, and this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. So where, like, I guess for me, what's the end goal at the moment for yourself and for Circular Spheres?
Oh, for us and for me, at the moment, we're just here to have fun, try to get as far as we can and see how it goes. I mean, obviously, we're sort of a team that's kind of changed and mismatched, like each stage. We sort of swap in and out players, but we're definitely a team that likes to vibe and have fun and play off friendships and whatnot. And so we just see how it goes from there.
Yeah. How important shit posting to you?
Very important. I love it, and I make sure everyone keeps doing it. It's great.
It's always entertaining.
And Jack Scurry's behind our media team, so he's great on that job. I know that you know him, Rob.
The rat. I can't believe he gets a shout out nearly every interview. One person who hasn't... I'm sorry to keep this interview going. Production's yelling at me right now, but Goofed, what's going on? Why isn't he in the server?
Look, I know he did have the highest EPS and everything from that game, and we love him. We would have loved to have had him for the stage, but he decided to go on a trip to Japan with his girlfriend. He made that choice, and so we sort of said we can't swap anyone out when you've gone overseas and come back. We just can't do it. So if anyone doesn't want to play, then he can come and play. But until then, we're just keeping it with what we've got.
He forgot the old adage of bros before respectful girls and girlfriends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
understandable. I now understand why that's happened. Look, anything you'd like to say before your game against GG tomorrow?
Nothing about the GG game, but I do have a couple shout-outs here. I got a
Pod,
shout-out
ready.
Paul, got a shout-out Shan, and I got to give a special shout-out to Julie as well.
Julie, I tell you what, I'm going to leave it on that. Thank you very much for joining us, Sprue. Best of luck in your game tomorrow,
thanks,
mate.
Guys. Thank you, mate. Have a good night. See you later.
See ya.
I'm worried. Guess what my mother's name is?
No. It can't be.
I swear to God, all hell is about to break loose here.
No one would have known if you hadn't just brought that
I
up.
know, but I'm wondering, surely they haven't gone and done the research here. Surely they have not gone and done that research. I'm about to blow my lid, Jake Oxen Diddy, as he welcomes back onto the couch. They weren't, mate. They weren't. We've had a deep dive on this series. What's your thoughts on a 7-2, 7-2, 7-1?
Yeah, very intriguing. I didn't actually catch the end of that interview, Vinny. What were the shout-outs?
I won't repeat the names.
Oh!
They were names of certain females, I'm sure, throughout the community. That's all I'm going to say.
We got a Paul, we got a Shannon, then we got an undisclosed last name that I swear to God, I'm about to go. This is my villain arc. I'm telling you right now. My villain arc is about to switch in. This is. I'm coming for you, boys. If that's what I think it is, I'm coming for you. I'm just letting you know. Overall, a fun quarterfinal night, Jake.
Yeah, incredibly fun. I don't know actually what happened tonight. I really don't.
No.
I really don't. Games happen. A lot of matches happen. 7-5, 7-5. 7-5 for the first quarterfinal, and probably rightfully so. And then 7-2, 7-2, 7-1. I don't know anymore. It's so difficult to predict. But you know what? I will say, being serious for a second,
please.
I think previously in a lot of stages, at this portion of the playoffs, it's like 2-0s. Oceania has always been kind of uncompetitive at this point, and we get to semi-finals, and even they still, for the most part, usually 2-0s. And I'm somewhat expecting that tomorrow. But I thought today was really competitive in both the series. I know that for the second quarterfinal, as competitive as 7-2s and 7-1s can be, I mean, don't get it twisted. That second map was utterly dominant from Prodigy. Absolutely. Like, Faulty popped off incredibly well. Couldn't replicate it, of course, on Cafe, and it was more border than it was Skyscraper. But in the end, I thought it was still a very fun, fascinating series. Saved was incredible. And
he's unreal.
And the first series, I know it feels like a lifetime ago, but that was very, very competitive.
Yeah,
it was. Let's have a look at that series, of course, just overall. Both series tonight. We have a 2-1, 2-1. It's gone the full distance pretty much. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5 in the first series, actually, Vinny. How do you think Outlast will go against Chiefs?
Look, I think if either Outlast or Antic had won that series and they play the same way they played tonight, I think it's going to be a 2-0 to Chiefs.
Yeah.
I didn't see much many convincing attacks in that series, and I think that's going to be the real outlier tomorrow with, as you said, Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators both being the top attacking teams in the region. And I don't see Outlast winning unless they are able to really pull it in and get more of a well-rounded team performance. Obviously, we saw today Bailey really struggling. I forget who the other one was that was really struggling. Yentai also was unable to
He was better in the last map.
Yeah, he was.
Better in the last map.
But really unable to affect the scoreboard within the fragging department, so it was all on relays and ACOG. But yeah.
Gaming Gladiators CS. That's not going the distance, is it, Jake?
I will say, if there's ever a team to come into a series knowing that they're not expected to win and they can have some fun, it's CS, right? Like, Save knows full well. There's no expectation. There's no pressure on him. There was maybe some pressure in this series to beat Prodigy. That's done now. They can have some fun tomorrow, but geez, that Outlast Chiefs game, that's the one for me. It's going to be fascinating. Time to get jiggy with it.
It's going to be very fascinating, mate. That's exciting. That's the one.
How many kills does Jigsaw get?
Oh, well, I mean, if he gets 26 against GG, surely Outlast are in for a bad day. Vinny, final thoughts on the quarterfinals?
It was exciting. It was competitive, but I'm glad it's done.
This is Vinny's first long night. You can tell he hasn't been here before. Like Jake said, we're usually talking about you at this point.
Yeah,
So, that's actually, typically you miss the quarterfinals. But on that note, that's it for us at the Oast League for play day 1 of the playoffs. We come back tomorrow where we get to see GG and Chiefs in their BO3s.
Breakdown.